Pada voting fly quest. You guys trust fly quest? Siang enaknya makan apa? Siang kah? Apa ya siang-siangnya? Baso. Mie ayam. Kirain jam 3 anjir. Cok. Ini kita di sini sampai malam anjir. Kirain jam 3. Tahu-tahu udah mulai. Aku buka HP udah mulai. Kok telat 1 game? Tidak. CFO menang lagi. CFO win yo. Tapi disembah lalu benar, mie ayam itu makanan suci anjir. Sacred. Mie ayam tuh setara dengan apa ya? Satu lagi ada tuh, batagor.
This series, actually, I want to talk about the preparation you had coming into today with the few little time that you had. What did you guys focus on?
FlyQuest is going home.
Yeah, obviously at Worlds when
Let's
you're
go.
this deep into the season, you're not going to be picking up a whole load of new champs. You're not going to be able to reinvent.
Kayaknya itu
yourselves.
kacamatanya kok botak. Nggak boleh gitu, body shaming bro.
On FlyQuest emotionally, so I think a reset there was important.
Tidak boleh body shaming ya.
Now that the best of the West side story has kind of like been shelved for now, it's very much about focusing on our opponent today, and obviously we didn't know until the last minute, but CFO is a team that we've been kind of like eyeing for a long time. They've obviously been going to internationals and performing just like we have for the better part of the year, so this is definitely an exciting game for us. So I think our heads are all right today, and now it's about performing.
Buset, itu bunyi motor berisiknya.
To a bit more struggling situation as you're in right now. How did you readjust your players' expectations?
Yeah, it's not all me. Obviously, it's like the whole group coming together, but I think most of it is just when you're in Worlds, when you're in this like time chamber of being in one place for a long time, being in a foreign land for a long time, scrims against tougher and tougher teams, and you have domestically, it's easy to look at things you can't do, like, oh, we can't draft that against a good team, we can't do this against a good team, and you start to lose the things that made you special domestically or at other parts in the year. And I think it's always good to take a step back to reassess those things and to remember what the good times look like. And I think we've been able to do that very, very well.
Great to hear from Papa Smithy, of course, as articulate as ever. And we miss you here on the broadcast, Papa. Anyway, let's see how they're going to adjust, because they're going to require a lot of that pep talk, because of course that interview was done during this game that we just witnessed, and it was messy. I'm going to go with messy.
That is one descriptor to go with.
Yeah,
yes.
That's what I went with.
It certainly
good about
was. Honestly, yeah. I mean, you know, trying to refocus after a game like that does take a lot of work, but you have to be able to do that at the pro level. You know, sometimes. Yeah. Especially even just as a normal League of Legends player, there are games that I play and I need to immediately cleanse my brain of what just happened. So they need to be able to do that. Sometimes you just have to be able to cleanse what just went down. Of course, you still need to have takeaways for cleanly.
Yeah. Kaiwing making up for the lack of experience in the early game with all of the experience he's had in his life, which is was enough to get them over the line, but there were ups and downs on both sides, right? Because of course, not quite figuring out the lane swap mechanics effectively on CFO's side, putting themselves behind early. But I still think that the draft was problematic.
2-0 kah CFO? Sekuat itu CFO anjir.
Damage was going to come from. I think now we can see what's going to happen as we head towards champion select for game number 2 and see where the pivots are going to be.
Yeah, what I would do
Ayo
is
kita doakan top e-sport menang ya di sini.
Just focus all on your gameplay.
Lagian kenapa CFO duluan ya? Kenapa nggak top e-sport dulu gak sih?
And you know, go back to basics of tracking enemy.
Bete ketinggalan satu game aja deh, kagak seru.
The next possible move for them, taking into account what their next big goal is. And for CFO, they've got to feel very confident.
Driver
heading
out.
into
Kalau
this
driver
one.
out
Now with some
berarti
extra room to work with.
mau main carry
CFO
top
are
kah?
in a very, very good headspace as far as progressing this one. Of course, they did have a very good setup, but they also just performed way better in the actual game.
Yeah. Speaking of setups, we have a slight
Oh enggak.
peripheral issue.
Oh itu mah Junjia ya.
And so we are just delayed a little bit.
Match satu play kalah gara-gara kuat blunder di ulti Baron.
Both of these
Oh.
teams some time extra to settle.
That's what it was. Peripheral.
Bukan ini, bukan CFO menang dari awal.
Something like that.
Finalnya berarti tanggal 1 sampai 2 kah? 89. Finalnya tanggal
some humps to
9.
get over here for both of these teams. I think FlyQuest putting their best foot forward until
Kalau kalian di
the
Jakarta kan ada itu nanti tanggal 9 di mall apa gitu.
on your screen right there.
Nonton final.
But I think that they're going to have to rally if they want to stay here, right? Because if it is one of these situations where, you know, mentally you're not necessarily as in it, then, I mean, it's only going to get worse from here, right? I mean, the semifinals, the quarterfinals, the finals, they are all the most mentally strenuous things you can do on a League of Legends broadcast. And so, therefore, I mean, if you can't handle this...
Itu tidak tahu landasan pesawat deh. Ketika dia tidak sopan ya.
If you're going to lose, so let's see who will be able to perform under pressure. Always talking about the poise on stage here.
Wah, Res main. Kalau Res main berarti picknya tuh
And we do not want that on the world stage. He says after
2 match lagi maksudnya.
in the last game.
Straight from minute one.
Yeah, I was
baby.
like, I have to make up for this. I'm going to pretend this is the third best of 3. As we can see, Charlie starting to get a little bit animated here, so I think that's telling me that we might be getting closer.
Angin
and
kencang
closer
banget. Pintu aku
towards a,
jeblak-jebluk
draft
dari tadi.
starting. And you have some confirmation because there might be a little bit of a spoiler here on the stage. So getting very, very close to it, and looking forward to seeing what the adaptation is going to look like.
Si Dogo pede banget anjir. Itu gak bisa main kayak gitu tuh. Walaupun orang sering muji, wah Dogo mainnya pede banget. Gak bisa main kayak gitu cu. Dikira ranked anjir.
And so a lot of things are going to change as far as the ban list is concerned. I think Oriana's still going to stay there and things like that.
I think in the last game,
Oh,
CFO had
ganti
a pretty
strategi kah?
good read of
CFO gitu sekarang mereka 3 game gak bakal pakai top laner yang sama kecuali final. Kalau misalkan belum final, strateginya bakal gitu. Game 2 res, nanti game 3 driver. Kalau game pertama res, game kedua driver, game ketiga res.
That puts a lot of pressure here on first pick Sion if CFO don't ban it.
The problem for me
Rice
is if
ya,
they don't
Rice.
first
Hongkyo
pick
mau main
ban,
Rice ini.
I mean, if Rest picks
Tapi
that up and
kalau
they
misalkan
get
di
something else, because
di
I would
red
say-
side berarti Rice-nya ada kemungkinan diambil sama
If you are
Quad
banning
sih.
Ambessa right now, you have to.
Kalau
you
nggak
gotta
diambil
first
sama
pick
Quad
Sion,
berarti
even
Hongkyo
though
bisa
they
dapat
can
price ini.
Yeah.
I think you still do it.
And we have seen the
Oh,
Trundle pick,
Masu
even
ngambil
though
Kaisa.
It's Trundleable. Trundleable, fun word.
Tapi aku kurang suka gameplaynya Dogo kayak gitu, kepedean anjir.
Obviously, the Kaiser Hover is going to come in first, but then Whippo will it just be
Berasa main ranked coach.
the little grin is
He know,
worrying,
you
but it's
know,
gonna be the
yeah,
same
you
there.
know.
Sionnya
yeah.
diambil sama
It's like
Buipo.
enough funny business, enough funny
Res ini kalau bisa dia main itu siapa yang masuk lubang itu? Rek'Sai atau
Let's see
oh
what the answer. Okay, here the
Oh my
cheeky
God.
hover, cheeky hover.
Imagine if he did it though.
Yeah.
Imagine if he
oh
did
ini
it.
mah
Back into
itu apa
Whippo,
nih?
who has been a
Bohongan
fan
ini.
of this champion.
Isn't it ridiculous? They're not even
Trundle.
smiling, you know? It's like
Kalau Trundle
I mean,
mau
should be-
main itu
should be
kah?
Rise
Yorick.
Trundle, right?
Yorick ke Sion biasanya sering dipakai, tapi Rise sih.
gonna be a lot of
Soalnya di
pretty
sini
short
udah ban
range,
Oriana
so
sama
might be an
Cassiopeia pasti
opportunity
main
for Fly to
Rise.
be able to capitalize on that.
Hongkyo. Di sininya
Let's see. Expecting
kalau
the
sama
trend.
Rise biasanya
Expecting it, but what would they then be worried about Inspired doing?
Huh?
Like,
Kiana kah?
theoretically here.
oh, Trundle.
Okay, yeah, just do it no matter what anyway.
Z.
Yeah.
The Z into Trundle angle. I don't know. Inspired, of course, has a lot of other things that he could do if we go back.
I mean, he
into
could
some-
Oof, Inspire main Nidali.
If I'm
Damn.
thinking about it theoretically, he could Ivern.
Nidali
Ivern
is pretty
is
strong,
quite good
though.
into Trundle because you make it hard for the Trundle to move around the fights. And it would be a FlyQuest classic of doing the front-to-back team fights I was talking about where they build for just a crazy 5
Oh, Kiananya diambil.
Okay, Kiana is the other way. You can go for the extra mobility here, try and dance around him and burst him instead.
This is a pick
What?
that I imagine LPL commentators would be like, oh wow. this is
Semua
such a
orang kayak
Kiana
bagus
vibe.
dipakai Sion
On the
sekarang,
other hand,
emang
nothing
sebagus
talked
itu
about at all
Sion.
worlds. I'm sorry if I'm a broken record. I'm terrified of Kiana. I think the champion doesn't necessarily
What?
work all that well.
Kalau
but
Ryze
let's see whether
biasanya
Inspired
mid lanernya,
can,
oh iya Ani
teach
bisa.
me otherwise. Is Quad going to go back towards the Annie? Certainly a lot of comfort here for him.
Yeah, I feel like if you're not Kanavi,
Ani kalau nggak Twisted Fate sih,
or
Quad kayaknya nggak bisa
Yen
Twisted
or
Fate ya.
Tarzan, then it does
Biasanya counternya Twisted
reduce
Fate.
a little bit of the
Di mid
excitement, but
Ryze itu.
we've definitely had other good Kianas
Yep.
as well. So,
Inspired
all right.
pretty
Tapi
good at
hard
video
sih,
games too,
isinya
so I
ada
think that we
3
would,
ini.
Probably trust him to make it work out. Honky, let's see what he's going to be picking up here, whether it's going to be something for rest or whether it's going to be something
Ya,
else.
Rek'Sai
Oh,
counternya
Rest
masih
looking
on.
for his, Rek'Sai license.
Masalahnya Bang Res bisa main Rek'Sai kayak Zeus. Good luck lah, Res.
Yeah, I mean, Keen
Dogo ini
was
Ezreal ini, Dogo.
brutalizing that lane. Like, Keen got
Kayaknya
massive
sih.
power plate advantage.
Ezreal ke
Absolutely
Kiana
made
Ani
the
enak
Rek'Sai
sih.
counter into Sion really worth it. Got huge extra gold value. Played the lane really
Kalau nggak
well,
Ezreal,
so we'll see if Rest
Ziggs.
can
Soalnya ada,
replicate
oh
that
main
success.
Ziggs ini Dogo.
Whippos
Dogo main
Sion.
Ziggs soalnya DPS-nya Ryze. Iya. Kalau nggak di ban sih Ziggs kayaknya. Dogo. Iya. Ziggs ini. Di sini ada Ziggs sama Braumnya harus diambil dulu, kecuali Braumnya di ban. Atau Ziggs-nya di ban.
FlyQuest already have like really straightforward, explosive engage. You know they're going to try and quickly engage on you. So the other possibilities of counter engage for CFO are things that you also have to worry about. But the
Iya, CFO satu game lagi. Oh, Dogo main Ziggs ini. Ben Braum mungkin. Atau Ben Smolder. Smolder, Braum. Atau Lulu, Ben Lulu. Ben Lulu, Smolder, Braum. Kalau mau main Ziggs. Ezreal ban. Kalau Ziggs-nya nggak di ban, bisa Ziggs ini Dogo. Ayo FlyQuest. Nah, dapat Ziggs, Braumnya nggak ada. Ziggs, Ryze, Trundle, Rek'Sai.
Yeah, and then you're
Atau
looking
Smolder,
at engage supports like Rel. Some of them have been whittled down here. Rel looks pretty good because there's no more Braum or Alistar or Rakan.
Tapi kalau misalkan Ziggs dulu, ini sisa 2-nya bisa anti magic aja. Ambil Bard-nya dulu. Lihat dulu 2 ini aja.
Oh, Nico's still up.
Yeah, we still have Nico. Nice.
Picked or banned throughout most of Worlds, but kind of slipped under the radar in this one. But I guess that does make sense. A bit of a shapeshifter. Yeah. Masu, let's see what we're going to be rounding out this.
Tapi kebanyakan AP-nya. Ada 4 anjir AP-nya.
Yeah, true.
So they control the
Lucian.
radar as well as the one that will slip by it. Okay, here we go.
Lucian nih.
Elimination your
Lucian
entire
Nami
year on
in
the line.
2025.
And we get North American Lucian Nami. This is
Apa deh lawan Lucian? Sena kah? Sena bisa sih. DPS-nya Ryze. Apa sih Pir? Sena is not bad though, actually. I think Sena is good.
There is so much follow-up as well from all of like the CC.
You can do Sena,
land,
Dogo.
right? You get an unstoppable onslaught, supreme display of talent.
The Raven! The Raven! Let's go!
Oh no!
Holy shit, the Raven. The Raven.
And then you see the
Yeah.
even it feels level 2. Take half
Holy
of your health
shit,
bar.
the Raven.
Doggo Draven
Here we go.
is fearsome. All right.
Well,
Kasih
it's
tahu,
probably
kasih
going to
tahu,
be
Dogo.
lane swap again,
Kasih tahu siapa bosnya.
and that makes me feel even more worried.
Yang udah lolos Swiss stage siapa, Kai?
Because
Belum.
We saw what he
Oh,
did. There on the
maksudnya
top
yang
side
lain.
of the map.
Yang lain
So
ada
there could be
Genji,
another
Anyone's
early cash
Legend,
in here
KT
for
Rolster,
Doggo.
G2.
As CFO, they are not messing around. They want to finish this up 2-0 so they can focus on the best of fives.
Draven, cuy.
So much extra pressure too on the scouting for level 1
Yeah.
to play the guessing game
Draven.
of who is going to go top, and are you going to guess that they're guessing that you're going to implement the lane swap.
Yeah, how far deep do you go on guessing if the guessing is guessing?
Plus, then Kaiwing, don't go top before 4 minutes. Do not get detected.
He may have had some discussions with the coaching staff in between the series. So I think that one will be shored up. And that's if indeed we do get a lane swap scenario. It could just be that they're willing to go toe-to-toe and see whether they can win out in the early stages of the laning phase. But I kind of like FlyQuest composition a little bit more than last time around. I think I can see where the damage is going to come from late game.
Bipo dibully champion female.
There's three
Bener.
threats that are legitimately
Ini
terrifying on
apa
this
nih?
squad, and then a lot of
Bipo
CC
ketemu
to
female,
back it up.
dia
Here we are.
langsung lemah katanya,
Game
weakness-nya
number
aja.
two, Fly desperately trying
Kena
to
counter
stay
Bipo, Cok.
alive
Ketemu
here at
female
Worlds
champion.
2025. CFO looking to knock them out.
What the
right here,
hell,
right now.
misogyny.
And the lane that might determine it
What the
could very
hell?
well be that mid lane. 18-year-old Hong Q.
2-0 kah, CFO, let's go.
For him, so much hype behind
Bring
him.
it on.
And you can see the progression from him over every international event that CFO have been to this year. Meanwhile, Quad really had some really bad plays, honestly. Just kind of in the previous game.
I was
and
waiting
has
for you to
lock
sugarcoat
in.
it, and
yeah,
and you
I was thinking about it, and it was just bad. But we'll see if they can clean it up here. Doggo is deep. Doggo's behind it.
Busio ngapain?
The axes are spinning
Oh,
as the blooming burst comes
susah.
on down. This is
No
a
flash, oke.
definitely.
Hong Q? Wah,
Does
nice
have a
try.
blast cone there as the rest of CFO. I mean, if you knew that they were looking to get as
Okay,
much
Busio, no
information as
flash.
possible, maybe you weren't expecting all of CFO to just be hanging out here in the jungle. But now, Busio's come back to lane with one potion. Does have, of course, the ebb and flow, so he's going to be able to heal himself back up again, but that's going to eat through a lot of his mana at this stage of the game.
And it's just what you want to do when you have a Draven lane
Guys,
for
berarti
bottom side. You want to split jungle
kalau
pressure.
misalkan CFO lolos ke knockout stage, berarti itu LCP baru pertama kali masuk ke knockout stage lagi setelah 2000 berapa? Terakhir kapan masuk knockout stage LCP?
This is just set up so tremendously well
Apak terakhir
for
kali
CFO
masuk
in their bottom side of the map to snowball here.
knockout kapan?
Inspired
2021?
is he just going to accept
2021
the split
ada
map
nggak?
here and
I think
just
he
say
has to,
Masu and
right?
Busio, you just have to defend for yourselves.
Itu berarti 2000 berapa? 2013.
Dive is going to come in, but as you say, it's not about the dive. It's about just making sure that this 2v2 will
Terakhir kali
always exist
2013.
without CFO needing to worry about any sort of
Damn.
Kiana making her way down.
Yeah.
Looks like it's going to remain the case here as Doggo and Kaiwing continuing to lay down the pressure. Inspired now on those Raptors and is at a decent clip as far as clearing out the jungle.
Yeah, and you kind of just have to accept it because it is a Trundle. So Trundle is king in the early stages. Both those junglers, though, have really dominated their regional leagues. As you can see, Junja, we talked about him, 7 in a row.
And
And,
Inspired,
Jungle
I mean,
accolade.
he's been talked about as the Western GOAT for a really long time. And I think he's had a decent Worlds as well. I
Kena.
don't think it's necessarily going
T1
to be
paling
on
jam
him, right?
5 kali. Jam 5
Certainly,
sore.
They need to come together, and we'll see whether
Nah,
they
ini.
can utilize some of the aggression from Inspired to make things happen. Because Kiana, if she's going to work, she needs to do stuff. You know, you need to get that ball rolling. As Ardent Blaze, with a little bit of a double tap there, is going to soften up Doggo momentarily. But Junja still here towards the bottom side after taking down that crab.
And it's always interesting, too, with split maps. Okay, Honky's going to roam over really early.
Oh, dear.
Inspired's here. They know that this is a possibility. They're going to
Buset.
try and counter.
Seriusan?
See, they can actually see the rise.
Gak ada ulti sih, si itunya.
CFO.
Oh,
This is the
nice
dive
try.
angle. As they did want to utilize some
Bipo
of the,
dibully anjir sama
the
Rexy.
cannon tech, but it's not quite going
Raizu,
to work out.
nice.
Inspired, good defensive play
T1 lawan siapa? T1 lawan M-Koi kalau gak salah ya. Dadah M-Koi. M-Koi gak mungkin menang selawan T1. Maaf aja nih mah.
Yeah, Rek'Sai sustain really advantageous up there in the isolated lane.
Ooh, Tangle Bob's going to miss. Probably keeping Masu alive there, as we can see. Doggo not off to as good a start as he got last time around. His squad taking a lot of damage here from Honky. Landing that last Q was actually
Oh,
a big
Inspire.
deal, as level 6 is ticked over here.
BTW Trundle 3 item. Ngeri anjir. Item core-nya nggak, aku nggak tahu Deadman Plate item core-nya apa bukan ya. Tapi kalau misalkan Trinity Force-nya dikasih Deadman Plate, itu Trundle larinya kayak setan anjir, serem banget cok. Larinya kayak setan di film horor itu si Trundle kalau dikasih Deadman Plate sama core itemnya. Dogo ngapain anjir? What is Dogo doing? Oh my god, this Dogo! Oh my god, what the fuck is this Draven, bro? Dogo is actually insane. Dogo, this is not Wild Rift, Dogo. Dogo, this is not Wild Rift. What the hell?
It was actually days. It was ridiculous the amount of time that he ate.
Regardless, yeah, you have to knock him out of the cannon form.
Don't play like that. Nice though.
Stop to those dives, and so Doggo does get the kill early on Damasu before it goes down. So he got the kill before losing stacks, so he was able to cash in on
Bro
those.
hidup seperti Larry aja.
Extra, leading to extra gold lead here, but then also in mid lane.
Just flash forward
solo kill kah?
when he just killed
Buset, si Evo kuat banget,
And
cok.
he truly has been outperforming in the mid lane.
Ini insanity sih, what the fuck.
So, one tower shot with the heal and good dodge of the bubble by the way.
Anjir. Oh, Nikonya jadi itu, jadi apa? Apa sih namanya? Cannon ya. Makanya nggak ditembak si Dogo. Nice dive tuh.
Is really nice there for Doggo 700.
Nico free ya? M-Koi gak tahu apa yang ada di pikiran M-Koi. Nico free anjir. Emang sebroken net itu Nico. Gua tuh di Diamond. My god. What is this Wild Rift player doing in pro scene, man? The hell?
They are going to be swapping Masu towards that top side, the train. The port of call going to be this bottom lane out of turret.
So CFO winning every single lane in this game and affords them the luxury of controlling the early game map as well. So constantly having priority there to move in and make the extra move on FlyQuest. We'll see how this continues towards Grubs. We're approaching the 8-minute marks here. So this is kind of the break point of do FlyQuest actually get to change something since they have a Scion, but no ultimate. As you called out, the ultimate was used to get back to bottom lane. So
Pasifik ada 15, Flywall sama AHQ, Prime Karsa Maple. Germania Jungle Maple juara TPS itu gak pernah playoff. Damn, berarti 10 tahun terakhir kali Apak masuk knockout stage. Ayo Sevo, jadilah yang pertama. Potensinya terlalu besar. Alah, Junjia masuknya jelek banget. Deket tembok anjir lawan 3 grams. Trik lawan Yanto pakai Niko, pasif Yanto kan gak kepake kalau Niko skill terus berubah jadi minion. Iya benar. Basic attack minion gak ngasih shield ke Yasuo. Cuma kalau kitanya dipukulin juga, kalau Yasuonya pinter mah tinggal pukulin aja Nikonya. Jangan nunggu pasif shield. Pukul saja Nikonya.
of the amount of health that CFO.
Jangan lupa beli bawa grabs of Undying
If they
biar
realm warp over,
nge-heal.
that could be 4 people diving FlyQuest, and they're going to do it.
Yep, the realm warp is going to come in. Junjun looks to turn up. Honkyu.
Ush,
That's so
udah
much
dapat
damage
itu
already.
Dogo.
Why is this
Bisa
Rice
banget.
doing so
Ah,
much
hati-hati
work?
guys.
As
Sion.
Master in so much trouble. The Pop Smith
Ani.
gonna connect onto Busio. Another cash in, and it's a double for
Double kill Dogo.
Dogo.
Wow, udah tamat
5-1
tamat
the kill
fly
scoring
cuy.
with 3 of those kills
Kelar
on
udah
this
fly.
Draven.
Udah
It's
GG
looking
dah.
real good here in game 2 for CFO.
Nice try fly.
Very successful play. They're able to make it before Busio can soak level 6.
Wipo,
Busio
kebuli
on the
banget
down,
lane dia,
still
anjir.
no ultimate. So he didn't have that to create the extra time
Halo,
for the
Bang.
teleport from Quad to
Gimana,
come
Bang?
in.
Naganya, Bang?
Quad's
Seru,
teleport
Bang.
gets nothing. Inspire trying to finish off the dragon.
Res agak maksa sih
It's a
Bang
2v2
Res.
here.
No
Dragon
smite
and
kah?
Rest against Inspired and
Oh,
Whippo, and it's the
ada
flash out
smite.
from Inspired to get him to safety. Rest just feeling like he can do anything
Ya,
he
Res
wants here
chill
in this
aja, bro.
bottom lane on this Rek'Sai.
Perasaan Res kemarin gak sejago ini anjir.
Full party Rek'Sai.
Damn.
Fantastic.
I'm sorry,
That is
Res.
the
That's the
best one.
go-to,
I'm
right?
not
That is the best
familiar
one.
with your game, brother.
Regardless, CFO are very rich.
Yes.
CFO, investing a lot in
I'm not
money.
familiar with your
Whereas
game.
FlyQuest are scraping together some of these early game objectives that don't give you much power outright. So CFO are really well positioned to just steamroll over the rest of this game with keeping up the pressure on every single lane, and they do just that. They're going to push in towards this tower. More turret plate money.
Oh no.
Stop the recall for extra tempo.
Sudah saatnya
advantage.
Eropa
It is
bangkit
just
lagi.
So well done here for CFO in the early
Selamat
stages.
tinggal
That should
America.
be this outer turret falling down here
Nice to
on
meet
CFO's
you.
side. Unless Quad is going to be enough to deter them. It's a large wave coming on in. Quad might be able to deal with this, but Doggo gets another 2 axes. I mean, he's got a Bloodthirster already at 11 minutes into this game. So just going to wait. Quad is going to be allowed to live for the moment. And I think on this wave, this turret is going to be dead, and I don't think you'd want to
Pesan
push
tiket
him
ini
up.
mah.
That's exactly what he considers.
Lihat
as
aja
well.
menit ke-12 udah first tower.
First turret falling. The last play
Dadah.
picked up as well here by Doggo.
Anjir di
And it's
edging
already
gitu
a
tawarin
2,000
kocak.
gold lead. Make that about 2.2 just for the Draven alone.
Undertiff mah respect aku.
Alright.
Mereka bisa nge-fight tim yang sangat kuat, bro.
I think it's a garage sale or something like that.
Mereka hampir ngebantai
There's another one
T1.
here, but maybe they can kill Whippo at the same time. He gets knocked up. Junjun turns up
Buset.
as well. And now
Wipo nyangkut.
Killer is going to be put down, and the ulti
Alah,
comes
Res.
on through for Res.
Aduh.
Tries to get himself out of the way. Junjun was
Wah,
taking
nice
the
try.
turret. Whippo is pretty tanky.
Ya mati dong
So
Res.
they're not gonna be able
Kena
to kill him.
bubble.
Red Bubble is going
Aduh,
to
Lucian
catch the
nge-kill
Rek'Sai as he
tuh.
tries to
Tidak.
flee. And this time,
Ah,
Busio
iya.
has the wave and takes down the Rek'Sai. FlyQuest answering back.
Putting a stop to this snowball that CFO had been creating. They do get the extra money countering the dive here after it is unsuccessful onto Bwipo. Also allowed them to push out on the rest of the map, so they gain a little bit of breathing room.
Yep.
From the onslaught that CFO had been delivering. That takes care of the Rise teleport, but it is still a extra teleport back and available for Rest as well.
Ngedive
So
Sion nih
they catch
kayaknya
the mid wave
bukan pilihan yang
as
bagus.
well as the bottom wave.
The one good thing is that it's Master that's able to benefit, right? And so that gold lead that we were just talking about has shrunk about 500
Diving Sion
gold.
is a pretty bad decision.
Probably going to expand
It's
again.
still
though.
big, yeah.
We're still at the garage sale, as it turns out. There's just team fights and stuff like that, and Summoner's Rift at the garage sale. And Doggo wants to collect some more plates. He's got a very busy dinner party coming up.
Yeah, I mean, we're also seeing one of the reasons why, if you're a team like CFO that had all 3 winning lanes, you are fine when FlyQuest basically sell out, sending everybody to get Void Grubs, because they're not going to get much money out of those Void Grubs attacking turret plates, because they're almost never up at the turret plates. CFO are the ones with no Void Grubs, and they've taken complete towers in addition to turret plates on all of the other towers as well. So,
and the turret plates still have 30 seconds, right? So it's just mid lane that is really still with a whole bunch of them there. Doggo is, of course, now parked in said mid lane. Looks like the defense is going to come on through. Stand aside comes down. The wave
Oh,
avoided.
Nami ulti.
Doggo able to press
Takut
W.
gitu anjir Nami.
Flash
Lihat
rolls.
lihat Draven langsung ulti.
As it could be on the 10th year since it was the LMS at the time, but
Langsung
an
dilempar
LCP
nggak
team
ulti.
has made it to the top 8. It could be CFO making it back. It would be such a huge thing, because in that year, it was AHQ and Flash Wolves. They were both there. As the culling is going to come on through here. Now with no turret plates, this turret is under a lot more threat. And especially with a big old Draven there, they will be able to take that one down. Second turret here for CFO as they keep this snowball
CFO udah dapat 2 turret. Baron apa top lane-nya kebuli. Lane-nya nggak bisa maju. Wah, sumpah. Rek'Sai-nya lumayan ternyata.
Well, he's also digging.
This Rek'Sai is doing good.
With this massive lead, and I do love that.
Menit 14 blue turret tamat sudah
the
Amerika.
history here of
This is not look
region,
good
and
though.
being so proud of Flash Wolves. Wait a second.
Wih, oh tidak Hongkyu. Wih, maybe. Wih, aduh kena ulti lama. Ya dia lari ke tembok cuy.
FlyQuest scraping together some mid-game
Herald
kills.
lagi.
This does not close
Jelek
the
timingnya.
gap, but it does get them some money to work with.
This is not good.
Opening, and now at least they've moved it into the direction of starting to close. As Rift Herald immediately going to get started up as well, trying to snowball the
I mean,
play into
Drafer is
something else.
pretty fat. I think Draven can 1v4.
They are going to fight. They have a very large
Maybe not.
the will
Okay.
to do so. Should be
Let's
this Rift Herald going down.
Dogo
and that is
berpikir
BI
dia
collected
Guma.
by Inspired. So there we go. The pendulum swings once again. Now back towards FlyQuest. CFO, I feel like they know what this comp wants to do, right? They are playing with so much gusto. Everything needs to be, we're moving into the enemy jungle, we're ready to dive, we're ready to try and get kills. Understanding the longevity of the comp isn't necessarily
Don't gang Saiyan.
as that is going to be
Jinja got
able to
the
even out
first
these
strike.
dragons. You're in a turret, that is so much money.
Bro,
Over
inner
to CFO,
turret.
it's a cloud soul this game as well.
18,
We love to see
16 menit. Inner turret. Oh my
FlyQuest
god.
unable to defend.
FlyQuest, what is happening?
These minions.
Yep, CFO keeping up the pressure. Nice rotation.
Yo,
from them.
aku
Into
berharap
the
3
bottom
game
side.
sih.
Again,
Walaupun aku
the
dukung CFO.
Rek'Sai answer this time around.
This is just
Constant
a massacre.
harassment, Constant pressure on the Scion.
This is bad.
We'll see about FlyQuest's response for the other side, though.
And Kobe, are you sick of seeing stats that come up and we're like, oh, this player has great stats? I'm kind of sick of
You
that.
want some bad ones?
Like, because we get Junjers like
Ini mah
19
2-0
and
ya.
5
Udah
on
seru
Trundle. Man,
dia.
he's so good at Trundle. How about this one? Doggo's Draven, 4 and 10 over his career.
Nice.
Guess what one of those 4 wins was?
Dogo Dravennya belum pernah kalah sepanjang karirnya katanya. What the fuck? Are you crazy?
He did get that win over T1 with the Draven, and it was
What?
in spectacular fashion.
It was.
Solo killing
Insane.
multiple people in that game. We'll see this time around. It wasn't a solo kill, or they haven't been solo kills for him so far. They were, assisted.
Yep.
But it was constant pressure from the opening of the game, and that has been true for CFO.
Towernya udah
as we
botak
see them
ini,
take
Wak.
another
Apa
tower
rencananya
here.
FlyQuest?
Again, pushing with all lanes. They are not relenting.
Tapi ada Sion sih ya. Sion sih stucknya. Stucknya sih ya. Hongkyu kenapa inting lah? What is Hongkyu doing?
That was a choice.
Another quick kill for
Very nicely
FlyQuest. While CFO have kept up the pace and have cashed in. taking
Hongkyu
all
kenapa
of these
inting dari
towers.
tadi? What happened with
4
him?
towers for CFO, 0 for FlyQuest. FlyQuest are, well, now Bwipo is in a bit of trouble.
Yeah,
Pengalihan isu kah? Ya, ultinya gak ada yang ngalangin.
As Bwipo is able to make his way to safety. The fight didn't eventuate anywhere else around the Raptors. And so we are going to have a bit of a stalemate. But still about 4,000 gold to lead for CFO, but they need to keep their foot on the gas.
Yeah, I mean, this 2-item Kiana. Inspired does a lot of burst damage. He has no more ultimate now.
Oh tidak, Dogo kamu sendiri. Buset, ultinya dimakan aja gak tuh sama dia. Wah ini mah taktik membuli Hongkyu kah? Hongkyu dibikin gak main anjir sama FlyQuest. I think FlyQuest know what they're doing. Draven early boleh bantai-bantai, tapi kalau misalkan Hongkyu gak jadi late game bahaya anjir.
Has the sole gold lead for the team, level 12 on the Kiana
Late
as
game
well.
Hongkyu kagak jadi bahaya,
If you
Cok.
make these quick bursty plays is exactly how you want to try and abuse this champion. Of course, they also have the Rift Herald to work with. So next time when they make
Hongkyu dibikin gak main sama FlyQuest.
could cash in on their first turret of the game
Yeah.
and start to make more and more headway towards closing this gold lead. They have taken little chunks out of it.
Yeah, every little by little. And it could also be another opportunity to pick themselves up another dragon, right? It's currently even, so it's not like a race to get themselves a soul or anything like that, but having a dragon advantage is always so incredibly valuable.
Geng aneh lah, guys.
See CFO though, all grouping towards his top side, looking to steal away this blue buff for now. Honky's decided that he just wants some bodyguards, and I do not blame him based on what has happened over the last 6 or so minutes of this game. I think his Azir was absolutely phenomenal in the last game, but this Rise has been targeted. See how he manages to cope with this. As once again,
Trundle-nya build
running
apa, Ti?
towards him, does
Mati
get
lagi
stunned
kah
up as
Hongkyu?
the tidal wave comes in
Kena.
as well. There's a great knock-off
Astaga.
flash out of the way from the bubble. That is
Orang-orang
still
kenapa
Hongkyu
sama
once again
Hongkyu, anjir?
under a whole lot of threat as Masu with
Kenapa
the
dendam
cleanse.
gitu sama Rise,
As
kocak?
Kaiwing needs to get himself out of that situation. I don't think this Otacon
What
is
is
going
your
to be an option for them as
problem?
Masu dashing in. Supreme Display
Oh,
talent
no,
goes wide, has inspired also able to get
Junjun,
into stealth. And will
Kiana
be able
no.
to keep him alive against Doggo and Rest, but you can see that CFO, they want nothing to do with this fight.
Atakan
That
dong,
is
atakan,
flash
atakan.
on both Hongkyu and Doggo.
Yo, atakan,
So
brother,
Flyquest actually
brother.
get value out of it.
And it wasn't
Guys,
actually
we have vision.
the dragon that they were looking for. It was the Otacon
Alah,
instead,
Wipo.
down to 50%
Aish.
here as Junja puts his own pillar
Gak
down as
worth
they
it
wanna
deh,
take
kita
down
maju,
Tibbets for
dapat
all this
atakan
time.
mati aja.
He's going to break
Lepas
out, but
aja,
I
lepas
mean,
aja.
just aren't very many people
Lepas aja,
here
lepas aja.
for CFO. It'd have to be a
Oh,
steal
no,
as
I don't
now
like
Rest
it. I
looking for
don't
that
like
angle,
it.
trying to
Oh,
find the
no.
knockups here as out he goes, as
Draven!
Doggo just
Oh
takes
my
out
god!
one.
Draven Gaming?
Starting to
Wah, astaga, 1 versus 5.
He runs forward, Masu trying to get it in.
Yo, mau kemana bang? Bang.
And he gives the thumbs up as he looks to
Goodbye.
chase out Masu here.
Jesus.
There it is.
Oh my
Grabs
god,
that
what the fuck is that
triple.
Draven?
And Doggo on this Draven, looking
Anjir,
like it
Draven
would
apa
be
itu,
in that
Cok?
10 column.
The Realm Warp Nico Ultimate. Beautiful engage from CFO. Hongkyu is able to get Kaiwing right on top
Anjir,
of
sakit banget
Flyquest,
Draven-nya.
and they take down every last member. Clean it.
Anjir.
Oh my goodness.
Win rate
CFO
100% on Draven, what
busy
the
trying to
fuck?
count them out here, and it looked like with that Rift Herald they might be able to make the play, but it wasn't the case, and CFO now moved to an 8,000 gold lead as we have a look at it again.
Here it is. Realm warping in the Pop Blossom.
Oh,
Here comes
itu
Kaiwing.
combo
They get the
Rise
lock up
Nico
onto
ya?
the front line. Inspired
Combo
gets
Rise Nico,
kill
cuma itu sakit
before the
banget
Otacon
Draven,
is
anjir.
within stealing range.
Gelo.
And Doggo's just chasing down all of the extra members.
Win rate 100% by the way.
He did go with the
Gelo,
same
terbukti ya.
experimental hexblade
Sudah
build
boleh di ban bro,
that he did
Draven-nya. Ah, pusing kan lawan Draven kan.
And he chases them all
Sudah
down.
boleh di ban ya.
Okay, well,
Anyone's Legend aja nge-ban Draven loh.
before, Kobe. It was
Cari gara-gara ini Flyquest, tidak nge-ban Draven.
this is CFO with a huge advantage here. 7,500 gold. They're going to grab themselves this next dragon as well.
Hongkyu mati lagi nih.
Try and get some revenge here as Inspired is lying in wait.
Tim Indo adakah yang main LoL?
Pushing too far forward.
Ada,
That's a
tapi
lot
kalah
of
sama
gold
Filipin
there for that Draven.
di
Now with a 4,500
LCP wildcard.
individual lead and the most money in the game. CFO, let's see whether they can cleanly
Dogo,
close
you
this
better
one
not
out, or whether
giving
Fly is
shutdown,
gonna
alright?
miraculously find themselves a way back into this game.
Yeah. Historical game this is going to be for CFO as we have mentioned. You know,
Ya,
for the
Sion
region,
Draven nih, dua kekuatan powerhouse-nya CFO harus di ban anjir.
/PCS/LMS.
Wipo
Quarterfinals, and it just seems so right
maksa
for
kayak
this
make
CFO
Sion,
team.
kayak dia sebenarnya kagak
Progression
pengen
that we
main
have seen
Sion
from
itu.
them at international
Dia bikin
events
Deadman
over
Plate
the
lagi.
year. Really impressive stuff.
Nah, ini Deadman Plate-nya si Trundle sama Trinity Force-nya udah jadi. Lihat ya tar pas jalan si Trundle kayak setan anjir, lari.
I think it's so cool that we've got such a mixture
Larinya kayak setan itu,
of,
buta
like,
hijau.
veteran talent and brand new
Trinity sama
players, and
Deadman
then
Plate.
players that have been some of the best over the last few years. It's not like you've got one age group, then an old guy.
Tuh lihat, what the fuck is
or
this?
just a
Bro.
few veterans and then a young gun, like carry, like it's-
Cepet banget larinya.
Duro is the little baby, but then everybody else is old, and then you got T1 with
Kalau
veterans,
misalkan ada Nami
everyone else
mah
is young.
lebih ngebut itu.
This is, I feel like, a mix of a whole lot from CFO, but all of them just work so beautifully together. All 6 of their players on this team.
Kalau dikasih Nami lebih ngeri
Rest
lagi
has
tuh
come in
Trundle.
now on the rec side. And and looking to play a little bit more of that aggressive style. We have seen a few different builds.
Hybrid,
seems
bro.
to be the one that is a little bit more popular as far as the second item, but we did see more tanky options. I do kind of
Belum
like
saatnya kita harus makin jenong. Nanti pas G2 main baru kita
I
korbankan
think it is
rambut
important,
sebelah
to
kiri.
have that extra damage threat to really be able to threaten lethal on the back line. Definitely a big
Real,
fan.
itu Juja harusnya ada skin itu gak sih? Satpam. Kok nge-lag? No. No. No, no. No, please. No. No, internet kun. Bukan saatnya.
They have a whole bunch of knockups as well, so it's not just like any stuns and things like that that you do need to worry about, but I don't think Doggo is going to be too concerned about that one.
Yeah, and he's very tanky with this build, with the like bruisery build,
Yeah.
with the Bloodthirster and the Hexblade. So we'll see.
Nice
Split
game
push,
lu tadi.
Slow.
Yeah, the split push is correct here for CFO. Keep your bottom side pushing. They've got teleport ready on rest. So the rest of them going to apply pressure towards this Baron. 4-1 split push, and top lane's already going in their favor. So FlyQuest are getting kind of trapped in their own territory at the moment.
And it's just looking difficult to identify.
Is
what
FlyQuest
the
just
next play
gonna
should
slowly
be,
dying?
As Whippo was trying to find a little bit of an
Dibully
angle.
sih
Still
Onnya,
comes
Cok.
down Tangle Barbs as well to hold him in place, but he's not exactly a priority target. Rest seems to have found
Oh my
God
god,
here, so
CFO.
to clear out this minion wave.
No, why? Astaga, no.
Underneath the turret to avoid that one falling down to the Rek'Sai. And CFO just moved back towards this Baron.
Why
Cheeky little ward there
now?
is actually unseen, as now the Pillar is doing great work against Whippo once again. Good double knock up though, as he finds the ulti onto two.
Okay,
That is gonna
okay,
be
Nico.
Blossom connecting though out of cover.
Dadah,
He
Whippo.
finds the double. As Whippo able to make his way
Okay,
up,
Res.
but Doggo
Uy,
finds
nice
that
knock up, Res.
supreme display of
Oh my
talent.
god,
Doesn't
Lucian just
work
died.
at all, and Doggo keeps
Yo,
himself
2-0.
alive, because like you say, this
Dadah,
guy's a
FlyQuest.
tank on the Draven. Busio's turned into fish food.
It's been nice, FlyQuest. Thank you. Goodbye. See you next year. Udah kalah FlyQuest. Alamak, kenapa nge-lag hari ini ya?
Oh, and it is clean once again.
And they are looking to finish their 2-0
FlyQuest is
and move
gone.
on to
It's over.
quarterfinals.
And I've made a lot of ending calls about decades and things like that before. Here is another one, as CFO are going to do it after 10 years, making it to the
Yo,
top 8 here.
FlyQuest top
World's
8. Nice. Damn. Ini kenapa lagi? Takut, Cok.
Oh my god, look at this. As soon as Hong
Cuma internetnya kayak begini aja.
Go to bring out the Draven. They force into a split map situation right off the bat. Get the summoners, off of Busio, pushing him out. FlyQuest going to take their final bow, but to me, the story is all about CF. Because they've taken down FlyQuest, they've earned themselves this berth in the quarterfinals, and now they have
Tapi
a real
match-nya kagak
opportunity
seru
to
sih,
deal some
dibantai
damage here,
sih.
to take someone out in the best of 5
FlyQuest.
and show very best in the world. And the point is,
Ini kenapa dah? Kenapa sekarang ya? CM Kamen, stop udah.
Breast and Drive are getting their
Without Sion,
the
yeah.
best example that we've seen of a six-man roster actually work in both these.
CFO 2-0. Damn, my team. My god. CFO is officially top 8. Oh my god. GG. GG CFO. Bipo dibully banget sih tadi. Nggak jelas yuk. Boys got bullied hard. It's GG. Pasti rame nih. Reset modemnya kakak. Tadi kayak ini aku nih. Apa nih? GPU ku kumat. Restart OBS normal lagi. Entah apa yang terjadi pada my GPU. Ini di Twitter pasti rame nih.
My commiserations for the end of the run of FlyQuest this tournament. Let us start maybe by the match today, that all-important match versus CFO. Where do you think it ultimately went wrong?
LOL esport.
I feel like in game one, they messed up their swap pretty badly, and we got a decent early advantage. And I feel like we just didn't execute well in the team fights. We had, yeah, I mean, our team fighting was just not very good.
Serahin aja tropinya ke CFO, bener banget. True banget. Jogetan apa nih?
And then game 2, I think their early plan was just better than us, and they.
Tarian apa itu aja? Bro is not even. Bro di sub tapi masih ngedance aja. Driver, you play in game 1. What are you doing here?
I'm not sure what that was.
bro terkena absolute cinema. Yo, GG. What the heck is this? Kemenangan pertama Apax tim terakhir kali 2015. Wah. Berarti 10 tahun Apax nggak pernah. Damn. CFO will win this world for sure. Gila. Jago, bro.
Do better.
So, what is your excuse, Mr. Masu?
Losing a bit of our confidence, and I feel like we carried that a bit into today. And
Finally, maybe when
He
you
looks so
cross the whole
sad.
year and the lofty goals that were set for FlyQuest, also because of how well you did last year at Worlds, right?
Ya,
and the
tahun lalu
fact
kuat
that this
banget
is the end
FlyQuest.
of the
What's
year,
happened?
What do you want to say about the whole experience?
I mean,
CFOG
this entire
tuh,
year has
oh
been very
no.
fun to play.
No.
We made pretty much every tournament, and we played for like 11 months straight. So it was a very, very long season. It was really fun. It was really hard at times, but that's part of the competition, and that's what makes it so enjoyable. And
Iya,
as
kok
for our
bisa
expectations,
berani
I feel
gagal
like,
band Raven ya?
sadly, we were never able to actually reach them or play up to them, and that's just something we're gonna have to carry on with.
Yeah, it's just that's the end of the road for you here at Worlds. Thank you so much for being so candid and taking the time. I really appreciate it, and good luck in the future.
Thank you.
Back over to you.
Yeah, that was sad. I feel bad.
Thank you so much, Sharks and Masu, and shout out to the rest of FlyQuest, of course, for their amazing season. Now let's focus on the second matchup we have coming into today. It is going to be BLG taking on
BLG lawan
TES
TES,
for a
tidak.
rematch of the
Friendly
LPS
fire.
Season 3 finals. So the
No.
expectation here is that these teams, they should know each other
No.
pretty well.
Yeah, they know they're somewhat familiar, one could say. I mean, it's an exciting
Dukung
matchup
siapa,
for
Kak?
sure.
Oh iya,
and it feels
voting.
like that yesterday when we heard the reactions, we
Ganti
weren't sure if the
voting.
Yokyo fans were ecstatic or if they were disappointed.
Yeah, we couldn't really read the room in
Friendly
terms
fire.
of where their heads were at, but you already pointed out that BLG and TES, we've seen this matchup before.
Yeah, once or twice. Throughout the history, you can see that these teams have matched up so extensively. But
Aku dukung
Tes
on this year, biar nanti ketemu CFO terus kalah.
It was only really in split one where we saw Top Esports representing the LPL at that first stand tournament. Where again,
Let's go, Tes, come on, bring it on. Kita harus mengeliminasi BLG, para fraud itu. I don't want to see those fraud in quarterfinal. Fuck them.
Question marks still surround Top Esports coming into this tournament, even though they made the finals once again in Split 3.
And something to keep in mind, though, is that no matter regional results, usually things are really different when it comes to World. The preparation, the nerves coming together, and the LPL especially is really familiar with region kills. LPL versus LPL teams battling at Worlds is something we see pretty often.
This is pretty sad.
So I wanted to investigate this just because sometimes it does not go as planned, and it feels like, especially when two LPL teams face each other at the World Championship, everything kind of goes out the window. They get really, really, really comfortable because they are already comfortable with each other.
mainnya Tes sih, tapi BLG kemarin underperform banget.
Both teams talking about actually
Ya, semoga Tes menang.
when they're facing each other. You can see some of the results swapping back and forth between regional finals and Worlds. Some results going to chalk, as we already talked about with BLG versus
Itu interview
TES.
Spanyol ada masalah apa sama
BLG
Keria
has
deh?
been able to
Sampai
get
rame di
better-
Twitter.
the better of
Interview
TES
Spanyol.
more recently. However,
What?
based on their gameplay for both teams here, which I think has been
Emang
kind of
ada yang punya Keria
for both
mah?
teams,
Perasaan
I would
orangnya
still
chill
favor
deh.
TES in this matchup, which I feel horrified saying.
I mean, that's the scary thing. We really don't know who is going to show up today. All we know is we're looking at specific players individually. Knight is a man that is still a star for this BLG roster. And I know, Emily, we've been eyeing up that top side of the map for Top Esports as well.
Yeah, I mean, I think a lot of 369, and I also think Bin has been underperforming a little bit, unfortunately, at this event. It could end up being, thus far, it's been, I think, his worst international showing.
Gak pernah dengar Keria bad attitude.
So we'll see if he can step
Rumor
up
di mana-mana
against
sekali
these two
dengar
top
dari
winners.
bully macam dia,
Super
like,
familiar with each other, so I can't wait to see what happens.
A lot of nerves from both sides, and we know that it's gonna
Kayaknya
what
fitnah
teams
gak
can
sih?
both showcase today. So I went and investigated with
I
an
post
expert
interview
from
for
the
Everyone will
LPL
see the
with
way.
Candice, and I
I'm
checked
sad.
in
I prepared
earlier
good stuff
to
for
see
him
what
and
is the
studied about
Chinese
what he
fan
likes.
sentiment surrounding this
They were
matchup.
just similar ones Almedia and mention any strategies.
Candice, thank you so much for joining me ahead of this
What?
game, BLG versus TS. What do the LPL fans think about this matchup?
I think most
Apa
of
dia
them
nge-trash
are
talk?
kind of happy because we at least have one LPL team in the quarterfinals.
All right, yeah.
Make sure.
Yeah, we saw that the fans were actually cheering for when these teams drew each other. Do they have any preference on who they want to see advancing here?
Best
Both
of
teams
luck.
have been struggling so far.
Yes, both of them struggling in this kind of stage. So maybe we will wish the better
Rumor
performance team
doang
get
kali.
into the quarterfinal and make it farther.
All right,
don't
let's
see
who performs the
any.
best on the day.
Yeah.
Thank you so much for the interview.
And let's get into it. We are back for Top Esports versus BLG as we have a rematch of the LPL Grand Finals where BLG managed to pick up that 3-2 win, forcing Top Esports actually to go through the regional gauntlet to make it here to Worlds as the third seed. I think a lot of people
I don't know, it's just allegation. I don't think Keria do anything.
BLG is a star-studded lineup that wins through
Wait,
their solo
Shadow.
lanes, and Top Esports have some great players, but are much more macro-orientated and objective setup-orientated as a team.
Yeah, absolutely agree.
Ayo Tes, bantai
the
BLG
surprising
Tes.
thing, I think for a lot of people
Please.
has been, you know, not just at Worlds,
Beat
but
this
specifically at
fraud.
Worlds, Bin has not been playing to his standard. I think this year in general has been more of a down year for Bin. He has obviously had his moments, but still, even for a down year for Bin, you're expecting him coming in Worlds, and against a lot of the competition that they've had, which is lower level competition, you kind of expected him to be stomping or at very least be competitive. He's been getting solo killed, he's been having a lot of these shocking moments, and it has become less about the stars on BLG and more about the star on BLG, which is Knight, because this guy, I felt, was dragging his team, kicking and screaming yesterday.
Especially in that second game.
Everyone wanted to go home, and Knight is like, no! We've got Worlds to play!
The blonde game, he just gets that quadra kill down towards the bottom side jungle. The question is, will Bin step up? Will both these teams step up? Because both of them have been underperforming compared to the expectations that we had for them coming in. Both of them have been underperforming compared to how they played in the LPL.
Kalau jungle BLG si Shadow 50-50 kalau Bejuan susah sih BLG.
That's what I was gonna say. Is this is often
I don't
one of the
care.
phenomenon you
I
see
just
at
want to see
Worlds
they
is that
lost.
At Worlds, you are
Freaking
really out
fraud.
of your comfort zone, right? You're playing against teams and players that you're much less familiar with. You don't really have that level of familiarity. Now you come into Worlds and you could be having a really shocking tournament, and sometimes then you have these regional matchups and it's just right back to business as usual, and the teams seem to be right back in form because you have played each other so many times.
Cream.
Not only does the LPL play 7,000
Put
games
your
a year,
cream on their
they also
face.
scrim
Come on.
40,000. So they've played each other a few times to be sure, and there's none of that fear, I think, and that kind of like uncertainty when you look across and you say, oh, you know, I'm playing against this guy, or oh, I'm playing against
Kalau
that
kalah
guy.
satu game pasti ganti jungle. Maksudmu Shadow ganti Bejuan? Nah. It's not gonna happen.
Once in your career. Instead, you know these guys. You've been against them through thick and thin. And for a team like BLG, who last year were in both of the international finals, now coming into this year have struggled to refine that power, to refine that glory. Perhaps this can be that stepping stone for them towards quarterfinals and hopefully for them further on.
And I mean, for LPL fans, they're damn well hoping it is, because the feeling for a lot of LPL fans really is that they are losing a step on the LCK, that they haven't been able to be as competitive, that it is becoming, you know, back to the old days where it was kind of LCK and everyone else. And then LPL had gone on a tear for a few years where they were really starting to pick up steam, winning a lot of internationals. And now it feels like it's going back the other way once more. So BLG, TES, both trying to find their way into the quarters here. Azir, Ori, both up. Wukong going to be banned out. Nico up, obviously some of the high priority champs. It feels like it's probably just going to be that potential trade of Orianna for Azir.
But then you also trade away the Yunara. Having left that up, BLG can grab Yunara and Azir here, which puts them in a really strong position when you
Situ yang dumsi di quarter JJ Shelly 3-2 yang gak dapat draw 3-0.
Grab Nico here because if you take Azir, it doesn't really matter. You can grab that later. And the worry when you go Yunara sometimes is that then they go
Bukannya knockout dikocok lagi ya?
Try to bully that Yunara early, but by
Knockout
taking the
dikocok
Nico,
lagi kan?
I feel like it's often the band-aid that allows Yunara to get towards the later stages of the game. But this is a great comp here so far for TES. Very clear way to play the game, right? Ball goes on Jarvan, he jumps on Yunara's head, equalizer over the top, shockwave over the top, and you're clearly giving, you know, yes, you are giving over that Yunara, but you have a plan really to deal with it.
It's also putting people on comfort, right? Like, Kanavi's most played in summer was this Jarvan, 84% win rate on it. Cream's second most played was this Orianna with 9 games on it in summer as well.
Yeah, and Kanavi, I feel like, hasn't really shown up at Worlds just yet. But to me, when I was watching him a lot of summer in the LPL, I was thinking he might just be the best early game jungler in the world, right? Like, he's clearly one of the best junglers, but in particular, his early game pathing, I thought, have been so intelligent. And so I do love seeing him on champions like Jarvan.
3-1 lawan 3-1 3-0 lawan 3-2 3-2 dapat 3-0 dipasangin sisa 3-1.
Those pocket visions are. Could he be there? Is he already behind us?
We'll note as well, BLG sticking with Shadow for the first game in this series. I wonder if we'll see Bejuan perhaps subbing in,
Biar adil kali ya.
in the series, but for now
But
the
it doesn't make sense though.
banned away as we move into the second phase.
Itu mah sama
kayak apa?
Sama kayak kalau misalkan skornya bagus malah kena punishment itu mah jatuh.
So Galio could be a potential option that they want to take away. I think that makes a lot of sense. Good matchup into the Rumble. So now you've taken away a lot of those
KT1?
I would say
Telecom Wars for quarterfinals?
But like Orin to me feels like compositionally what would kind of make sense here.
Sumpah karirnya KT smooth banget di World. Kayak mereka tuh kayak gak ada di World saja, kayak numpang lewat doang. Tahu-tahu quarter final. Karirnya smooth banget aja KT. What the fuck? Tahu-tahu quarter final, what the hell?
It makes a lot of sense. It's also quite a good matchup into the Rumble, and it's just what the comp needs. Like Orin gives you the hard engage that you need. It's a decent matchup.
Jangan sengaja kalah biar dapat lawan mudah. Genius sih. Sejago apa tim sampai bisa smurfing kayak gitu?
It makes a lot of sense here. And now we just have to see
AL dapat
what the
BJ atau
bot
Trash
lane
terus
is
GTI
going
dapat
to be
T1.
for
Region
TS.
class
Are they
parah.
gonna try to go for something really aggressive,
Damn.
look to punish, or is it
Tapi
going to be more standard?
iya
just try
kah?
to match
Aku
scaling for
lihat lagi
scaling?
ya ntar.
I think Lucian
Emang
would
iya
fit
kayak
the
gitu ya?
bill.
Lucian Nami does sort of fit what you want to do. It's a little
Also
bit
go
weak into
Lucian
the
Braum.
Nico. Lucian Braum is usually
Aku
the
tidak
one
ingin
to be
percaya
honest.
anjir.
So there we are.
Masa
Lucian
LCK
Braum
lawan
is
LCK?
where we will go.
Yeah.
Allows you a bit more power
Sedih
later
banget.
in the team fights because that unbreakable, that shield from the Braum can stop the Call of the Forge God charging back towards the Ornn. BLG looking at their mid laner, giving Knight last pick, giving him counter pick. Azir still available if they do just want to go for something scaling. For the moment, hovering that Aurora.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see where he does
Nightman
go.
Ziggs.
We already have seen him play Ziggs
Elfman
once.
Yunara.
It was into the
Yunara,
Azir
Jackie
matchup,
Loveman Lucian.
and he did play well on it. And now this time going to be into the
Wah,
Orianna.
Ziggs-nya Knight sebenarnya harusnya di ban sih itu.
It will be this
Sumpah,
Ziggs, and now
jago banget
they're gonna have not only
Ziggs-nya.
some really powerful wave clear, but some
Tapi
good
semoga
backline
Cream bisa
access
bully.
of their
Ayo Cream,
own.
good
You
luck.
can throw out that ult to follow
can do
up,
this,
if
Cream.
Nico finds a good engage, Ornn starts
Cream
it off
Knight
with the ult,
face.
but of
Yes.
course you're gonna be having to play
Do
around
it.
that Braum, which is gonna make things very, very difficult. You always have to watch out.
I
With that Call of
trust
the Forge
you
God, if Braum has shield up, it's
to do it.
not really going to be reliable whatsoever.
You're never going to be able to connect with it, assuming that Hung plays it well and uses that unbreakable properly.
Is maybe a dangerous assumption based on some of the things that have happened in this tournament. There have been some mishaps, including
Iya, harusnya
not
di
even
ban
knowing
itu.
the build path on Nico for Proto
Knight
Bell.
apa? Ziggs-nya Knight, sumpah.
Wasn't the best for that Rocket Belt,
Disgusting
when he was
aja.
playing the Nico, but we'll see how Hung does coming into this team in summer, replacing Crisp, who went over to Weibo.
Leblanc kayaknya nggak bakal dipakai game 1 sih. Mungkin game 2 nanti. Tapi Ziggs-nya nggak kalah menjijikan anjir. Kuat banget Knight Ziggs-nya. Sampai kesel aku. Tiap kita menang war, Ziggs-nya sakit banget. Tapi aku percaya Cream akan menyelamatkan dunia. Let's go, Cream.
For the first game of this LPL clash.
And one of the big questions for me today really is how is Cream going to perform, because I feel like he has played
Kang
so far
katanya
below
salah
his
beli
standard,
item
usual
kemarin.
standard. And when you're
Grogi
looking
kah dia?
across the other side of the map, Knight has just been such a monster. This guy's been absolutely on a tear. It feels like here at Worlds. So if Cream is not on it, you do have that concern for TES that Knight could just really start to run away with the series.
I'm also concerned because he's playing Orianna into an early ganking Xin and a satchel charge from the Ziggs. You burn your flash early on, there's a lot of pre-6 ganks that can happen on that Orianna, and if you get Knight ahead, we saw how much work he can do on this Ziggs yesterday, went 5-1 in their first game versus VKS.
Yeah, absolutely did. Has been really strong. A lot of comfort, you know, you touched on it. 16-4 career on Jarvan for Kanavi, 17-4 on that Nico. So a lot of comfort being drafted by both these teams.
I do wonder if we'll see a possible dive from BLG with the Nico. You're already seeing the cannon minion dives a few times here at Worlds. It's really powerful early on being able to tank 6 or 7 tower shots with just a cannon minion Nico.
When you have heal, it can be like 8, 9.
It's broken. Let's be honest. It's it's incredibly strong.
It should not be in the game.
It shouldn't be in the game. Has been left in the game, and people are
Fraud versus fraud.
It's really hard to abuse into Illusion and
Nah, top esport gonna win, bro. We gonna show who is the real fraud here. Mau HP banget. Kan udah kemarin ganti mapnya di awal tahun tuh, pakai desainnya Noxus, itu keren tuh.
Very close,
Mapnya
44
Noxus.
to 39 here.
44 for BLG, importantly, to 39. A few more LPL titles as well for BLG, and the last series was that LPL Finals just a couple of months ago, a month and a half ago or so, that BLG were able to just claim very close series between these two teams. And I think that's also partly why we expected a bit more of them.
Yang aku harapkan sih mereka bikin ini ya, mirror map ya, biar nggak ada red side, blue side anjir. Males main LoL, tiba-tiba dilempar ke red side. Visionnya jelek banget anjir. Alama first blood, nice so. Sudah aku bilang top esport akan menang ini. Kanavi is clearly better jungle than Shadow.
Does get interrupted on the recall, so a little bit annoying for On. We'll see if Shadow can do anything with that additional time that he has been gifted. You know, if he can get at least like a double scuttle or something to try to claw that back, but at the very least, I mean, you're pretty far behind now. You lost
Korean jungler nih bos,
You
senggol
wanna
dong.
be playing in the face of your opponents, utilizing
Italian
this
versus
range
Korean
advantage
ini
you
ya,
have from the
junglenya.
support. They do have this
Italian
ward in the
jungle
pixel brush,
versus
but by the time
Korean
you see it,
jungle.
it just doesn't even matter.
We'll show which
On
one is the
flash
best.
forward, got that Q onto on. and
Damn.
That just meant Elk is kind of left out to dry. They both try to flash and no way
Ya,
out.
apa itu farming simulator? Gelut bos, fight.
You are pretty much done for. Didn't even need to get the concussive blows stuns off. The Scuttle Crab does go over to Shadow on this bottom side. You can see he's about 3 camps up.
BLG 2 tahun 5 jungle ganti terus gak ada yang balik. Damn. Mereka serius tidak berpikir mungkin supportnya gitu yang diganti sekali-kali ya.
Top esports respect it. Put a ward in the bush, spot out Shadow. This will allow Kanavi to step up.
Padahal kemarin kuat batu pas si Shun. I think Shun is not that bad. Shun is
Shadow to an awkward spot here to try to see if they can keep Jackie Love around, see if they can lane lock him something. But it's just going to be 369 moving down towards that bot lane. They're going to base Jackie Love, send him top. So I really like this because it was clever, from Elkanon. Shadow's down there. They had that wave held. And Jackie was low on mana, so had to base, but 369 just goes bot, pushes that out, and by the time the wave crashes top,
Mending BLG ambil Canyon dah, gak mungkin scam jungle. Waduh. Iya ya, tapi BLG cukup besar sih kalau mau bisa beli Canyon mah, bisa mereka harusnya. BLG is big, they can afford Canyon actually. That is true though. Masalahnya Canyonnya mau gak cabut dari Genji? Udah enak gitu Genji. Satu timnya jago semua. Duro juga yang sekarang udah setara carry ya sekarang Duro. Sejago itu supportnya sekarang. Kan di interviewnya Shun bilang katanya kalau misalkan BLG-nya mau kontrak dia lagi, Shun gak masalah katanya gitu. BLG-nya kan gak perpanjang kontrak.
Down towards the bottom side. Core of the Ford got being used. Good brittle procking here from Bin as 369 might have to invest his flash to get out of this one. Scrap shield down. 369 down to 200 HP.
Solo kill kah?
Bin just walking forward. Now
Ada shield Bin.
Gets a bit of health from the level up as well.
Oke, Bin sedikit maksa. Pada di support. Iya. Duro sama ini sih. Duro sama KL sih. Trio support yang OP banget saat ini. KL sama Duro itu bener-bener high quality support. My support banget.
Because we saw Shadow show on the bot side. We see where Knight is. There's no one there that can just kind of surprise and bail you out. So it's just really good aggressive play here from TES. Knight trading well, but so far it's been the TES show and opening up that advantage for Jackie Love. Him and Kanavi have the lead, and 369 is doing a really good job just kind of hanging on that bot side. He was able to bail out his bot lane, get them out of this tough lane where Jackie Love's out of mana, survives on the weak side, utilizing that rumble, almost has the equalizer back up, so even if you try to put pressure on him again, he's just going to be able to ult that wave and continue to chill.
He's been around for so many years, and there's always that meme, are you going to roll a 3, a 6, or a 9? Well, so far
Duro
today,
mekaniknya asli.
6s, possibly a 9. We'll say surviving the dive was relatively
Kalau Keria kan kadang dia apa vision gitunya, visionnya sama on point targetingnya tuh bagus. Tapi kalau Duro mechanical prowessnya buset deh. Kalau dia main champion yang hook benar-benar mengerikan aja.
The grubs being started by top.
Yep, On is in the area.
Kalau Kyle tuh fast hang ya, fast hang.
Have any interest in trying to contest here? BLG are just going to give it up. So Shadow just doing that red buff.
Kyle kemarin pas Shanks kena masalah selama summer LPL jarang main ke mid. Kalau bahas season-season kemarin mah Duro lebih parah kocak. Lihat gameplaynya Duro season kemarin, damn. Awal tahun, aku bahkan sempat bilangin ini JJ dapat support dari mana anjir kayak gini mainnya. Tiba-tiba setara carry ya kocak. Sejago itu si Duro. Coba lihat gameplaynya Duro all tahun, sumpah. Si Chovy sampai ngamuk-ngamuk main.
Well, Bin trades down towards
Di
this
World
bottom side
mah
again.
top 3 itu udah Kyle sama Duro,
You
Keria.
are always in that really nice scenario when it's double AP soul laners. You just rush Kanik, and no matter what the lane assignments are, you're going to be chilling. So Bin definitely in his comfort zone. We'll see how he can perform towards the later stages. I mean, not only do the solo carries scale really, really well, the Unara, the Ziggs, but also you have Ornn items potentially coming through. So, you know, BLG, while they are behind, they do have some very powerful scaling options, some really strong team fights. So as long as they can stabilize, they should be okay.
Golden Forge shot down again. Bin flashing forward for the second knockup.
Well, ke bawah berapa kali itu
Gets the kill down towards the bottom side while Top
Shadow.
Esports try to set up around top. The wave cleared away means that BLG will survive any possibility of a dive, and BLG are on the board.
Yeah, clean little Ornn combo there from Bin, giving no ability for 369 to react. He pops the R and then flashes forward to redirect it even closer. Elk's going.
Elk looking for it. Arc of Judgment coming out. There's the
Oh,
heal as well.
tidak.
Jackie Love
Tidak, Jackie Love.
We'll just use one of them. And TP coming in behind.
TP.
Elk still has a flash. Double
Double
TP, as you
TP.
say, invested on one
Lalu,
more. Will be enough
wih,
to concussive blows.
dapat,
Cataclysm out.
wih,
Elk
nice
flashes
dong.
away from the flag and drag on, locked up in
Nice.
the cage as he will be chased down. A double for top. Great collapse from them to
Epic.
get two in the top side.
What a play from the solo laners there. You know, 369 eating so much pressure down to that bot side, gets killed, and then double TP up towards that top side. 2 more kills going their way as they thought they had Jackie Love painted into a corner, but not only do they bail him out, again, they get that kill, and 369 just takes over the wave. He's going to push in, get a plate off the back of that. Yes, they are losing plates tonight, and they are going to lose a plate or two down to Bin, but still nice moves here from TES, who I definitely think want to stay aggressive and keep pushing this pace.
Satchel charge away. Hung going forward here on there in time with the tangle buffs. Glacial Fisher going out though, and Knight's already used the flash. Concussive blows for the stun, and Top
Let's go,
Esports
Top Esports.
find another
Pulangkan
out of
BLG.
nothing, really. Knight just thought he could walk away.
Kanavi and Hung, 5 for 5 on the KP so far.
Tapi full
this
chainnya
game.
Duro sama
Deadly
Keria
duo.
luasan siapa?
Just walking around the map there.
Keria
You know,
sih,
that
gak
initial
usah
flash
ditanya
ball
itu
from
mah.
Hung, I was thinking, are you really going to be able to have
Du-
enough to
Duro,
actually chase him down?
Duro
But they
gak
knew
main
their limits,
champion
they
aneh-aneh,
catch
dia
up,
mah pasti
proc the
main
concussive
champion support.
blows, and that is more than enough to get the kill on tonight.
Soalnya dia kan lulusan challenger ya, jadi
Pushing constantly. Now Ziggs with
kayak
no
anak baru
flash is
gitu.
gonna
Kalau
have
Keria
to
ya kehitungnya
play a
udah
lot more defensive.
You talked about it in the
reguler
draft.
lah,
He's
sekarang
early
mah udah
game, one
bukan
of the best
ini
early
lagi.
junglers in the world, if not the best at times.
Keria is a
Here,
veteran,
5
to be fair now.
kills, 5 kill participation out of 5, 100% for him and Hung. And they're just everywhere on the map.
Duro
Now,
mah kan
BLG have been able
masih
to get a little bit of
rookie.
gold back into their pockets.
Yeah.
You can see Knight still relatively even, Bin still ahead, but that gold lead, 1.2k right now for top.
Top is playing well, but they need to be able to actually convert this into some objectives, right? That's the big concern now, because these kind of games always
Tapi
make me
wajar sih,
nervous
Duro
where you're
Duro mah
getting
masih
kills, you look
rookie
at the gold
soalnya.
lead, it's 5
Jadi
to
ya
1.
kita
The
masih
other
belum
team is
lihat
Dragon, you're
sisi
only up
tengil
1K,
dia.
they scale really well. So it doesn't really mean much unless you can convert it into something else
Keria
afterwards.
Ashmed, ADC
So now they're
kedua
gonna try to
aja.
turn this into a dragon here. TES in the area. Knight pushes out top, and now he's going to TP mid to try to cover there.
Jackie Love has flash, Crescent Guard coming out from Shadow. Jackie Love's going to have to flash, but Bin's on the flank, and they just have to
Buset.
abandon him.
Hello?
Jackie Love charged down
No way.
by the Ornn, Unbreakable out from Hung.
No.
The call of the Forge
Ow.
got a prayer to the heavens, but BLG as they begin to turn
What
it
happened,
around.
Top
2 more kills to
Esports?
them.
Why?
And now the dragon in their eyes. BLG collapsed perfectly on the bottom side.
Yeah, and that's why these kind of games sometimes make me nervous, right? You know,
Oh, dapat top lane, nice.
you're doing well.
Tenang,
but
game
hasn't
ini
converted
bukan
into
soal KDA.
anything. And now they show up to the
Push,
objective, they
push.
get punished. Kanavi spotted on this ward, so shouldn't be any opportunity to actually steal this away. It will be the dragon, it will be the kills, and now the gold lead is essentially meaningless, right? It's nothing at all.
CFO Fly menang mana?
Back-to-back dragons.
CFO
It's
lah.
going to be an Ocean Soul as well.
My
on a
team,
with an Ornn.
the best
That
team.
is always a concern here, so we can watch this one more time. Shadow just full sends it onto Jackie, and Jackie flashes fairly late, doesn't really have a good angle to get away. And then when the Unbreakable is used, Bin says, great, it's a strike. Knocks them both up. You're going to be able to get even more off the back of that. Elk grabbing the kill is ideal.
Just gets BLG right back in this game. Elk only 500 gold behind now, has finished that Kraken Slayer, 35 stacks before he gets that extra
T1
gold
Mkoi menang mana,
infusion
Dek?
from the cult. First
Nah,
items
T1
completed
Mkoi,
across the board.
T1 gak mungkin kalah bro.
Scale up,
Gila
just
aja.
nice caught out a little bit. Redemption being used for the extra damage. Cataclysm.
Tapi good
Satchel
luck
out,
though,
but
Mkoi.
Still the Demacian standing up from Knight to get the kill. From Kanavi to get
Gila
the kill.
ini jungle-nya
Flashes
Tes.
and blast cones to safety. He's going to give up his red buff for that 369 covering to make sure that Bin can't come and collapse.
And Knight almost gets away, but Kanavi spear to the back, finishes him off there. maintaining 100% KP. This guy is everywhere. Feels like his most impressive game at Worlds thus far.
Agreed.
Definitely looking strong. But again, the gold lead on Jarvan, that's not going to be enough to get it done here at the end of the day. You need to keep these carries in a great spot. And Jackie Love, wasn't able to kind of convert all of the pressure that they had been giving towards him, right? They had really been trying to enable him. And he was in a pretty good spot going into that fight, but they didn't have the proper setup at that dragon. Ends up getting caught out and just kind of going down in a hurry. And now TES pushing here, trying to see if they could potentially look towards first tower.
Iya, cuma
I was going to talk about that
dibully kemarin sama JNG
kasihannya.
kasihannya.
Gone well if you have good split push threat. If you can 1-3-1 well, because you've got grubs, you have a bit of a gold lead, your solo laners are in okay spots, but you can't really push into the Ornn because he just survives any push that is happening, and you can't push into a Ziggs because he just puts the explosive minefield down as On flashes forward for the double pop Blossom, and they lock up Jackie Love. Elk will get the kill, Hung's gonna fall second, BLG collapse again in the mid lane, they're setting up for the Rift Herald.
Jackie's not loving that. Elk grabs another kill, and now it's gonna be objectives off the back of this here. BLG just tearing it away.
It's huge because you're going to get tower as well. It's actual charge down from Knight. That tower is gone. First game for BLG. They'll get the objective, as you say. That's the feats of strength. Unless Kanavi can somehow steal this, but he can't get in range for the smite. TP coming in as Top Esports are looking for a little bit more of a fight, but there's going to be a 3v4 in BLG's favor. And they just walk out. You used your teleport. Yeah, Cream can just walk down towards the bottom side, so it's not too wasted, but still. A little bit of desperation there from Top Esports trying to collapse on that fight.
I agree. I think they're kind of feeling it slipping away from them here a bit. And Jackie goes up to trade onto Elk, but kind of just ignoring On there. A bit disrespectful in the position.
Sepertinya kita harus permaben Nico deh. Champion apa itu, Cok?
Kanavi, though, he's not giving up.
369's here for the collapse. Mega Inferno Bomb coming down. Kanavi down to 500 HP. 369 looking for the Flame Spitter, but now On and Knight on their way, and there's a TP behind. 369 has to try and flash away from the explosive. Might be been in the back line. 369 put in the trash. Cream having to flash away. Jackie Love with a culling, but that is doing nothing. Top Esports have to retreat as BLG collapse well once again.
BLG just fully taking over here. The TPs have been so proactive in this game. Normally, ever since these TP changes, TPs are like back to farm. That's about it. We've had so many nice aggressive TPs in this
Klasik Top Esport lah ini mah.
Really making it work. But it does feel
Top Esport Classic.
Further and further ahead here. Bin closing in on level 12, getting closer and closer towards those ornaments. And Elk now with a slight gold lead, but a slight gold lead on this Yunara, who had been focused very heavily. Kanavi was down there early. They're utilizing 369 multiple times to get preferential lane setups for Jackie as well. And now you're just bleeding out towers.
In the last 2 minutes, we've gone from a 1,000 gold lead for Top Esports to a 2K lead for BLG. Shadow here, look for the damage on the Hung with the Rift Herald charging in. There's a Drake up in 40 seconds, so they just want the pressure. Meanwhile, Cream is pushing in the top lane, but Knight is answering that with pressure down towards bottom side.
But this is just such nice map play here from BLG. Of course, Cream doing a good job trading what he can, but you do not win trades like this against Herald and Ziggs. The tower is going to die here as well. On's looking.
On pop Blossom onto 2, 369.
Langsung kalah gini Top Esport, the hell? Lah.
Hung the next target, unbreakable no longer. BLG another couple. And Top Esports are just left reeling.
Tadi menang early apa ilusi?
Map right now.
Bro.
The tier 2 tower in the midst of that. It is getting worse and worse. Knight had this incredibly low. Great engage once again here from On. There's the Protobell, gets him in range. They have that Ziggs ult to follow up. Everyone piles in. They knew Cream wouldn't be here because he had been recalling on that top side. So they just full send it. They kill the tier 2. They knock down the players. They take the dragon. And BLG are really looking strong in this game 1.
5 minutes away from an Ocean Soul. You look at
No
the other
dragon
side. Jackie Love has 7
at
stacks on the Verge
all.
of Ages, and
The
that's
fuck?
sorry, Cream has 7 stacks on the Verge of Ages, and that's
Apalah,
it.
Cok.
Essence Reaver and Navori Flicker Blades, only 1 item on Kanavi. They're not in a strong enough spot to fight
No
BLG
dragon at all.
at this next Drake. They really need to get as much gold as possible, and they're trying to do it
We
through
have
picks
grabs,
towards
though.
the top side. Been the target yet to die this game. As Top Esports begin to collapse.
What is happening?
It's a 4v1, but Ornn is known to survive quite a long time in these. Culling down, Bin's
Goodbye,
just gonna
Bin.
charge his way away. Meanwhile, in the mid lane, Cream trying to defend.
Buset, itu inner turretnya ngejar Bin, cok. Bang, inhib bang, woi. 5 orang di atas, anjir.
He just wastes so much of their time. On again, gets a wraparound here, finds another great engage.
Astaga, oh my god, ngejar Bin, anjir.
He's taking your whole jungle in the meanwhile.
What is this team?
Congrats, but you lost everything else.
And this is much more what we expected from BLG.
You call this
coming into
top
this tournament.
esport?
Everyone actually aligning and being synergized on their goals. Everyone feels like they know exactly where they need to be, when they need to be there, when they have to teleport, when they can look for the engages. In other games, you've seen On going in and the rest of the team running away.
Top laner ngambil buff
Much more
merah.
aligned on exactly how they want to play.
Cool, I guess.
They are, and it may just be that. Oh. Okay. Yeah. All right. It's that kind of game.
This guy's won the most titles of anyone in the LPL.
I can't, bro. Just end the game. I hate this shit. Aku tidak mau nonton lagi.
It's the most impactful thing that we've seen this game.
I don't want to watch this anymore.
It's an incorrect statement, we can both agree, but it was funny in the moment as Shadow caught out a little bit here, down to about half HP, but all he's trying to do is get vision with On. You can see a slew of vision.
Just end the game. Just end the game. I don't want to watch this shit anymore.
Step up, has that horizon focus now.
Just end the game. I fucking hate this. What the fuck? Oh my god.
Behind them here is Ale.
Shadow's looking.
Oh, it's On actually who's got the flank. It's all the Zin on the minimap, and On's gonna find a Pop Blossom here. Top Esports, they don't know what's
Nah, and.
Pop Blossom onto four.
Nice, dah.
The call of the board got a eulogy.
Menyesal aku mendukungnya ya.
As a great collapse comes out from
Astaga,
BLG.
cuy, jelek banget anjir. Ya ampun.
The TP behind. BLG don't want to leave a man standing.
What happened to Top Esports?
A double for him.
Astaga. I mean, technically dia seed 2 loh, BTW. Mereka ngalahin AL loh. Unofficial seed 2, by the way.
By these
Sure.
Nico flanks. This one was perfection. Started by On and finished
What
off
is
by
happening?
down. The flanking Ziggs to finish off the
Technically mereka seed 2 loh.
Nearly a 7,000 gold.
Damn.
This
Okay.
game started and it felt like it was about Kanavi and Hong, but that was just the opening chapter. The climax is this play right here as On
Astaga,
finds
kumpulan
a
sirkus
picture-perfect
ini
engage.
sangat lucu, anjir.
Spotted, gets all four. You die, who cares? Your job is done. You have won the fight for the squad. And then you think maybe
Satu game kasih 2 poin deh biar next team. Benar. Benar kata Maro. Ini reverse. Weh, si On senyum. Tumben. Weh, On. Ya udah deh. On bahagia, guys. Kita dukung BLG aja apa? On look happy. He look good.
Surpassing Gala, another incredibly decorated LPL player for 9th all time. And I think Elk today having a great performance on this United has been well protected.
Jangan nanti BLG kalah. Ya gak apa-apa, kocak.
Needs to be Drake up in 40 seconds. Ocean Soul available for Billy Gaming. For Top Esports, you're looking at a 6k gold deficit and wondering, how do we get back into this?
That is the question on your mind, and I think the answer maybe you don't. When you're looking over at this massive gold lead, Soul Point, ornaments have already been coming through, and it's the Night Classic. He gets the Magi's again. The Infinity Edge just got finished. Everything is so in their favor that even Kanavi's starting to look like paper.
There's bouncing balls as well from Naya, just shredding through Top Esports. They don't have a true tank. It's a Sundered Sky Black Cleaver on the Jarvan. The Braum perhaps, but he's had to go Redemption because all supports do in this day and age. The Drake begun by BLG. Top Esports trying to collapse, but they don't really have the vision.
Okay.
Kanavi almost
Harus masuk ini Kanavi. Astaga. Ya, gak dapet soul. Aish. Ah, udah sedih ini mah. Sedih ini mah kalau diceritain.
It's On, not gonna go for anything as they decide to back away.
Well, if you thought Finn was tanky before,
yeah,
well, good luck. As you have Jackie Love here, who's quite far behind now, and you're trying to kill with your double AP soul laners, the Koenig Rookern, so much MR, ornaments coming through. This Bin Ornn is not going to die again this game, I don't think.
Yeah, you can look at that small red number under the 47.7k and say, okay, BLG are 6,000 gold ahead. You add in a soul, which is about between 4 and 6k worth of stats, 12,000 gold ahead. And then you see the fact they have 26 more petals from the Atacon than their opposing team.
Ini Lucian yang harusnya ngebully di awal,
So it's
malah kalah di early.
And the ornaments, 20k. Just
How
give
about
it
some scaling advantages as well?
Oh
What else we got for us?
They're just in such a strong position right now. For top esports, like you're looking for a pick, you're looking to try and catch someone out, but it's hard into double TP, it's hard into Crescent Guard because he negates so much damage, it's hard into Pop Blossom. Hung tries to step up to get a little bit of vision, but it's immediately cleared by BLG. 7 seconds on the Baron, they'll just push in these waves and then turn their eyes towards that team buff.
And it's also hard because no matter where you go, it feels like On just spawns in behind TES with a perfect flank ready to kick off. And here he comes again.
Looking for Ganavi, gets him right on the
Buset.
tip of it.
Si On lagi on fire kah?
Will be able to survive. Call of the Forger comes
Alamak.
and claps him down. Top esports
Just
now
end the
at
game.
a
Just end the suffering. Come on, do it.
BLG might just push
Just
in
end
for
the
the win
game.
here as Cream is being chased out. Instead, they decide the buff is the prize out of this. We got the jungler, we got the AD carry.
Padahal tes pick'em TD 3-0 malah terancam gak lolos. Bener, pick'em aku yang lolos cuma Hanwha Live. Kocek. Hanwha Live sama apa ya, CFO. CFO 3-2, 3-1 deh yang aku naruhnya. Hanwha Live doang yang lolos.
The new jungle gap.
Damn.
Coming to the Rift next year.
And there we go. BLG will take the Baron. Expect the resets to come out here. I wonder if Elk actually has a 4th item already complete. Yeah, 2,500 gold ahead.
Menyesal aku percaya pada top esport. Damn. Kembalikan stokku. My stock market is destroyed, bro. Investasi bodong anjir.
Absolutely can, but I don't even know, if they will or if they'll play through 2 lanes and just kind of really try to ram it home when you're this far ahead. I feel like splitting up is maybe one of the only ways you could lose. And Knight even completing the
Pick'emku yang bener Hanwha Live doang 1, gak ada lagi. Jitu kali ya? Oh iya, Jitu sama Hanwha Live 2. My team. Jitu sama Hanwha Live. True.
And in much more convincing fashion than we've seen them win so far at this tournament.
Apa 3-2 aku dari Jitu ya? Menurutmu T1 bisa mulus ke jalannya kayak? Kurang tahu ya. Mereka aneh mainnya Tony. Alamak. Apapun bisa terjadi. Kadang kelihatannya T1 seperti tim paling kuat di dunia, terkadang kelihatannya Doran deh seperti top laner solo queue.
I mean, it's a fantastic shockwave on both the carries by Cream, but they have Ocean Soul, so they're right back to full health, and Bin has already knocked down the first inhibitor.
Pick'em yang penting 3 atas doang nggak sih? Yang bawah 5 mah gak ngefek poinnya, bener nggak? Ya, nice try deh. Yang atas gak ada yang lolos, aku naruh BLG, top esport sama Genji. Genji make kalah segala sama AL deh. Alamak. Alamak. Alamak, top esport. Udah skip aja langsung game T1 lah. Yuk. Kayak mending langsung nonton match T1 sih. Ini mentalnya top esport hancur sih ini.
From Kanavi and Hong, they got so many early game kills, it just didn't
It's just sad. It's sad. Mid gap.
Not giving top esports a moment to
Alamak.
breathe really after the 17-minute mark or so. Just totally took over the game.
Those Nico flanks were absolutely insane. Des,
This is
what do
just
you think
sad.
about it?
I think that it's LPL's history repeating itself here. We
Bentar,
didn't
coba
know
kita
what
lihat
to
pick'em.
expect coming into today, but guys, this has been the best version of VLG we've seen all tournaments so far.
I feel badly for cursing top esports, honestly, because I was like, it's been like they've played, but yeah, BLG, welcome to the tournament. we missed you.
I'm reminded that every year, BLG find themselves in this 2-2 spot.
Yeah.
And every year we have the conversation, is BLG really that good? And then at a certain point in the tournament, they go, yeah, we're actually quite good. And all they needed was a little bit of home comfort. They're in China,
Sebagian. Ini Hanwha Live kan aku benar nih.
very well. And even though the early game looked
Hanwha Live benar
terrifying,
berarti
they find a phenomenal performance. BLG putting on a match.
prediksi lolos benar.
Let's talk about that early game
Rekor
actually
tidak
a bit,
benar.
because it felt like
Oh, tapi
Keraang
lolos
was running
Genji.
the show here with
Genji
his
lolos berarti
Emily and I were talking about it in the draft.
Aku
that
dapat
we
poin
really
dong,
needed
tetap
to see
dong.
Kanavi utilizing some of the power that his early lanes
Berarti
have.
dapat
And
strip ya.
right off the bat, we saw
Genji
him
dapat
having that early
strip.
game impact.
BLG mungkin dapat strip kali ya. Wih, ini mah guaranteed dapat strip ini.
I was hoping that he'd be a lot more
Ini
involved
strip,
with his lanes,
strip,
especially with this composition. It really needed to get ahead because
Strip,
as we started to see,
checklist,
especially around that second Drake
strip,
fight, it really started to
strip,
go BLG's
strip.
way compositionally.
Nggak ada yang salah deh.
Even though BLG were
Satu
finding
doang
these
berarti.
advantages, they weren't converting it into any early control. We saw
Iya, cuma
BLG
salah di
get
KT berarti.
both early game dragons,
Ini
and
strip,
then
strip,
while they
strip,
did concede
strip,
the grubs,
Be-
they were
checklist,
cross-landing
strip,
every time
strip,
those
strip.
towers were under threat. I was
Iya, gak ada yang salah
concerned
aku.
for BLG because they put so much
Strip
attention
sama
onto this
checklist.
rumble, and I'm like, trying to farm this rumble is not the way that you're going to win the game.
Berarti
But it
10,
turns out
hitung-hitung
all you need
poinnya.
to do is rely-
Poinnya berarti 10,
I'll use a bad joke. You just have to flick the
20.
switch
Yang
off.
salah cuma satu berarti. Yang salah cuma ini nih, dua ini kan pasti salah satu pulang kan.
As you said it, thanks to the Riot
Berarti
Network, it actually was
10,
needed here for
20,
On to pop off here
30,
with a game-changing
kalau bener
Blood
15
Blossom.
ya.
And we know how good he is
Kalau
on
bener
this champion.
15.
Yeah, he is absolutely stellar. We're going to cover that a little bit
Rekor
later.
tim.
But here,
Oh,
they just
kalau
see the
rekor timnya
angle to
benar
go
berarti
in.
15.
Shadow is already in
10,
place. Elk
20,
is able to
30,
take out Jackie Love
45,
here, really clean up. It gets him into a
55.
great spot for the rest of this game. And On has
55.
been someone who's been really up and down this year.
Kan
really
asal
up and down
lolos.
at this tournament.
Tuh,
I thought it was
poinnya
like
tuh
night and day
berdasarkan
watching him
lolos.
from
Kalau
yesterday
prediksi
to today,
skornya
honestly,
benar,
though.
And I love that you
15.
mentioned earlier why this moment was so
Hanwha Live kan
defining.
lolos
Because
aku, benar
this was about the
poinnya.
time where spikes were
31.
coming through in terms of items for the side of top esports. They
Hanwha
were
Live
ready to contest this
15,
Herald,
T1
and it was just
10, Genji
this
10,
positioning that BLG was so
LKL
good at
10,
recognizing
berarti
and capitalizing on.
45,
This was a window
45
that they
ditambah
had to
10,
take advantage
55.
of, 'cause with the Herald
55 ditambah
secured,
10,
they then couldn't
65,
really lose
65 ditambah
control over the
10.
Yeah, absolutely. And from this point onward,
75
it goes
poinnya.
on and on and on and on and on
Yeah.
again.
Yes.
With his
Yeah, that's
Nico
pretty good,
ult.
not gonna
He
lie.
always finds the perfect angle to turn every fight.
Yeah, so
Sistem
here
poinnya gitu kan tadi.
comes,
Kalau
right
timnya
there
lolos,
for the
10
four-man
poin.
Pop
Kalau
Blossom
misalkan
landing it. The game
skornya
is kind
benar
of
dan
already
lolos
over.
15 poin.
At this point, it's really,
Yeah, I'm good.
tough for TES to kind
I
of
think my
contest.
prediction is
They're
not
really
bad.
pushed up.
Harusnya
On
top
is
esport
on
ku
the
ganti
flank.
KT
And here we
anjir
see him
ah.
celebrating his success.
After seeing yesterday, there were
Harusnya
so
ini
many
KT sial.
concerns around, is it just
No.
Knight and 4 members kind of tagging along? We started by talking about, is this Bin's worst international
Kenapa aku
performance?
meragukan
And we really
KT?
needed to
Damn,
see
I'm
other
sorry,
members
KT.
of BLG
My
stepping up.
bad.
So for On to start off the series with a performance like this has to be such a massive confidence booster to not only the players but also the BLG fans at home, reminding everyone. why this is the
Bayangin ada
first
orang yang
season
naro
And I
IG
also like
di
that they
sini.
did put Bin on the Ornn. Obviously,
Kasian
I feel
banget
like
kocak.
everyone at home is like, we don't want Bin on Ornn. This kind of stinks, but it fits so well
Prediksi aku
compositionally, and I
not
thought
really bad
this
though.
is kind of the best
Hampir
we've seen
benar
him play,
semua
right?
kecuali
He's
satu.
really well coordinated. His ult's really good. You're laughing at me, Laura. I know.
Ini
That's what you
ya
do.
ini mah ya udahlah, kita tidak anggap aja lah top esport.
Because I thought it was great for this composition. That's been
Iya,
something
menang di sini pas
previously in the
udah
past
pasti
we've been a
masuk
little bit
quarter
critical
final
of Bin on,
di
right, where he
2
hasn't
shift
been
2.
as strong on these tanks, so
And my
have him
point
come
is not
out and
bad,
have this
guys.
performance
I
after
got
being really, really
75.
shaky for most of the tournament is a good sign for BLG.
And that was
TS,
like
though,
almost
seeing them
half of
backstage
it.
right now. They have 2 games, to turn this around, but it has to come together now. What do you think they need to fix? They've been needing to fix a lot of things throughout the entire tournament, but what is the easiest one they can implement?
I mean, really, it was just that single moment that turned the game around. The good news for Top Esports is that they don't have to be worried about On getting Nico once again.
Ya, aku tidak menyesal. Percaya, satu-satunya tim Western yang ku taruh di sini cuma G2 dan aku tidak menyesal. I don't regret. I believe in my team. I trust them. Aku tidak menyesal. Satu-satunya tim Western yang ku taruh di sini cuma G2. And I was right. I was right.
We have talked about the nerves coming into
I'm
the series.
actually right.
The coach from TS was talking about the nerves from his players. Well, they better fix it now. They have 2 games to turn it around, but it has to come down to the next one.
Jadi T1
and we'll come back and see if TS
kalau win siapa tahu kalah.
this series and bring us
T1 lawan apa sih? MK ya? Gak mungkin kalah T1 mah. Tapi aku dukung MK ya. Siapa tahu MK yang menang. Knockout bakal stream semua kakak ya? Aku bakal stream semua knockout. Yes. Mungkin kalau misalkan ada match yang tim yang aku gak dukung, aku gak bakal nonton. Gak bakal nobar. Aku nonton ada beberapa yang gak nobar mungkin. Final mah enggak kayaknya final. Final sepertinya kita tidak nobar, Bung. I want to watch it alone in a big screen with popcorn and pizza and TikTok too and hot chocolate.
Play the local way, pay your way.
Dan guling anime.
Have you ever seen the Great Wall at night? Play the local way, pay your way.
Ke watch party ini makanya deh. Lah aku mau nonton di TV ku sendiri kocak. I want to watch, buy popcorn, buy drinks. On our world.
Every moment of your journey, crystal clear.
Yang tahun kemarin tuh jam Eropa ya, makanya malam ya.
Close-ups, sharp and full of vibe.
Kalau sekarang mah harusnya siang sih, jam Chinese. Jam Chinese mah jam paling final jam 12-an kali ya. Maybe.
Oppo Find X9 series.
Maybe.
Telephoto. Zoom into detail.
I got this old thing and the bill from the store where I got
Oh, tahun ini perdana
it.
fearless kan?
With a better deal than one of these
Iya.
big boys.
It doesn't work that way.
Guess you're not as cool as Verizon.
MOBA pada serentak pakai global ban pick kan?
You don't know that?
Siapa yang duluan pakai?
Red Bull gives you wings.
Red Bull give you wing. Masih ada kesempatan kah top esport? Masa gitu doang? Masa sama BLG doang kalah? 100 Thief aja menang. 100 Thief aja bisa menang lawan BLG. Come on. Top esport? Bring it on, man. Gitu besok ya? Kayaknya minggu depan deh. Knockout stage. Kalah mudik ini, nggak ini deh. Ya, kalah pulang. Di negaranya sendiri. Kedua timnya dari Cina,
Welcome back to
kocak.
Worlds 2025, where BLG are on the brink of advancing to the quarterfinals and joining anyone's legend as the two LPL representatives that we have there. For Top Esports, it's an age-old story. You know, disappointment when it comes to the vital matches, when it comes to the crux, often they flounder a little bit, they fail a little bit. Saw it in the LPL finals, we saw it last year at Worlds in the quarterfinals versus T1, we saw it at MSI in the past against G2. Often this team, when the pressure is on, struggle to perform. And we saw that in game one. They managed to get out to an early lead through Hung and Kanavi having a great performance together. And BLG bit back, and now we move into draft for game two.
Absolutely do. We'll have to see how they can perform here.
Delusion.
And I mean, I think it was always that concern for TES. I kind of got that feeling when they had this great start. They start 2-0, you know, they got a kind of easier draw. They go up against KT. When they got blasted by KT, I kind of got that feeling where it's like, okay, it might be another TES kind of special. They draw Genji, you're like, well, that's the headshot. So now you're 2-2. And now you've got to perform in this really high pressure moment. And they get BLG, a team that's so familiar with them, and usually gets the better of them. So it is definitely a tough spot to be in. Azir is still going to be up. I really do wonder, you know, if BLG would just leave the Azir up for a potential answer, bring out like a melee champion, something along the lines of that Yone or you know, even like an Akali or a Silas, just like something from Knight to try to give that over, because that feels like their style. And yeah, they're going to leave it up and they're going to try to bait, I think, Cream into playing it. We'll see.
And if you're looking for someone who can just outplay their opponent on a champion that is meta and is seen as first pick, second pick worthy,
Caitlyn lagi Prioben kah? Itu champion, main championnya si Alk.
Always talk about Knight and Bin as the two key carries for the lineup. I think last game on really stepping up alongside Elk, obviously, who
Waktu itu akan ada klipnya yang dia ngebantai si Pace pakai Caitlyn.
So now we'll see if we're going to get what I was kind of
Serem
thinking,
anjir
which would be
Caitlyn.
something along the lines of Ione. It would mean they'd have to have an AP jungle, which could make things a little bit more complex. But it is one of those answers. Of course, if you want to go AD jungle, you can still go like Akali or whatever, Silas, things like this. But that's kind of where my mind is at right now. But we have also seen, you know, more of these kind of different style of counters, answers like the Zig, so you can, you know, go that style too and play things like that are less common, but, you know, people think of Xerath, people think of Vel'Koz, people think of Victor to try to outrange, but I really don't like the Victor matchup simply because, well, you can, like, the thought process is basically, I just poke him with the E-Laser and slowly whittle him down over time. When people play well post-6, often what happens is you just get the first ult from Azir forces your flash, the second ult kills you. So I am expecting still a melee champ,
Gak ada lower
or would
bracket
be
kan?
another option, but he's hovering through all kinds of things. It is going to be the Aurora, which does work really, really well
knockout ya?
as a
Gak ada
pair with
berarti.
the Vi. Of course, when the Vi
Kalah
came through,
knockout,
it also
iya
makes
bener.
you think of things like the Ahri that he is very famous for. but it is going to be Aurora at the end of the day. I mean, Knight really can make anything work, and this is something that is going to put a lot of pressure. You have to think
Quarterfinal, kalah pulang.
that Vi Aurora combo.
We've seen Knight actually
Aku gak
win
sabar
at the
trailernya
Aurora
sih.
twice versus Top Esports
Gila.
during the grand finals, which is the name for the entirety
Berarti
of the tournament, not just the
AL
finals of it.
versus
And he lost both of those games.
AL
Top Esports
versus
coming out
the
as
LCK,
victors. Second one going 1-0,
and they like
6-1,
those odds.
0-0, so not having as much of an impact as he'd like, and that was Cream on the Azir.
This is not LVL versus the LCK. This is AL versus the LCK, and they like those odds.
Throughout the year, second most played behind just that Talia. So is absolutely a comfort pick.
CFO sama Fly gimana kabarnya? Wangi banget CFO, 2-0. Clean sweep.
What Ben can do on this Renekton. All the roles have been matched, so now it is just about targeting some of these comfort picks here. Elk, Ezreal, one of the champions he is most famous for. Caitlyn, of course, was already banned out earlier. And I feel like, if I'm banning SBLG, you either want to ban enchanters like the Renata, or you want to ban things that can absorb the engage that you're drafting for. Things like Xayah would be what I would thinking of. I think Xayah would make sense as a ban. There's another option, things like Jhin potentially, but I really do think Xayah makes a ton of sense here unless you want to double ban enchanters, and Renata's kind of like the king enchanter against hard engage.
Also, Xayah is the most picked for Jackie Love in summer, so it's his most consistent champion. Obviously plays it incredibly well, as do most AD carries all around the world, so wouldn't be surprised if we see that Xayah ban at all. There's also something like the Sivir. If you want to make sure your Vi engage can definitely get off, you can smite the spell shield away if you're going in with a cease and desist, but there is the Xayah ban. So we'll see if Top Esports decide to go towards that Sivir, or if they want something like the Jhin that can stand a little bit further back, have that range, just use the curtain call to
Jomok, amba kesante.
I mean, Varus can kind of do similar things
Ya,
too if you want to
picknya
go
apalagi
Varus,
bingung kali
kind of
itu.
just sit back and try to just poke in with that. But of course, Varus very susceptible to dive. Can be really difficult if they do get in on top of you. And people have not really been a fan of the lethality Varus throughout the tournament, but it does seem like that is going to be the option. They are saving 5th pick here for Hong, so I'm curious, are they going to go what would be the expected pick, something along the lines of like Rel or just something, standard hard engage, or is it going to be, Enchanter?
Ini aku nonton hampir sambil ngerjain kerjaan aja.
So instead they're going to go Poppy, so they're going to go more for the denial of the engage
ada
rather than
kerjaan
having
dari
hard engage
Pabos.
themselves. So now this composition from TES to me becomes really about kind of zone control and poke. It's about, pillaring out the carries. It's about poking them down with the Varus, using the soldiers to kind of create this line. And when BLG goes for this inevitable hard engage where they pop the Sivir ult and in-flies everybody, well, that's when Hong and 369 need to come in with the Pathmaker and with the Poppy ult and knock you back and peel for their carries. So it's really two kind of diametrically opposed ideas in how to play the game. And I think that these make for some of the most fun games of League to watch, when there's such clear ways that you need to play the game and everyone is trying to, best set up for themselves while denying their opponent's ability to execute on what they want to do.
Because you often find in team fights, there are so many different avenues you have to think about, so many different ways to approach. For BLG, they'll be saying, can we
Kayak tuh pakai kacamata hitam biar nggak silau ya sama penontonnya. Keren, ternyata aku pakai kacamata hitam gini cuy, ya nggak sih?
Does the Poppy need to be on the Renekton? Does the Poppy need to sit on the Vi?
Looks pretty
Do we
cool.
need to have the Keepers
Nanti
burning
lah.
dead for the start of the fight? Where can the Azir position? It's great to watch. We'll try and keep you abreast of it through the entirety of the fights as well. But I will say, if BLG get ahead, I do really like what they can do in this as well. Because even if they go for that first initial engage, they have enough follow-up after it that if Top Esports aren't chunky, they can just mow them down.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it can be one of these types of games that snowball super, super hard, right? Vi Aurora, that kind of composition gets way ahead. All of a sudden, your Varus and your Azir are just dead at the start of every fight, right? It can become very, very difficult to deal with. That being said, if this TES composition can stay relatively even for a long time, then you start getting into these luxury items. Then you're looking at GAs, then you're looking at Zonias, then you're looking at all of these answers for what BLG's composition is meant to do. So there is some pressure. Of course, you do obviously have that Sivir as your kind of like, that's your fallback plan or whatever you want to call it. You always have that.
500, yes, Sivir power spike, as Knight takes a chunk of damage early in that
Cara
mid lane.
komentar.
Jackie Love might be pathing up towards top. Looks like he's gonna try and avoid on an Elk who are waiting to catch him out. We do have 100 international games for 369.
Itu dua garis yang di atas alis jepitan rambut line art gak sih? Dua garis yang di atas alis.
at
Oh.
Worlds 2025.
Iya, aku nggak tahu layarnya yang mana itu. Mau ku hack.
His mana flow brand proc, got a couple comment procs, and they're trying to keep them
Lupa
away
layarnya,
from that
kagak
wave a little bit.
ketemu
Force them to
kemarin.
walk the
Mau ku hack.
long way at the very least. Of course, they got a bit of chunk on Knight, but he had time to base. Cream wanted to base himself, but did lose just that little bit of health. And Hong going to continue getting this Pokemon on. I mean, Alistar level 1 is just not a champion, right? And now you're down half of your HP, so that's kind of your 2 potions gone. Of course, you can rely somewhat on your passive, so you're just going to pop the 1 potion for now and try to heal it back up as Elk is just on this expected W start. And
using
trying
that
to hold the
ricochet
wave.
to try and get the wave through as quickly as possible. Arm will get the knockback with the headbutt. Obviously no pulverize to follow it up, only being level 1. Vision in that middle bush means that Hung can't push forward too easily. We'll try and use that ranged buckler and the shield from it to constantly trade in, but with the push actually coming out from On and Elk, they're going to get to that level 2 first, which means Jackie and Hung have to respect it. Heal coming out from On as they look for the damage with the Boomerang Blade. Piercing arrow out from Jackie Love. They'll get 2, but they'll miss the minion. So it's a tiny, tiny lead for Elk on that bot side.
Well played by On. I actually really like the use of the heal, both obviously to get himself back to full, but the move speed gets him in range, allows that combo to come through, follow it up with the Boomerang Blade, get a nice little chunk down on your opponents, and now Jackie Love is the one who has to use his potion. Elk still is sitting on his. Of course, there isn't a sustained advantage there for Hung, who is still sitting on 2 potions, but nice little bit of trading. Both these laners, trying to play for every little advantage. TES getting the early chunk, but BLG just knowing how to play it out.
So important that you do it just before the level 2 comes out, because either the steadfast presence or the charge from Poppy would spell disaster there. You're either getting knocked up as you go in for your CC, or you're getting knocked back underneath the tower as you go in for your CC, both of which not the best states to be in as a cow at level 2. 369 and Bin constantly trading up here in towards the top side. Both of them will be happy enough. Bin's actually on his most played this split. 12 games on this Renekton. Won about 8 of those 12.
You can see On took a early recall. Elk had to stay around here. Is just going to use a spell shield there for a little bit of a heal. Jackie Love trying to slowly whittle away on this tower. Kanavi has arrived, but because On is here, I don't really think there's a dive angle. I think they were maybe saying, hey, it's worth spending a little bit of time here. I'm slower to start the scuttle, but if Hong went mid lane or Hong was looking for something else, then that could have been a dive.
Knight trading with Cream here. Shadow looking for it. Weirding out from Knight. Cream has to flash. Respects the Q flash there from Shadow.
Yeah, I like that. That's well played by Shadow. Basically, Cream has to, because if he late Q flashes on you, you're just dead. So just don't even use your flash. You can kind of play that game. Sometimes people get really risky and then not use their flash either, but well played, putting that pressure on. Knight's still quite low here, but wants to push in the wave, and I don't think Cream's going to be able to stop him.
Knight didn't know exactly where Kanavi was there, but kind of anticipated him having backed, hiding around the corner out of vision. You could see Kanavi stayed around. It's like, okay, a recall time is about 8 seconds. We don't see Knight in the lane. And then Knight comes around the corner to push out the wave. It would have been a really bad spot for him if both of them had just recalled and then the teleports had come back in. So Knight here will try and crash this next wave in with that 2-fold Hex. Hung coming across to bolster Cream as he TPs back into the lane, but Knight gets all the minions and now can just back away.
Yep, it's going to be able to hold that no problem. Both supports showing up mid lane at basically the exact same time. And the wave will just crash, so Cream is going to be able to farm that up, but the next wave will be pushing over into Knight. So not any major advantage created there. Bin has been laning quite well, though, in this 1v1, getting non-stop push, but also really being a menace on all of these range minions. As 369 tries to walk forward and farm these range minions, he's always getting harassed. He is getting stunned up and chipped away at, which is, has put him down close to that 10 CS mark. There may be a couple more for him to farm, but still, really nice early laning by Bin on this.
5 menit belum ada first
What you
blood.
want to see to really make this pick worthwhile.
Bin main Renekton. Sepertinya Bin pengen end cepat.
Manages to pick up all of these, but he's also got the plate, so in a really good spot. And as you say, you want this Renekton to get towards those 1 to 2 item power
Ada
points, so that
Azir.
when you get team fights
Kanavi
around the
main
Drakes, he
Trundle.
can be trying to
Oh, Kanavi
isolate
dapat Trundle enak
Jackie
sih
on the back
sebenarnya.
line. He can be another point of pressure. We talked about
He's pretty
the
good at
multi-pronged
Trundle.
approach, kind of a quadrant really coming out here from BLG. You have Bin from one flank, you have Shadow from another, you have Knight from another, you have On
Emang
from another.
Jarvan
You have these
tuh
4 points
sulit
of
kayaknya
that
Jarvan.
spear trying to get onto top esports, but for the moment,
First
with the
Dragon
push in the
diamankan
bot lane
oleh
from
top
Jackie Love and
esports.
Hung,
Let's go.
they will be able to secure this first Drake.
Sometimes, you get fancy with it, you do what you're talking about, all the finesse, and sometimes instead of
Map,
4 points
map.
of a spear, you just become one big club.
Yep.
Everyone just goes together, press all your buttons at once, see what happens, and sometimes that's the best way to play it. Knight hit 6, immediately used his ult onto Cream to try to get a chunk, but Cream just got out of there in a hurry, so he didn't really get much of anything for it. And now again, Hong shows up mid. Oh, nicely played there by 369. Flips in Bin and knew with the Pathmaker he was going to get put under the tower.
Oh iya, kalau misalkan kena knock up terus di ulti ke dalam.
He can just hold this wave just outside his tower, and you always have to respect
That's a
that
good
not
flash,
only
though.
do his abilities put you under the tower, they also kill the wave at the same time.
And then there's the all-out follow-up after it, so you're just locked there for an absolute age. Cease and desist going down onto Cream here.
Shadow.
Gone so deep, yep.
Wow, mancing ulti ternyata.
Saw that one coming. The Emperor
That was pretty good,
Shadow
gang.
back underneath that turret. We see the swap coming out first from top esports. Jackie
Ini orang-orang ngindarin apa?
Okay, I think he saw it as soon as he got pulled.
Azir gak prio-ban kah? Lihat aja Azirnya kayak gitu.
You have some time to think about what you've done.
Lebih ke gak takut sama supirnya sih kayaknya. They don't scared of this Azir. Diremehkan sih. Kalau misalkan Azir gak di-ban itu artinya mid laner kalian diremehkan.
Bin's still staying up here. We don't actually see. Look, I'm trying to find something good.
That is very glass half full.
Out of it, man.
Great gank. You gotta have Cream's.
I didn't say it was great. It finds the ult.
No, I said it was great.
Sure. Okay.
Fantastic.
Yeah, just like the red buff steal was great in the last
great.
I'm interested that BLG are keeping Bin up here, though. You can see they want to invest some time in getting out.
Di-start sama tes.
You can see 369 has moved. Elk is bot, so this should be the grubs
Posisi
for
BLG
TES.
jauh,
Nice
kayaknya
early
mereka mau
bit of
lepas
lane assignments
2
here
grams
for them.
mungkin.
And Cream will just go down bot to catch that wave eventually.
Yeah, and this was my thought. Right? You know you have a numbers advantage. You know the Civ doesn't have teleport, so top esports will get the first Drake and 3 grubs. 2 of those objectives.
Oh, 3 grubs?
Beats as Shadow tries to steal one away. Maybe they'll look for Kanavi. The smite for the slow, not enough to get that bolt breaker in range. And
Di-fight kah?
Shadow doesn't have that cease and desist.
Yep, doesn't have the season assist and doesn't have his flash, so he can't even look for that.
When did he lose that?
On that great gank.
Yep, true.
When he forced out the ultimate from the Azir.
Good job.
Yep. But, you know, at the end of the day, not that big of a deal. BLG, you know, was getting a little bit behind here and there in the last game, but obviously the compositions are very different. And I do feel like there's more pressure on BLG to be able to create action. Of course, you can always just sometimes outplay, you know, in these late game compositions, and then it doesn't really matter. You know, you step 1 foot in the wrong spot as Jackie Lover Cream, and maybe you just die even in a late game fight. But when you talk about scaling, you know, I think a lot of times about, you know, ease of execution, and I do think what TES has drafted is definitely a lot easier. As Bin just going to ult to try to kill the wave, I think, but
trying
so much.
Caught up in the chain of corruption. Cold them equal, heal him up. Ruthless Predator.
Gila, Bin 1/2.
But clears the wave. Shadow is here to cover just in case it went a little bit pear-shaped.
And going to be able to make that play work here. Said they had to kind of find some of these aggressive moves, and they absolutely were able to.
But it's also one they shouldn't really have been able to find, because Steadfast Presence exists.
My
Unless we saw
support.
Hong use it earlier
Wait,
on in
solo
the
kill.
lane as they were trying
Let's
to
go,
push up.
360. Mantap. Kesante is online. Kesante is officially online. Let's go. The Wi-Fi is officially offline. Cool, I guess. Fuck this shit.
Trying to put the damage in from the side, and Emperor's Divide coming out again as Shadow tries to retreat. Taste Kanavi jumps back in with a bolt breaker. Cream in the middle of them, and Knight's still so healthy. The blast going
Oh no, Cream, do something, Cream. Oh my god, Cream.
To butter, BLG find 2.
What a night.
Don't ever use Azir again, Cream.
BLG staying around at such low health. But on hangs around,
Ya,
and
wifi
Knight
ku
again, as
error
always,
hari
just
ini.
always seems to find a way to come out on top in the
Endok sezo.
all of a sudden, it's this difficult spot where Knight has arrived, gets the ulti down on multiple members. Shadow is able to turn and finish one off. Does get knocked back by Hong on his Q, but Knight in the meanwhile.
Sabar. Sabar.
In the meanwhile, is pushing out Cream, so Cream
Berilah
can't
hamba
actually stay
kekuatan
around
dengan
and finish
internet
off
melek
anyone.
ini.
They juggle the health bars there so well, just using the HP as a resource. Everyone just coming in and out as their spells are up and ready. And BLG just play that skirmish out beautifully and come away with a 1.3k advantage. But it is TES coming out of that replay with 2 dragons now.
We have a bit of a swip swap from game 1 as Shadow looks for Cream. Season says down. Knight look for the damage with that 2-fold hex.
Is Cream gonna die again?
Not enough.
Wait, menasu! Knight, kill Knight. Harusnya gak mempan nih. Nice. Knight die. Alah TP, malas bet TP anjir.
Nicely done by Knight to escape, but Shadow
TP ini merusak tempo.
The guy's 2-1, he just needs to avoid mid.
Yeah.
And I understand wanting to get Cream
Sabar,
behind. He's got the
sabar.
Nash's Tooth and his ear scales really well into the game, but every time you go mid, you die, Shadow, so maybe don't go there anymore.
Yeah, goes mid, and this time, it doesn't even force anything. It's not like you got an ult, not like you got a flash. He goes in, and I understand the thought process because they knew Cream had no ult from that earlier play, so I think that the idea is good, but Azir is just such a safe champion. Gets back towards that tower, you can't finish him off, takes a couple tower shots himself, and then just gets knocked down by Cream, and now Kanavi topside. Bin could be in trouble again.
Might be caught out here.
Bin going to die, I guess.
After the pillar, all out, back, Dominus popped.
Di ulti
Bin
ya.
will be the one going
Nice.
Top Esports find another 3-3 now. An incredibly even
Oke, Top Esports bounce back. Nice.
Bin did a good job creating some early advantages in that 1v1, but then it's
Kanavi
369 needs to
Sansu,
kill on him.
nice.
It's 369 setting up for a great gank here from Kanavi, and now just
Zayo.
like that, the Cassante is ahead and is going to be winning in that 1v1. Built himself a nice early edge, and I mean, you really just have to stack armor against this composition. Sure, there's an Aurora, but like, in what world is the Aurora spending all their damage onto the Cassante and you're winning the fight, right? It just doesn't exist. So already has a full Thornmail plus the Tabbies. That is kind of everyone's consistent damage that is over on the BLG side. And
Iya,
sure, there's a
Krim
Black
setidaknya
Cleaver, sure, the Sivir is
mungkin
gonna scale
Azirnya
well, but
bukan yang
Cassante is just gonna
terbaik
be
di world.
a real pain for BLG's
At
composition
least
to
he
deal
is
with.
split push. That was Azir value. Let's go.
Until Sivir gets to like 5-6 items, and
That
then
works.
the shred will come out with those.
Hati-hati.
Shadow looking for Cream, does have that
Nah, ini
anchor
kan
as divide. Shadow dashes away from the
fight itu kalau misalkan ultinya udah connect di W sama Poppy, ultinya ke cancel gak ya? Atau unstoppable dia kalau udah lock ultinya? Kayaknya sih bisa di cancel deh pakai W deh. Apa ya? Udah gak main WRD, main kok. Cek video terbaruku, main WRD. Nah kalau 2-0 match MK81 dimajuin kah jadwalnya jam 6? Enggak, langsung mulai.
Good stuff from him.
Jadi,
playing on those
ya,
margins, and then
bisa
once
jadi
that
lebih
flash
cepat.
is used, you already know there's no flash on Bin, so there's not really any chance of a setup. He's always going to be able to react very comfortably with the zero.
Nggak bisa di cancel sama Poppy kah?
Like that, so really playing to the limit. They wanted to put that pressure down there, but BLG holding on to the towers for now.
Tapi kalau Renekton bisa ya, jadi Renekton susah nih ngelock si Parus.
It's BLG who got the early kills. Top
Ngedes
Esports
ya.
get the Dragons and now have started to even out the game. And for Top Esports, you're looking at it, it's Mountain Soul.
Soalnya ngelock banget kom-komnya si BLG. Deg-degan owner gak sholat maghrib dulu berarti. Oh, iya benar. Jumatan dulu juga kemarin si owner.
We talked about has really not materialized into anything more than that.
No, it hasn't whatsoever. And Nasher's Azir, you hit this and you just start doing so much damage, and Bin knows he had to clear out that wave, wanted to defend the tower. They do not want to lose that because that will be feats. But Cream is just going to keep pushing here, and he has the grubs. Every time Bin steps up, he's just slowly getting chipped away at. We'll be able to clear out this wave though. Cream definitely having to work for it. The problem is they're not really pushing on anywhere else, so it's not like BLG are close to grabbing a tower elsewhere. And
banyak juga di viewer sampai di TikTok sampai 150k. Iya kok? Di TikTok banyak viewer LoL Esport. Oh, Renek bisa sama kayak Q-nya Levi. Berarti Poppy cocok ini ya. Cuma si Hangnya agak slow hand nih tadi saya lihat-lihat. Apa? 369 mati baru ulti dia. Nyelek tangannya si Hang. Can I trust Hang?
The game is still close, but it does really feel like one of these games that is maybe one fight away, like one bad fight from BLG and they're kind of out of it. I mean, they're clearly feeling like they're in a pretty terrible position if you're going to give up Soul Point without even a contest. So instead, they're just going to try to trade for Herald. They're going to try to get some more gold. But the other team, I think, is easier to play out. In my opinion, has better scaling. and is now going to be at Soul Point. And when you're playing a hard engaged comp here, with this buy, with this Aurora, and you're looking at Mountain Soul, that's one of the worst, if not the worst, souls to actually see as an opportunity for TES.
Especially when you talked about the Cassante just being able to build armor as well, right? It's getting buffed up 5% per Mountain Drake you have, will be 10% if they get the soul, and then you have the shield on top of it that scales off bonus health, AD, AP. It's so tricky for BLG, and we talked about it in draft.
Oke, Top Esports is doing good this match, better. Setidaknya. Cuma mereka penyakitnya throwing gitu lah nanti. Semoga tidak throwing ya. Di Wild Trip ada kok Poppy. Udah lama malah.
No one can actually get the push in, and so we're never
We
really
have
under
Poppy.
any threat.
And it always feels weird, sometimes I think for people who are listening to hear us talk about it in game in this way, because you look at the gold and you're like, it's 300 gold, it's 3-3, but it's really compositional that it's coming down to, and that's why I do feel like this is going to be a one-fight game. We're going to see the Soul come up here in about 4 minutes. BLG is going to show up, and if they win that, then they can maybe turn that into something more. You win that, you get that Dragon, you get an Otacon, all of a sudden you build a big advantage, and maybe you can start to really push that in your favor. But if TES are able to win that and get Soul, barring some really crazy stuff, it's pretty much lights out. So that is why we are talking about it being, so favorable, the position in the game for TES. They're just really comfortable compositionally and objective-wise.
I also think around the times they have to fight, which is 3 minutes time for the Mountain Soul, BOG at 2 items will be weaker than Top Esports at 2 items. They have a little bit more gold as well, but I love a 2-item Varus with Mana Moon fully stacked up. Cream has already got his Nash's 2, building up to his next item with that Haunting Guise in the Faded Ashes. In terms of relative power, I take the right side comp, the red side comp, at 2 items more than...
Oh, rilis pengen balik sih, asal main aja. Iya, main Wild Trip sekarang have fun aja dah. Ada yang troll, nikmatin aja bro. I think we should not forget to have fun.
At least the most consistently top player to ever come out of the LPL. He does that in moments like this, in games like this. The question is, can he do it? And even if he does it once, it's not enough. BLG need to win the first fight and then probably 2 or 3 subsequent fights to really get back in the game. They'll put the Rift Herald down mid to try and crack this tier 1. The pillar comes out to stop
Gak stream air lagi Kak Bang.
Kanavi.
Stream kok, cek aja video. Gak stream sih, aku mainnya main tapi gak di channel ini. Tapi archive-nya aku upload di channel ini. Ada, archive-nya ada.
Good engage here from Shadow, but with the Emperor's Divide, he'll lock him up. Knight pops at the Between Worlds and then puts it down because he doesn't want to bounce back in as Top Esports begin to collapse onto On. Pulverize, not caught out with that Pathmaker. On has to flash away. Top Esports collapse incredibly
Herald kejedot gunung es kayak di tadi. Wah, ada atakan tuh. Tes bisa atakan gak sih? Jangan deh, jangan deh. Ntar kalah anjir. Atakan terus rata, terus BLG menang lagi bangke banget. Gak usah atakan. Push.
Elk won't be able to get this though.
With the headbutt back to Shadow here to try and protect his Alisson, and Tofu is not going to hit with that Q3. Elk gets the mid lane tower as he trades onto Jagular, but the spell shield
Jagular solo kill. Ah, ada shield.
Coming out from Elk. Meanwhile, Cream engaging onto Knight, who uses the weirding to try and dodge away. The dive
ada peperangan di sana. Gimana? Tebel banget ya. Azir bikin liande, Azir. Itemmu. Ya. Nice ulti tuh, Ben. Oke, Elk mati, nice. Come on, Tas.
Top Esports find the kill. BLG get a couple of towers out of
Let's
it, but
go.
Top will look towards the Otacon alongside.
Really nicely played there by Hong. Gets a multi-man knockback. Elk is isolated. Came over there at pretty low HP.
Biasanya kalau ketemu tim LPL ganas, tapi ketika tim luar LPL anggot-anggotan. Ya anjir, aneh banget.
But now it's TES forcing the Otacon here. BLG know they have to contest. They're falling behind.
Top Esports will be low.
Yeah, nice try, FlyQuest. See you next year. It's been a while try. FlyQuest tahun kemarin sampai ke quarter final padahal ya, lawan Genji. Damn, that was sad. Udah saatnya era baru sih. It's Hong Q time.
Because it's 20 seconds until Soul. They just got Otacon. You're looking at flashes. The flashes on all the playmakers except for Shadow are missing. Jackie Love still has his flash.
Yeah,
That is
it's
really
need to
big
happen.
because the Varus
Nice
is the
try.
most susceptible to that
Likewise.
dive. So that is going to help to keep him safe in this next fight. And TES have got to be feeling like they're about to tie up this series. They just have to win one more big fight. 369 also has his flash, so that's a big playmaking ability. He could potentially get in onto Elk. They're first here to set up.
On Steadfast presence pops.
Okay, on is trying to in this on died. That's a free soul. Free soul. Hati-hati.
They've got 2 prongs of the
Shadow do, Shadow do.
Top Esports have all 5 players left alive. Shadow forced away. The drink begun by Top Esports.
Oke, internet keren, cool, pas naga nge-lag-nya keren, guys. Cool.
Trying to get in there, but can't find an avenue to approach.
Itu Trundle skin VLC kah?
Going forward for Jackie Love. Ruthless Predator flashed away. Season
Oh no.
onto that backline as well.
Wih, mati, nice ul. Oke, alamak itu Azirnya, cowok. Astaga. Alaga, oh my god, my Azir. Harus lethal emang pakai comet ya? Iya, biasanya rune-nya comet. Atau itu juga bisa apa nih? Kalau di wild trip mah first strike.
It's a good try there from BLG. As Knight is going to hang around, he knows they can't give Soul.
Bisa kah Knight nyampah?
Total prayer over the wall.
Wah, nice try.
Pretty darn close to being answered as we can see our MasterCard.
Udah menang tes game 2, dapat Soul.
TS claimed the Soul. But BLG had a good start to the fight. Bid found a good angle onto Jackie. They do kill him off.
Krim Azir enggak sih, masih oleng sih kataku mas segini mah.
No consistent damage. So Bin gets in, gets the slow onto Jackie, stuns him as he goes the wall. But then you have to look at what is happening on the other side. Elk here.
Tuh ultinya kayak gitu aja.
Immediately knocked down by Kanavi as well as 369, and then
oleng,
there's just not enough consistent damage. And then great try over the wall. Let's see how close it does get. Wow, okay. So it was a perfect smite from Kanavi.
Auto smite at 970 is enough damage to get the kill. So well done all round by Top Esports to secure that Mountain Salt. And for BLG now, like you've seen what a fight can be.
Wah, Bin killnya melewati perks.
You have 526 international kills for Bin, who has surpassed Perks for 7th all-time. Congratulations to him. He's going to get a few more at least at this Worlds, you have to feel, because I think we both expect another game at least in this best of 3.
Yeah, we are absolutely expecting at least one more game. At this point, TES not going down without a fight. It does feel like 2 pretty controlled games on opposite sides, you know, when you think through. I do feel like even though the gold has been closer in this one, I feel like the last game was maybe closer. You know, this time it just didn't feel like BLG ever got any real advantages, and TES has kind of felt inevitable because of the Dragon control, because of the composition. They're playing it out really, really well. BLG do still have some pretty good wave clear with Elk, but the problem is TES I think are strong enough now with this super tanky Kasante. You can just threaten the dive. He can just take it up forever.
Mental kena ulti aja nih. Like dari sono ya Kade, ini internet aku anjir. Jelek banget tadi. Apa off stream aja kali ya? Masuk ke 80
The follower coming out from On, and BLG are looking for the fight. Kanavi still very healthy. Hong almost going down. He's going to have to flash away. Shadow gets killed off.
Okay.
So 1-for-1 exchange. Jungle up for AD carry. Bin just going to run back up to.
Jungle-nya mati loh, bisa baron loh. Awas. Aduh, Kanavi face check. Oh shit.
Can't get the stun. Goes in.
Internet cepat buat apa? Ya, beginilah. Tapi aku harusnya emang pakai LAN sih. Coba, router aku di jauh banget di depan.
Bin doesn't have that ultimate.
Lamnya kagak nyampe ke sini, Wak.
That flank position, the Baron down to about half HP with this Predator stun.
Menang sih harusnya Top Esport, sumpah kalau... Wih, tumben ultinya bagus! Itu belakangnya hajar, weh! Nice!
It's roast beef for Top Esports as they claim to and will turn their eyes back towards the Baron.
It's just a beautiful run of
Oke,
play.
satu sama. Nice. So, Top Esport, let's go! Locked in. Come on.
With that kill on Shadow, they know we are just going to bring them to us over at the Baron. They immediately turn off that Baron, and Cream is able to find a great ult. They chase down Ult, they kill him off, and now feel like they have full control here. 369 just kind of pushing them back, and then they decide, all right, just wait for Hong. As soon as he arrives, we are going to go. Kanavi goes in, the pillar comes down, flash from Cream. Knight does respond, and the spell shield was there from Elk, but he gets the other two. Elk is chased down by Kanavi as well as Cream. Knight can do nothing but watch, and they know this one is all but over.
Cream doing a great job there, separating the AD carry from the means of protection in the form of On and Bin. And as soon as you do that, you can just chase him. Like, he doesn't have the damage to get through a Trundle who is sitting at Spirit Visage Triforce, the upgraded plated steel caps. He is such a strong position. Top Esports generally just in prime control of this game right now. And this is... I think this is part of the difference between how BLG win games and how
Kocak saling mempertaruhkan Phantom Fraud. Yang kalah di sini the real fraud masalahnya. Fraud versus fraud. Aku tidak percaya aku mempertaruhkan pikemku demi dua tim badut ini, astaga.
Okay, we'll push through bot. We'll force you away. We don't have to take the fight. They're still going to look for On, but with Redemption coming out, Kanavi still trying to club him. We'll take him. Chain of Corruption down as well onto Shadow. Goes in with the Season that says Knight looking for the damage, but Kanavi's too healthy to do anything about it. And they're just methodical. They'll force you off. They'll take the towers. They'll look for the inhibs. And BLG can't find a way back in.
Yeah, BLG just simply don't have the damage in a lot of these skirmishes to really even threaten them whatsoever. With the Mountain Soul Shield, with all of their gold lead, they are looking to end the game and tie us up right here.
Yeah, just end the game, go.
Went all five. Top Esports and BLG looking to make it go all three.
Ini kalau BLG gak lolos rombak total roster sih. Iya sih, kayak BLG udah gak bisa bareng ini. Udah gak kerasa sinerginya, Jo.
Using that ricochet, On goes in with a double pulverize, but the tower's almost fallen. No Nexus towers left alive. Bin, Ruthless Predator won't find the stun. On forced away. BLG.
Final LCK versus LCK kah ini? Guys, seru gak final Korea versus Korea? Genji versus T1 sih banger sih finalnya. Yo, Genji versus T1 final? Damn. Banger. Absolute cinema. CFO versus Genji final.
Want to throw with them. The Azir became super important. We've had a lot of discussions about Cream's Azir.
Korea mulu. Ya, Koreanya jago, gimana lagi?
Really well, and then this is such a great
Korean is actually pretty strong.
At times it seemed like BLG kind of forgot that the Poppy was in the
T1 aja lah. T1 aja belum lolos ya. Udah bahas T1 gua. Bener banget. Kok gitu ya? Kok udah bahas T1 final ya? What the hell, kena hipnotis kan? Kenapa aku udah bahas T1 masuk final aja? T1 masih di bawah, kocak. Masih digorong-gorong.
As you also mentioned, in contrast to Game 1, BLG weren't converting that into early Dragon Control, into a snowball. And when you have a composition like this, it's really important that as BLG, you're snowballing through these objectives.
Game 1 tadi tes gak dapat soul, sekarang game 2 gantian. BLG, kocak LPL. Ini apa win trade kayaknya?
Top Esports played their own game,
Okay,
and
mereka
as we
win
see
trade.
these early objective controls, the only one they lost was Herald. They were able to stop that with the Trundle pillar, right? So BLG couldn't even get the credit for that. They also were able to clean up Otacon, and I think it's another example of just, I keep telling people like, man, you guys, like, I swear, Top Esports, they're a pretty smart team. I remember telling you this at the beginning of the year, and you're like, okay,
Ya, Cream Azir boleh lah match ini.
you watch them at first stand,
Settingan real kan?
but you could see it here. It's exactly like you said, where it's kind of a clash of these two play styles, and this is exactly how I expect top esports to play.
And for me, like, my big point of criticism does go towards Shadow.
Yeah.
He was in such a fantastic spot, and under zero pressure, he felt the need to force ganks mid. And twice we saw him trying to kill Cream. Twice Cream got the better of him. And I feel like because he got so many of the early game resources, he had to be that driving force. And so when Cream turns around and gets the solo kill onto him, all of the win gets taken out of BLG's sails. And then that's just where top esports slowly but surely take full control of the game.
And that's the thing, you don't always need to try to make things happen on the map, but I appreciate the fact that even if they were playing from behind,
Itu MK lagi jalan-jalan itu kayak dek mana mikirin mereka bisa lawan
T1.
Bukannya lagi beli tiket pesawat mereka. Ya, tim it's been a good ride. Mari kita beli tiket pesawat lebih awal.
As it plays out when TES, I'm just waiting for it to get there. Here we go.
Yeah, they just have to wait.
Yep. So Vin just sees an angle onto Jackie Love, right? And he's like, okay, maybe we can take this. Honestly, at this point,
ada versi cewek gak sih?
Still a little bit
Ada dulu, cuma dibubarin karena apa ya, berat sebelah. Mau apa ya, mau di gimana-gimana pun nyatanya begitu, berat sebelah kalau ketemu tim cowok. T1 pasti menang, gak mungkin kalah T1. T1 belum pasti menang, tapi T1 gak mungkin kalah. Does that make sense? I think that makes sense.
And now moving back, we've just literally been told the BLG is not only moving to red, but they're subbing in Beishwan as well.
Do we like it?
Well, here's the thing.
Mean, this is what they do,
yeah,
right?
That's what they do.
It's also like, as Vedi already touched upon, Shadow had a few really big unforced errors, right? In both of those ganks that he was talking about.
Biasanya kapan rilis apa terbaru? Itu di sebelah bang, jangan bahas di sini bang.
When Shadow tried to go in onto Cream, so
T1 menang gak sombong, kalah gak mungkin. Nah, eta pisan. Eta pisan. Itu bisa dipin nih. Cara menjelaskan T1.
So we'll see.
I can't imagine the pressure he's under. He starts the tournament against 100 Thieves where he loses. Yeah. Everyone's like, get him out.
Maksud gue cewek lawan cewek, bukan lanang lawan. Oh, gak ada sih versi worldnya mah.
No problem, buddy. All the
Yang seri biasa juga kayaknya nggak ada deh yang versi cewek. Paling konten kreator lawan konten kreator kali ya. Si LoL Esport kocaknya begitu tuh. Mereka nyalahin si Buipo karena misogyny, tapi mereka sendiri gak bikin turnamen buat cewek. Kocak. LoL Esport si paling benar.
Can't find an avenue to approach through the brick wall that is 369. Bin going forward for Jackie Love. Ruthless Predator flashed away, cease and desist onto that backline as well. But the collapse of Top Esports is massive. Between worlds goes Knight, and Top Esports still managing to survive through it. They turn it around. Kanavi and 369 just diving in. Bin will get one in response, but only two left alive for BLG. Means Soul is the prize for Top Esports.
Itu T1 kalah lawan MKOI, kayak dia langsung kayang di tempat, sumpah. Kayak dia full botak. T1 kalah kayak dia full botak. Deal? Deal? Gas gua mah. T1 kalah kayak dia full botak.
Upgrade to the gaming browser. Download Opera GX.
Lah, game match dong, bukan game 1 dong. Kalau T1 pulang ya. Enak aja game 1 bangke.
만나도 이길 수 있다는 자신감 정도로만 생각하고 있습니다.
Tapi si Evo bisa kok, bisa menang World. Mereka berhasil menangin satu game dari Anyone's Legend, guys. Itu artinya mereka punya kemampuan untuk mengalahkan AL. Selama mereka punya kemampuan itu, they can do it. They can do it. Seriously. They have a chance. Tapi Sion dari depan pasti permaben. Iya, sedikit sedihnya si Evo gitu sih. Mereka terlalu kepedean. Senjatanya dipamerin di awal gitu loh. Jadi nanti di upper bracket sengsara sih. T1 aja gak berani pakai senjata utama mereka. Kalau misalkan belum di upper bracket. Ya T1 mah udah biasa sih maksudnya. Si Evo mah wajar mungkin ya, karena masih muda-muda di worldnya. Terlalu sering all out. Kalau Faker mah Azirnya karena di ban. Maksudnya T1 tuh berusaha nggak pakai champion yang emang mereka serius mainnya gitu. Kalau si Evo kan ketahuan formatnya tuh kan Sion, Draven. Kalau kemarin itu dia lepas Azir karena dia mancing si mancing 100 Thief buat make Azir. Soalnya Azir di counter sama siapa sih itu yang bola Oriana? Azir di counter Oriana di lane, terus kalau misalkan quit make Azir nanti supportnya T1 carry main Poppy. Udahlah, gak berguna itu Azir. Soalnya kalau misalkan main Azir, Poppy-nya harus setim juga kalau mau. Enaknya sih. Kalau nggak pakai champ power mereka emang masih menang. Kalau timmu jago mah pakai apapun masih bisa menang lah. Harusnya. Soalnya kalau misalkan dari awal senjatanya terlalu pede terus senjatanya kau keluarin dari awal, nanti tim yang di atas pasti nyusun strategi buat ngalahin kamu di upper bracketnya. Wah ini tim ini bagus nih setupnya pakai ini. Jitu juga tuh pasti Poppy-nya di ban tuh Jitu. Nanti di knockout stage. Gak mungkin dikasih Poppy lagi.
Hey players, you know a lot of you have been asking about the winter map and why we haven't been able to do it, and I'll tell you, it's really difficult.
Tidak berlaku untuk Genji. Genji juga gak serius. Chovy mah kalau serius picknya gak gitu, kocak. Smolder Ziggs pick dia kalau serius. Itu mah pick template itu yang dipakai Chovy mah.
Winter 2025 and summer 2025 somewhere else. It's winter everywhere on Summoner's Rift.
Katie signature picknya belum keluar ya. Katie yang nggak BDD mah semua champion jago dia. Nggak bakal ketebak picknya Katie mah. Kecuali top lanernya. Top lanernya pasti main Rumble. Kalau top lanernya gampang tuh ditebak picknya. Rumble, Sion, Ornn. Si perfect picknya gampang ketebak. Kalau BDD mah semua champion jago dia kayaknya. Nggak bakal ketebak itu picknya BDD. Susah. Janji belajar dari tahun lalu terlalu serius pas knockout pulang pertama. Iya kayaknya. Jadi mereka kan mainnya low profile gitu. Kuro dibangunin dulu deh tiap satu match lagi. Oh iya bener. Bang, Tiwan main bang. Bercandain ah. Bang, Tiwan main bang.
I'm way too old for a joke like that. In my days, we had like sixes and upside down sixes, and those were the funny numbers. And that was about it. But yes, we do have a small delay on stage because Beishwan is subbing in for BLG. The last time Beishwan won on BLG was actually the first game of the series against Top Esports in those grand finals. And since then, we have had come in at the start of Worlds, lost that first game against 100 Thieves, and now he's coming in again in this game.
Tes bikin Cina nangis. Bahkan di Cina sebenarnya mereka dukung tes kok, Cah. BLG ini banyak hatersnya, aku nggak tahu kenapa. Orang Cina pada benci BLG, aku nggak ngerti, Cok. Dosa apa sih BLG sama rakyat Cina, Cok? Waktu IG versus itu aja, BLG aja, Cina dukungnya The Shy, IG. BLG banyak haters ya, bingung aku.
Stop it! We have to talk about LPL. Okay. We have to see how Beishwan is actually going to do here because it is a tremendous amount of pressure on a player, all jokes aside, who hasn't played a lot at Worlds, right? You played that first game of the tournament, and now it's like, all right, but time to sub in.
Bukannya Billy perusahaan terbesar di sana.
And that is a lot of pressure. But the other side of that, and people love to talk about this a lot with Six
Mereka nggak suka sama Bin. Emang kenapa sih Bin?
You're getting a different perspective. You're getting to see the pathing that your opponent is going for. You're trying to look
Let's
for
go,
tendencies
JK
that
off.
maybe you could actually take advantage of. So we'll
Gara-gara
see if
kalah
Beishwan
final.
can have a good
Gitu doang.
performance here. If he can really
Kalau gitu mah Top Esport lebih parah dong. Nggak pernah lolos knockout stage.
For the LPL, and at risk of going out in Swiss, and especially with the draw that they had, it would be a colossal disappointment to see BLG exiting this early. Of course, the same is true for TES on the other side. You know, the LPL does expect to get all their teams through each time, you know, but generally there's that reputation of someone from the LPL kind of crashing out at Worlds, and no one wants to get painted by that brush. It was supposed to be IG. They're already gone. They had the excuse of, we had to play T1. Come on, guys.
And for Top Esports as well, going 2-0 up and then losing 3 best of 3 in
Tapi
a
aku
row to get
nggak tahu
knocked
sih.
out is
Bipo
pretty
mah,
devastating. Having
ya
only
orang
won
kadang
one game
ada asal ceplas-ceplos.
5 so far, 6.
Tapi
I can count.
ya posisi dia pro player,
This will be
kasihan
the 7th
juga sih.
game they played in those best of 3. Sion,
Sekarang worldnya lagi di Cina kan ya? Benar.
Sion, Rise, Karma banned away
Kanafi
by
main
BLG,
Kiana.
picked the red
Oh, gak
side
ada
of Blanc
Fai.
and Bessa, and Caitlyn banned away by Top
Oke.
Esports, and it is first
Kiana is good.
pick Kiana for Kanavi. Now,
Beichuan Wukong. Z gak sih Beichuan? Kata gua sih mending main Z Beichuan. Gas. Z. Come on. For the boys. Z.
So I love him on this champ. I think he's incredibly good. We've already talked about how strong he is in the early game. Gets himself ahead and then
boring
snowballs it
Wukong.
to victories for Top Esports.
Yep, and we're going to have to see if he's going to be able to perform here on this Kiana. Of course, the Kiana, much less about the early game generally. It is more of one of those junglers that really just kind of power farms and looks to take over in these, you know, post-level 6 fights, generally speaking. But there is another powerhouse on the other side.
Iya, Beichuan main aja. Baru nyadar gua. Lah, game 3 Beichuan. What?
1-2 over on the BLG side. Karma has been banned out.
Lah,
Nico was already played
lah
earlier.
iya.
Some of these really kind of like lane dominant supports that you might punish a Rakan with are already
Lah.
off the table.
Kocak.
You could look for something like the Renata if you wanted.
Kecil championnya.
Something he impressed on too much in the
Ini mah Nightman leblang gak sih? Oh, di band ya?
Maybe a little bit of engage potential
Night
with
Yone kah?
Leona coming out for Hung.
Oh enggak ada Corki gak bisa. Net main apa? Ziggs gak ada. Aurora gak ada. Talia free. Night. Ya, Talia. Talia free. Zaira kan dapet ya. Wah, BLG menang kayaknya. Zaira kan win rate-nya tinggi cuy.
Is really kind of make it passive because the Rakan is not going to look for any sort of hard engage. You're just going to maybe
Zaira
give
kan
up
free.
the push, you know, and fish with those gleaming quills, just kind of keep your health high, and it kind of just becomes a bit of a farm fest.
Kecuali nanti
You've already seen Leona Kiana.
triple tank ini.
Got banned out last time, so I think grabbing the Xayah early does make a lot of sense.
Kecuali ini nanti ada triple tank.
Range in mid lane for Cream,
I don't know.
Let's be honest. When you're pairing alongside the Kiana, like you already are kind of deciding you're going to go in. Like there's got to be something to dive alongside that Kiana.
Nggak tahu tuh recall-nya Zaira kan. Selama world ini belum ada yang ping Ahri kah? Biar aku ingat-ingat. Ada. Si ini Jojo Pion main Ahri.
Top and mid is where we are likely
Make
to
skinnya
be.
Faker.
Surprised if Bin gets counter for top side here with Knight picking something blind, but you can of course do it the other way. Say, oh well, we think Knight can dominate Cream more than Bin can dominate 369, who's been having a pretty good series so far.
I would tend to agree with the Knight getting the counter pick. I feel like he has been by far their best player at Worlds. I don't think it's even remotely close. So to me, if I'm gonna go all in on one player, it's got to be Knight. I mean, even in the losses, I feel like he has been the guy that is the hope for the team. So I really would like to see them just index into him. I also feel like, let's be honest, what top lane matchups are even that abusive anymore? Like anything where you pick an extreme counter, you just get lane swept on.
It's very true. Yeah, because in the past you could look for something like the small.
Ini Knight main apa ya?
On you, and you're playing AD
Ignite
carry.
Quinn, now you're laning against another AD carry, and you're like, you know, it's just like the counter
Bin
picks in
Jax
top
gak
lane
sih?
are very uninspiring
Jax
at
free Bin.
Worlds, thanks to lane swaps. So I feel like it's not
Ini
an
bisa
issue
top lane,
whatsoever.
bisa mid lane ya Galio.
Is kind of interesting here.
Flex
so
pick
Galio,
ini.
of course, could go mid
Galio
or
flex
top.
pick.
Does follow up really well on the Wukong as well as the Rakan. We don't know what the matchups are going to be. I mean, if it's Mordekaiser,
369 main Mordekaiser.
I don't think you're really going to be wanting to play into that matchup. It does feel pretty rough. The other thing is, I mean, you
Nggak, mungkin Beicuan punya memasak sesuatu mungkin. Mungkin Beicuan di awal itu dia smurfing. Kita dibikin berpikir bahwa Beicuan itu jungle yang lemah. Bahkan tapi sebenarnya dia adalah godlike. I mean, Beicuan pernah menang lawan PES di LPL final, jadi I guess they pretty confident.
I mean, Cream could still look towards his Annie, although I wasn't too impressed. He does have a 66% win rate on it across the LPL summer season.
Cream main Smolder.
That's a Smolder, yeah.
So this is I think
Gak tahu sih, ini antara Smolder mid atau ADC ya? Smolder APC atau mid, ini belum tahu. Bin main Camel, damn. Tuh kan Jax. Berarti ini mid. Jax top. Ya, Bin pasti main Jax sih. Jax free gitu. Udah itu convert picknya Bin.
You know, Wukong goes in to throw down the Cyclone. As Wukong's engaging, Mordekaiser just ults it, takes it out of that fight, you know, kind of remove the ult.
Oh, berarti mid lane Smolder, Corki, ADC.
Ulted, taken away.
Oh, BLG picknya bagus anjir. They need to play fast though. Gak bisa dibawa late game sih. Gengnya sih cepetan Wukong ya harusnya. We'll see.
Yeah, I mean, it's just going to be so interesting because it does feel like
I dukung Tess though. Come on Tess. Aku berdoa agar Tess lolos terus lawan CFO. Please. Please draw Tess to CFO. Please. 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 Onegai, please Tess. Win this. And draw to CFO. Yes. Onegai. Humina.
But it does feel a little bit disjointed to me. That wouldn't be like, if you knew this was your other four, you wouldn't have picked Kiana, I don't think, right? And so they are sacrificing something as far as how cohesive the comp is to focus on the lane
Kan 3-2 nggak
matchups.
bisa ketemu
So
3-2
now
dulu.
you have to get something out of the lane matchups, in my opinion.
Ya kah?
Otherwise, you look over at the other side.
Bukannya
and
dikocok
Knight may
lagi ya,
not be on a
knockout
hard
ya?
carry, but the comp just is so easy to see what they're gonna do.
So nice front to back as well. With the wombo combo, you go in, you lock up the back line, Hero's Entrance on top of it, Counter-Strike on top of it, Quickness on top of it, Featherstorm as well if the Zio ever gets jumped on. Like, BLG's comp is stock standard. Top Esports comp is, maybe we can burst a guy and kill them and win the lanes, you know?
Yeah, and also,
Abis match ini nggak ada draw,
we have
berarti.
to get through everyone to get on the Corki. No, you can go on the Kiana, you can go on the Corki, you can go on the Smolder. You can really just like press your buttons. Any of them is fine. You can lock them down, burst them down. So is a lot of power there over on the BLG side. We'll see. Can TES really create some differences here? I also feel like though Smolder, of course, you know, you do still have a lot of power as far as the scaling. It's pushed pretty far back, and the scaling is nowhere near. I think people still have not adjusted to like the nerfs that happened forever ago, where you know you used to be able to actually increase the threshold for execution. Now it just increases the true damage burn. It doesn't actually ever go up as far as the threshold for the execution, and so I don't think it's just like auto win late game like people used to talk about it. But of course, you know, especially if you go through some of the more aggressive builds, like if you go Essence, Reaver, Rapid Fire, IE, when you're on 3 items and you're on 225, you just press Q every time Rapid Fire is up and you are poking them down. You become a real threat and you can force bad engages by putting on that pressure.
Kan 3-0 dikocok, 3-2 nggak bisa ketemu, yang nggak ketemu 3-0 masuk kocokan 3-1. Berarti tetap ada draw show ya abis ini. Nggak ketemu kah?
79 and 29 on this pick. Rakana's just been
I wanna see them though.
Over the last few years. The heal and the Gleaming Quill have to be used. Hung and Jackie Love getting the early push. A good phosphorus bomb at the end there from Jackie Love to get Elk down below half HP.
Yeah, Phos Bomb at level 1 is just Exalt. That thing you cannot get hit by. That feels like it just absolutely cooks you. So now on
Itu mah AL ketemu Genji dong anjir.
will be able to help heal
Hanwha live aja gak sih?
keep them comfortable in this lane. Of course, you touched on our Recon, but Bin on his Jack 68.
KT sih, I think KT is winnable.
Known for his Mordekaiser as well.
I think CFO can beat
74
KT.
on the pick.
Yeah, last played it in the grand
KT
finals
match is
against
winnable,
Big
not
Dog.
gonna lie.
Went 2-7-1, losing
Just
that
bully
game. So in
perfect
recent
and we
memory,
gonna win.
He was calibrating.
Oh, yeah, sure.
ADC juga bagusan Dogo
Just
daripada
one game in a month and a half
si apa
before
tuh
we meet
namanya?
again at Worlds, which is randomized
Deokdam.
draw.
I think Dogo is 100% better than Deokdam.
Run it
Not
down
gonna lie.
in the LPL finals to knock him out in Swiss
Perfect
Worlds.
juga, kehitungnya masih rookie.
You gotta think
Top lane-nya
a couple
rookie
steps
versus
ahead here,
rookie.
Medic,
Yeah,
you know?
I'm not as giga-brained as 369 apparently.
Well, that much is clear.
Good damage though coming out from the top esports spot lane. Jackie Love with that level 3 first. Cream just stacking up. And you get to that 225 is the mark you really want to look for the Smolder.
But
Korki
honestly,
di base ada
I
true
play a
damage
lot of
kayak
solo
clip
lanes
lah.
Smolder. I think it's a lot of
Kurang
fun.
tahu aku
To
kalau
me,
itu.
it's like obviously the 225 is the goal, but one of the reasons that you get so much faster into these melee matchups is
Barrier coming out from Jackie Love. Elk
Top
looking
mid
for
Jax
fake
versus
call,
Jax
doesn't
itu.
quite land the root onto Jackie Love, but does onto Hung.
But it's just the idea that
KT ketemu T1, AL ketemu Tess, CFO ketemu Genji. Kalau ketemu Genji sih langsung pulang ya, CFO. Gila gitu mainnya anjir. Tapi bisa sih. CFO tuh berhasil ngalahin AL kan sekali ya. They have chance though. CFO almost beat AL.
To kind of bail out, you know, Jackie and give him this preferential lane setup. But that is,
They just need to do that
Kind
again.
of for nothing from Baishuan because he had already gotten the flash out of the Smolder, couldn't finish off Cream.
They have a chance.
But once you get to 25, you start AoE
It's
stacking
gonna be
all the minions
cinema.
so fast. Then that really speeds you up towards the 125. And once you have 125, it's kind of unavoidable because you're just getting splashed through the minions. Anytime you go for any last hit, he doesn't have to Q you anymore. He's just
Aku
queuing
ingin
away,
percaya
and you're
bahwa
gonna get
coachnya
stacked on.
menyiapkan
So
sesuatu untuk
every
quarter final.
little bit you get really
Mas ya
accelerates
kali
that next break point, and 369
strateginya
very
mau
annoying
gitu
with
terus
that.
sampai
Really
final.
nice timing as well because Bin is already
Kayak
taking
G2
down
tahun
some
kemarin
He's
main
fighting this
apa
wave.
Oriana
It's gonna be
Nocturne
normal
sampai
for
final
the
kocak.
for a while. As you say, Jackie Love might
Sampai
just be able to
quarter.
get the solo plate, could go A little bit of vision. This wave, it is a cannon wave. You're going to lose one minion, probably the cannon, and
Nggak nyampe deh, Swiss stage aja kagak lolos gitu tahun kemarin.
Yeah, I mean, that's a lot.
Gara-gara Oriana Nocturne.
Wave to be able to get a fast reset off the back of this if you want. So not only do you actually get the
Nggak ada
wave,
Ramo
you
support.
deny the cannon, you get the plate. So like that right there is almost a kill worth of gold that you just earned for your team. So it's one of these things that doesn't seem immediately obvious, but that's 300 gold ahead now for Jackie Love, and I think that's often earned by 369. Like, he deserves credit for that.
He did a huge job in that bot side. It's a whole level of experience lead as well for Jackie Love over Elk as Hung and Kanavi here team up to try and steal away these Razor Beaks. You talked about the power farming of the Kiana. If you can get into that enemy jungle and take away some of these camps, it just gets you scaled up that much more quickly. Kanavi running the first strike here on the Kiana, something he loves to do for that extra gold, for that extra acceleration towards his lethality items. Profane Hydra often when we look first.
Yep, obviously is something that's going to help accelerate, but also the upfront burst. So much of your damage comes out during that first strike window, so it's not just about the gold. It really is a powerful damage rune later on in the game where that percentage damage
Beryl mah dia tahu gak pulang itu dia ngapain tahu gak? Pulang itu dia main Honkai Star Rail, Blue Archive sama Watering Wave. Damn, bro sama sekali tidak menyesal main Ramo support. Bro hanya ingin login game gacanya.
That one was for you.
It's off to a smoldering start, if you will.
Good one. Bin lands the Sun onto 369. Not really much going to happen down towards this bottom side. Goal basically even between the two teams in the early game. There is a Drake up. We saw a ping coming out on it from BLG.
Ya, dia harusnya agresif nih, Beichuan. Kita punya tabungan gacor nih, Smolder. Jackie Love?
Saves his AD, carries life, but Jackie Love now sitting at 200 HP, does have Kanavi coming across, and Cream could flap his way in as well. As you say,
Perasaan pas LPL kemarin Jackie Love tuh kayak ADC paling kuat di dunia banget mainnya. Kenapa di World jadi kayak gini? What happened to Jackie Love? Oh no. Oh no. Oh fuck. Oh no. Oh no. Tess. Oh no, Tess. Oh no. No. Maybe? Triple kill! Jackie Love! Oh, nice try.
The wings of war not enough to blow him over. Top Esports initiate the dive.
Kan udah masuk transferannya. Gitu ya, udah gajian. Udahlah.
Moves up to the top side to turn it around, but honestly, so bold from TES to go for the dive, knowing that he was coming. He walked across vision. They knew that Galio was going to be there.
Predik game 3 deh.
DLG
kayaknya menang. Tapi aku dukung Top Esports.
BLG's bot lane delayed it for so long. Hong goes in. They started off, with this.
Jackie Love kena masalah apaan?
There at the very beginning, and you can only get in onto the recon. He kites it out really, really well. Then Knight flashes forward. Elk is there to follow it up. They do get some kills back here. And you have to remember, Wukong was taking the dragon in the meanwhile, was stealing the enemy camps in the meanwhile. So it's not an even number play. Even though it didn't look like that bad, it's everything that's happening on the other side of the map that really makes it hurt. And I just kind of am shocked that TES fully committed to it.
Top Esports now with 5 players up towards this Grubs. Top Esports got one. Bin jumps in with the counter-strike, does get the Sun onto Hong, on down to half HP, flash away from Bin, death grip onto base one. They're going to be able to get a kill. Strength Warfare, in fact, goes over to BLG. They're off to the Grub as well. In the end, a 2-1 exchange in the Grubs. Top Esports
ada yang nyangkut.
Oh, Jackie Love has to bounce across the wall. Will be a 1-for-0 exchange in favor of BLG.
And look at Knight, early Sork boots on the Galio. This man wants to get aggressive. And when a team on the other side has so many squishy members, you can do a lot of damage on this Galio. We often see kind of like tanky AP or one AP item, into full tank. So we'll see exactly where he wants to go with this build. But Knight is definitely not afraid to go full glass.
Iya, sakit ya. Katanya tahun depan pensi. Damn, sedih ya. Iya, aku lupa sih itu. My bad. Matanya ya.
Ticking over to about 300, 400 gold in totality as their lead. H1 just going to be able to farm up his own jungle as Hong looks for a little bit of vision. It's much ado about nothing. You have to feel just trying to track people. No neutrals to fight over. No camps on this top side to fight over. They might look for a dive. onto Bin, who has no flash, no Grandmaster's Might for him either. The plate's going to go over to 369. Hex flash forward from Hong. Bin needs to find a way to escape. He blocks the Shield of Daybreak with the counter-strike. Perfectly played from Bin. Now needs to run away. Zenith Blade tickles his toes, but doesn't quite connect.
Tapi itu sih waktu di LPL dia 1 versus 5 itu keren sih klip dia yang main sipir. Gila, kupingnya bermasalah tapi bisa kayak gitu gameplaynya cuy.
You have to play around that counter strike. Instead, he kind of played that dangerous game where it is a bit of a flip. Bin anticipates it perfectly, and now it's Jackie Love under pressure on this bot side. He's looking like he's going to be the one getting dove.
H1 has the Cyclone.
Somebody help!
They should just go for him straight away, but with the teleport coming out, they decide against it. Hong got that off the unsealed spellbook. He'll TP in because of that, and with Kanavi backing him up, should be just BLG backing away.
Cream now, farming quite well, and also over 100 stacks here already at 10 minutes. So he is at a really good pace. Of course, this does generally just accelerate again as you get further and further on into the game. Once you hit SM Reaver, you are just trading infinitely.
Okay, Bin.
Nice little trade, but Cream still getting some more stacks and should be A-okay with Kanavi here to cover.
Interesting to see Knight's the one who's matching into that Mordekaiser on the top side. Bin is actually going to match into the Smolder.
I think the idea is just that you don't want the Smolder getting free stacks off of Knight, and he's going to have less threat. That's at least kind of my read on it right now. So you're sacrificing Knight's lane, but trying to really keep down Cream. I think that's probably their main concern is like, all right, how does the other team win? Maybe it's Smolder getting super accelerated. And Cream does have his Essence Reaver now, still working away on that 125, but he's going to be there very, very quickly.
Lawan Mordekaiser kayak enaknya Jax ya. Bukan apa namanya? Jace. Biasanya sering dipakai Jace tuh buat lawan Morde.
Some games he is BLG.
Cuma red side, blue side malah Morde ya. Tadi yang ngepick Bin duluan apa Mordekaiser? Enggak, dia masuk. Oh tidak, Cream. No. Au. Buset.
Smolder able to survive through the winds of war a couple of times in a row now. Jackie Love covering mid as On comes across. The Drake is up for BLG, and they might just walk base one round the corner to go and get it.
At the end of the day, it's a trade of flashes, trade of ults, and then you also got Knight's ult.
Tapi Bin mah jagoan main Jax daripada Jace.
So they're going to try to utilize that to turn it into the Dragon. Because cooldowns-wise, they did lose out, but HP-wise, they definitely won. And
ini BLG kalau gak agresif kalah sih.
Dragon lead here, which is starting to feel a little bit like game one, when you're starting to think back. It's been a lot about these dragon stacking games, control, forcing your opponents to take these fights they're not necessarily ready for. And they're going to see if second try works better here against Bin.
Yeah, no teleports to support Bin here. On does have the quickness and he's on his way across. Kanavi caught out. There's the counter-strike solar flare. On coming in, gets the quickness down, but Bin's already dead. Hung has to flash away. Meanwhile, underneath the tower, 369 is chasing on out, obliterates him. Jackie with the flash autos enough.
Nice.
It's 2 for naught for TS.
Nicely done there by TS.
Yeah, Beichuan, I think Beichuan is not the best choice, BLG. I don't know.
Trying to play for this first turret, they kill
just
off
saying.
Can't even get there. So a lot of resources committed to this side. You can see Cream
Beichuan might be not the best.
Knows he is going to be on his own, so he's just sitting in
they
that
got
brush, making
objective
sure that
though.
Wukong couldn't come in behind him. And now a lot of question mark pings over by that red buff, but it is already
Mereka
gone.
punya 2 naga sih.
One more time.
Smolder tanpa naga juga agak kurang ya. They need Dragon.
Really big chunk of damage, even though the Zenith Blade misses, even though the Shield of Daybreak is counter-struck once more. Hung can flash out, and the extra members do allow them to finish off. Jackie does have to spend his flash, so does 369, but they secure the kills, they get the tower, and as a result, it is going to come down to these objectives for feats because BLG already won the feat of warfare. They're only one of these objectives off, whereas TS would need to get the next 2.
Herald up in 50 seconds. That will be the first point of call for both of these teams. 2,000 gold lead now, though, for Top Esports. Blue across the board, down on the bottom of that scoreboard, and 369. Perhaps that game in Grand Finals was just the bait. Set him up, now has the Riftmaker 1-0-1 on this Mordekaiser, forcing Bin away.
And we did get the Rocket Bell here for Knight, so Definitely looking for a very aggressive
Ya,
approach,
Beicuan
whether or not he'll go into just like
nggak
Zonia's,
pernah
gonna take
kelihatan
EAP
ya,
from
apa
here,
perasaanku
or if he'll
doang.
go into more traditional tank. I feel like if you're going
Where's
roundabout, you're probably just going
Beicuan?
Zonia second, and you're just really putting that upfront damage in, which can be quite a lot. Also, like
Naganya
that
dapet
did go
sih.
for the Mikhails here. I do feel like when you look over, it's Hong and then no one for the engage. So if you're just fishing with that Leona ult, and you can just be able to have cleanse on your Xayah plus that Mikhails.
Oh tidak, fuck! Oh no. Alah, top e-sport kebiasaannya. Wah, Keraang.
Nicely done by
No,
BLG.
top e-sport kebiasaan
Really
mid
quick
gamenya
play,
kayak gini,
nets them a couple
cok.
kills, and gets them feats, as you said. And even though they are down in gold, I'm really favoring their position here.
Oh
once
no,
again.
mid
I
game
feel
top
like they're in a
e-sport
good
is back.
spot. Feats is going to be a decent amount of combat power. They're going to get the Herald, which is likely going to result in a tower. But Cream is getting farmed here, just continuing to try to scale up. 163 stacks right now.
Mid game top e-sport is back, bro.
Triforce Cream does have the flash and has that flap. Counter-strike out.
Damage-nya, woi, sakit cok, Jaksel. Astaga, solo kill.
But Ben slapping him
as
he gets the solo kill. 369 here to join Elk, trying to bolster the defenses of Ben.
Gak ada ulti kah? Mordekaisernya gak ada ulti. Woi, digocek cok sama Jax. Woi.
Across the base with a mace to even it out 1-for-1.
Still great play from Bin. The red
Yeah,
buff, I believe,
Bin,
finishing
GG,
off
man.
Cream there. And you get the flash off the Smolder, which is critical.
And you get the Rift Hold in mid lane because all of top esports were dragged down towards that bottom side to try and react. That will even out a bit of this gold deficit that BLG found themselves in. Is down to 1k from about 2k a minute ago.
Yep, really good moves here. Now he's just going to use the Escape Herald, try to drive it down towards bot, but it will be finished off there by Kanavi. But you can see Elk already pushing in towards that tower. Assist pings from TES as they want to try to defend it, but feels like they're probably just too late already because BLG members are hovering.
Ow.
For Knight, who has to flash, respects the fact that 369 was coming across. His jungler and his top laner are all the way on the top side of the map. On here can Grand Entrance and make a quick exit with the battle dance.
Posisi towernya baru satu sama sih. Tapi Tes punya 2 grams. Krim, tolong. Oke, ulti connect. Yeah. W-nya ya? W-nya harusnya di combo ya? Wih, apa itu? Wih, oh wait, what? What is Kanavi doing? Lah. Bisa, Smoldernya sakit. Wih, again, come on, nice lu. Okay, Kanavi is a bit weird, but
yeah, Bin wasn't even there. It was a 5v3 for a while, and then the Wukong arrives.
That Kanavi engage is pretty weird.
Meanwhile, Bin is just getting so much gold up on that top side. TES kind of painted themselves into a corner. They all moved down towards bot to try to prevent Elk from taking that tower, and then they realized, all right, we've got 5 members here. We've got no TPs. We need to force, but there's no objective, so it had to be a dive. And it's BLG again, first towards this dragon. 369 is in the area. We'll see if they can contest.
You really don't want to give up soul point
here.
Gak dapat naga sama sekali, Tes. 369 udah sekarat gitu. Gimana nih? Harus masuk Kanavi. Flash. Dapat. Oh, nice. Kanavi. Nice save. Man. Gak worth it. Quarter final sampai final nanti BO5 sama deh. Yes. Terus yang kalah langsung pulang.
Hong is going to have to spend the ulti just to try to get away here from Knight, who is going towards that Zonia's, as I expected, has the Seekers ready, so that big playmaking tool. Now all of a sudden, Beishwan or Bin throw themselves in the backline. Galio comes over the top, can do so much upfront damage, then go into the Seekers and really create this zone of control, buy the space for Elk to do his work.
Cyclone used by Beishwan there just to make sure that he walks away from 369 safely.
Lower bracket harusnya udah kenyang ya di Swiss Stage ya. Swiss Stage kan lower bracketnya ada 3 kali tuh.
waits out the grand entrance, uses
Jadi knockout stage ya
audacity to jump across the wall
get
and
good,
then
harus get
manages
good.
to land a smite, but after you go in there, you know
Iya
you're done.
tahun ini nggak tahu tuh LPL. Ketahuan berarti ya pick champion poolnya dikit LPL. Yang ketahuan tuh. Jadi mereka kalau pakai champion yang bukan mereka bisa, ketahuan gameplaynya kayak gini.
But there is playmaking and there is hope because you've delayed that soul, you've bought time. Cream is going to have 225 by the time you fight Dragon next, so maybe you can take a real fight then. He has gone for Shojin, which is kind of more that like a little bit bruisery or a little bit more tanky. Of course, if you can continually get out spells, it starts to stack up, works pretty nicely. Usually when people go Shojin, they still want rapid fire, which doesn't mean your IE is super delayed, and your kind of consistent damage is a lot lower as a result, but it is a faster spike than the IE rapid fire style build. So Cream's still going to be really, really strong. Next wave, he has that 225. And then that really does, once you get the rapid fire, put a lot of pressure on your opponents because you kind of just start having your team stand around you. You walk up every time rapid fire is there.
Abis T1 MK harusnya draw terus minggu depan quarter final.
And you start to really rot them down. You force them to look for engages, and TS are trying to do just that.
Morde build apa? Emang dia bikin apa?
Because no one's here.
Itu build apa, Cok?
Towards the top side, as is Knight. The other come down to 10,000 HP, but Top Esports going to back away from it for now. Pull it up towards this top side. Cream standing on
Top
that
Esports start atakan, Beichuan is nowhere to be found. I think it's a free atakan. It's free. Gak ada Beichuan. Mana Beichuan? Free atakan. Udah. I don't think we should war again. I don't know. Maybe. Oh, sakit. Damage-nya. Smolder. Okay, Top Esports. Okay, Top Esports. I see you, Top Esports. Come on, Top Esports. Come on. My God.
Top Esports will
Absolute cinema.
get the Atacana, but it was goddamn even through it all.
It was an insane
Oh my
here.
God.
And 369 to me was a real hero. Look at this. He forces out the Gallia wall, then goes into an ult of his own, completely immuning
Bim
it,
sih,
negating
jago
that
banget si
entire
Bim.
thing by himself. And look at the space
Bim
he's
1 versus 3 tadi
We
ya.
talked about their lack of frontline. 369 says you should
Lihat
have
Bim.
counted me
Anjir.
out. And then Cream just goes all the way in, but this stasis from Knight plus a CC
Buset.
means Bin can flash in and finish him
Gelo,
off.
Bang
And then
Bim, kata gua teh.
very nearly had the 1v2. Jackie had to flash in the pit just to help him there.
Weh,
As
technically
Elkanon
1 versus
winning
3
on
ya.
the other side. This is a
Oh,
game of inches.
Bang Beichuan.
Absolutely insane fight there.
I mean, it's also
Kasih
hard
henti
having
mo
the
Bang
time to
Beichuan.
hex splash across the wall when you have a blade caller and a grand entrance from the Zaya and Rakan that had been used. Couldn't get the knock up onto him. 500 gold the difference between the two teams. A Cloud Drake.
Binnya udah carry gini loh, jungle-nya turu aja.
A Mountain and an Infernal and the feats of warfare for BLG. A 12 petal difference equates to about 700 gold or so. Nothing too consequential yet for Top Esports.
Yep, and we saw that Seeker's being used, but no problem, because Knight has the Zonias. He bought it right after that fight, so it is going to be up and available, but definitely the danger of using a defensive ult on 369. You really can't go for that because he'll just press R
Naga ya.
zone.
Oh, ini war penentuan ini.
Using it aggressively, you know, with
War penentuan itu.
onto Cream
Si
or
Jax
Jackie.
ikut kah?
That's really what they are looking for
Jax,
here.
Jaxnya ikut
So I
war.
love the way that BLG played it out, but still, it's going to be about this next Dragon fight here.
Ya ini
TES taking
war penentuan
position
ini.
in the river, pushing up mid lane first, clearing out these wards now. And they
Rata
are going
dapat
to be
Baron.
pretty tough to walk into.
It's what Top Esports do so well. Their objective control, their setup, some of the best in the LPL. We saw it at the Outercon, pulling BLG to
War penentuan nih gimana Top Esports?
369 looking for the damage onto
Do you
Base,
have
but he's gonna
do you
pop
have
the
something?
decoy to get away. Death Grip out as well. Won't find its connection. BLG playing for this mid lane wave. Jackie Love coming across towards Knight, puts down the Gatling gun and hits a few autos. Cream still stacking up 250 now. On that
Wah, tuker Baron kah?
trying to clear out a bit of control.
Ambil naga tuker Baron.
Rid of that control ward. They do still have a ward in the pit.
Shadow gak main udah tanda tangan sama gitu ah. Belum kocak. Jam berapa T1? Habis ini. Jam 5 kali.
Flashes for the solar flare. Nimbus strike from Base 1 onto the minion wave, arriving just in time to save his life. On dashes from the Zenith blade, but
Dicariin lo bang sama viewermu. Mana Kuro katanya?
poke damage, and it's BLG who are being pulled all ways to Sunday.
Yeah, I think that's earned them the Dragon. You can see double recalls coming through. Knight even gets interrupted. He could be in some trouble, but will be able to jump out to safety. Now for sure, they should be starting this off. They will have time for the Wukong to maybe get back in the area, but Knight has no TP. I don't think there's any real reason to try to contest this, but Bin is still sitting in a dangerous position.
Oke, 2 naga untuk top
Maybe they're
esports,
gonna
nice.
look for something afterwards. Bin positioning to try to maybe catch Cream as he does walk down.
I like it because you also have Beishwan coming in from the
They're
top
gonna
side here.
Baru tadi kata-kata kalau T1 kalah jadi 1 game bang. Enggak kocak kalau T1 pulang. Itu ulti apa Kanavi? Cuk, Kanavi trolling aja. Alama Bin, tolong Bin. Alama top esports. Itu Kanavi ulti apa anjir? Tidak mau.
Team has given up the ghost on him. He tries to dive onto Elk, but for it, he
Ya, Baron,
just
Cok.
dies. A 2-for-1 for BLG, but how close are these fights?
They are really crazy. These fights are so intense. Bin just waited around for so long.
Cream
They go
ketangkep.
for this engage onto Cream.
Cuma itu Kanavi ulti apa anjir? Itu ulti apa?
Avoiding pretty much everyone except for the flanking.
Kanavi ulti apa cuk?
Great pullback on the feathers to be able to finish him off, but at the same time,
Cuk,
369
what
has
is
already beat
this?
down
What?
Wukong, taking him out. And Jackie Love, he's the backup AD carry. He's still alive and still firing. And it does mean Kanavi is kind of hung out to dry, but it is still the Dragon going to TES. Another close fight. The gold remains practically dead even. We're just in for such a treat here. This final game between two of the best
aneh
teams
banget
the
ini tim
LPL has
anjir.
to offer is really delivering.
And you're really seeing a part of what top esports are trying to do in some of these fights, which is pull them around, try and separate them, because we talked about it in draft. They don't have this traditional front to back, we stand behind an all and walk forward and let our Smolder do all the work. You've got Maud putting someone in the death realm, you've got Leona looking for a stun on the other side, you've got Corki flying across, Kanavi trying to stun someone up. Whereas BLG haven't quite found that more traditional front to back. You don't just have the Wukong engage into a hero's entrance.
Untung gak ngambil Baron BLG ya.
Credit for top esports for not allowing that.
They're surrounding
looking
him.
for it now. On's going to get caught up towards the top side. Dashes
Serangan,
away.
serangan,
Has that gleaming pro TP in. As well
Alamak, Jak. Aish, aduh, Aish. Itu, wah, nice, Smolder, wah, BLG go. Bentar. Au. Ih, gak jadi anjir. Wah, nice. Oh, hati-hati. Oh, astaga rata. Oh, no. Astaga, lagi, Jackie Love, nice. Oh my god! Baron!
Finds the moment here in the mid lane. Bin goes for the massive engage.
Oh my god, absolute cinema.
Counter strike here, but TES are able to hold on here. There's just too many
Cuk,
threats.
seru anjir.
TES, look at Bin flashing forward into the midst of everyone, getting that counter strike down, but he's pushed back. And Jackie and Cream, they are free firing. And from here, it looks like it is absolutely cooked for PLG until Elk
Anjir, absolute cinema.
fight, knocking down multiple members.
Berasa final, Cok.
Goes forward, flashes for the pullback on
Damn.
Cream, knocks down the Smolder, but Jackie still has resources. Barrier there, flash forward, knocks them both down.
Oh my god.
The Baron and the first significant lead, and look at the heartbreak there on the faces of the BLG members.
Yeah, Baron, let's go.
As his team loses what could be the game-deciding fight.
It really could. The Baron secured for top
BLG sengaja main Bechuan kalau biar kalau pulang semua playernya main di Worlds. Kan udah Bechuan.
Came up in time to take it to. Now with the Red Bull Baron power play 2K already collected by top esports. Looking for vengeance.
My god. Jax masih menang sih. Jax is still pretty strong.
For BLG, the story's the same. The book has been
Oh my
written.
god, absolute cinema apa ini?
This backline, it does work. You have a cycle, you counter strike, hero's entrance, quickness. You have all of these tools, but top esports' ability to split, ability to scatter when that engage comes out, has been sublime so far.
And I have to give so much credit to
Mordekaiser gak bisa shadow beam ya? Smolder kalau gue ikut war sayang banget anjir.
You are trying to get close to my carries. You cannot just walk up for free and flash on them. You will take damage, you will get punished. And if you try to go for that engage and you fail even just by a pixel, Cream and Jackie will make you pay for it. They are just
Cuma kasihan sih.
destroying them at this
Aku
point.
kayaknya
And the
sekarang
third
aku ngerti
item is
kenapa orang
for
benci
both of them.
BLG ya.
Now that rapid fire I talked about is there. The game is
Mereka tuh ngehancurin karir player, sumpah.
once you have that third item.
Beicuan karirnya hancur deh ini. Kalau kayak gini.
Laughing at him.
Take a breath, we'll take a moment. Cloud Drake's up, will only be third for top esports. No soul.
Ngancurin karir orang, Cok.
Pretty sure they're happy with the extra movement speed they're getting out of these three clouds. The ability just to dodge and dip around the fight. And now they will be on Soul Point. 4,000 gold their lead for BLG. A 2024 that was so close but so far. 2 finals. Weren't quite
Lo
able to
pikir
get
gua
over
gak
the
mikir?
finish line. Now a
Damn.
25 that has been up and down to say the least. Managing to pick up the win in the summer finals, but being eliminated before even making it to quarters here in China, in your home country, will be a disappointment. Hung, Zenith play dodged away with the battle dance. On takes a super scorcher breath back into the rest of his team.
I mean, especially when you're looking at the strength of schedule for them. They played 100 Thieves, Fnatic, G2, and then BKS.
Yeah.
People would think that is easily 3 wins and you're out.
Base one goes in. Hung, the target here, as Entra's coming out. Hung was already going to flash away. Cream trying to put the damage down. On tries to get him.
Masih ada kan barannya? Meledak keturakan. Kena bom lah. Oh, gak mati anjir. Elder loh. Belum ya? Satu naga nih.
Top esports on the advance.
Yeah, 369 short change to E there, misposition on his cursor, so it didn't actually fully extend, but it doesn't matter. They take the tier 2. They're going to crack the inhibitor towers here. You can see assist pings are deep. They're going to try to look for a TP play here. Bin's trying to find an angle.
Notice Hung doesn't have the TP, the flash. Counter-strike out, Bin gets exhausted immediately. Knight looks for that flank. Bin with a stopwatch, ongoing in grand entrance. Meanwhile on the top side, 369
ngetroll.
Hung's already down. Bin looking for a renegade.
Ya.
In onto Jackie Love. That's
Apa gimana? Apanya gitu? Bisa kali. Weh! Nice! Jax! Jax! Fuck! Cing, wait! Why 3-1? Oh my god, top esports!
They hold on!
BLG hold the line against the odds here. It looked like TES was about to wrap it up, but BLG saying no. You will go no further. They're able to find the angle here. Hung was already low. Bin just forces the issue, goes straight in. Beishwan as well as Almer threatening Jackie as Knight TP'd in. And look at Elk over the wall the whole time. Elk has such beautiful
Carry
positioning.
banget, Cok.
369 only finds the ult onto a
Carry
Wukong,
anjir.
and he can't even hit him.
Jaxnya serem banget anjir.
Elk is untouched. The solo laner's getting
The
so
fuck?
much work done.
Nyawanya
here for
segitu loh.
BLG. As Elk gets
Ci berani
pulled in,
banget, Cok.
but flashes
Oh,
back.
loncat ke situ.
Bin and
Anjir, triple
Beishwan
kill coach.
just bouncing back and forth, and then that feather pull
Ayo,
catches the
ya.
shoulder, knocks him down, and BLG, they're not dead yet.
Soalnya belum dapat. Bisa di cancel ini sama BLG.
When you need him, Bin stands up. He's had a quiet world so far. It's been Knight who's put the team on his back. But now Bin with a quadra, 3k gold lead for him. Doesn't matter too much. Has the first
Iya, Kiana. Kanafi kenapa deh?
at 2.
You can see Jackie has that shield bow, so going to be even harder to knock down. Critically Cream, no IE yet. Really wants to get towards that. And Elk has just been playing stellar in these team fights. He is on 4 full items, has the Infinity Edge. And he's going to have to do so much of the heavy lifting. He is the consistent
Bin
leader
1
for the
versus
team.
9.
It's up to the others to create space, but he must
Dia doang yang
capitalize on
fight
those opportunities. And if he mispositions,
Oh my God.
he's going to be instantly dead against a comp with this many threats. But look at BLG. Threatening a potential flank. If TS move up here, they might just go.
Awas Jax, astagfirullah. Wait, nice ulti itu, men. Wait, nice ulti Kanafi itu, men. Awas, Jax. Astaga, apa yang terjadi? Oh no, Jax. Astaga, tolong, Jax, stop Jax.
Sonya's can Bin jump out? He dives back in somehow. The counter's striking up to keep him alive through the orders, and Gatling Gun Knight's going to retreat. Top esports now on the front foot, a man down.
Oh my god, ini match apa, Cok?
Right there. You thought Cream might have taken over, but he couldn't finish it off. It's blinking health bars. it's Bin just juggling it so incredibly well.
Anjir, Jax serem
With the
banget, Cung.
counter strike into the
What the fuck
stasis,
is that,
counter strike
Jax?
back up again, creating incredible amounts of space
Ini
for his team.
kah wujud asli Bin.
Bin is showing why
Korega Bin
his
kah?
name is synonymous with Jax. He is known for this champion, the best
Ini wujud
Jax
aslinya
in the
Bin.
world. This guy is just
Kelo.
insane when he is playing at his best. And he is stepping up in the moment when BLG needs him most. But it is 20 seconds until a potential Cloud Soul. TS has claimed the last 3 Cloud Dragons in a row. And that is going to be the test. If you thought
This
it
is
was hard for them
Bin?
to find engages now, give over that Cloud Soul. You are probably both never finding the engage and never getting away after a failed engage.
Just never be able to escape. The top esports, like, you can see what the comp is meant
Smolder
to do.
udah, tapi Smolder kehitungnya stacknya masih dikit ya, segitu ya.
Then just allow the
Udah 30 menit loh.
to spit out damage to engulf their opponents.
Kayak itu, segitu kehitungnya sedikit kan pasifnya.
Beishwan is looking for that flank position.
Kirain udah 400 aja.
By top esports, Beishwan looks for the side.
Alamak! Alamak! Oh no! Wah, sakit aja Smoldernya. Oke, gimana? Oh, Jax versus everybody. Weh, BLG going home. Top esport win. Triple kill untuk Smolder. It's over.
But Kanavi instantly denies it, stuns him into the wall, and seals their fate. Top have done it.
Top won't go through.
Top esport win. Kill those proud. Goodbye BLG.
To the quarterfinals.
Terbukti siapa yang fraud.
By nature.
Fraud. Goodbye fraud.
TES rises victorious and makes it to
Damn.
quarters.
Damn.
What a battle. To me, that's the best game of Worlds thus far.
Beichuan engage. Nice try.
An incredibly back and forth
Apa terus
game
nanti yang
between
disalahin
these
Beichuan?
two teams.
Kasian anjir.
TES with a very difficult to execute on composition here.
That's
really
dirty.
making it work in the key moments. Lightning fast reactions there from Kanavi to seal the game.
Because that Cyclone, if that's on that your backline for long enough for a counter strike, a quickness to follow up, you are just all done for.
Iya, apa Cloud 4 ya? 4 Cloud. Damn.
That will go through to our final 8 for BLG. A disappointing Worlds, you have to say. We're gonna
Aduh,
hand it over
sedih
to the
Night.
analyst desk
No,
to break
Night.
down that series.
Night sih udah main kayak orang gila ya.
Freaking love League of Legends, man. That was the most skill we
Night
had in
udah
the
carry
game
banget
at
itu.
Worlds. LPL versus LPL, that is all I expected here.
Setiap
from a
game,
matchup like
setiap
this, guys.
BLG kalah, Night yang carry timnya loh.
Take over game 1. We got to see this
Sedih, Cuk.
series, top esports play a lot more controlled, and then we just got to see two teams bash each other's heads in for game 3.
Are you ready for T1?
BLG take their final bow. I'm so sad that we have to
Ntar
lose one
ke
of these
toilet
two
tuh.
teams, right? Because I think neither team had the performances they would have wanted in this stage. These two teams have such talented players on them, and for BLG, last year they were at Worlds Finals, right? And for all of the rough times that they had this year, it's really, really sad to see them not go back to the bracket stage to try to kind of defend that position.
It's a situation where BLG didn't really show their final form up until this point. And my goodness, what a performance it was, because in that game 3, even when their backs are pushed to those Nexus towers, they still find those incredible fights. I mean, Bin on the Jax really showed up today, but again, it also just shows the resilience of top esports, the caliber of these players. 369 bringing out his signature Mordekaiser, basically making it impossible for Beishwan to ever work with Bin to get onto the back line, but these fights were so neck and neck. God, watching Elk in these fights, Jackie loves positioning. Like, We know that the LPL is known for their team fights, but this was just a beautiful demonstration of what this region has to offer.
I'm so glad you called out so many of the champion choices too, right? Because when their backs up are against the wall, LPL teams will always default for comfort, right? That's how we got the Bin Jacks. That's why we get the Mordekaiser from 369. Like, even if it doesn't make sense to our viewers at home who haven't been watching LPL, it definitely makes sense to them in terms of comfort. You could see it in these team fights from both of these top laners, right? And then, I mean, shout out to Keraang. I know he's had a rough tournament. I know he had some mispositioning errors in this game, even on the Smolder. However, hopefully people believe me when I say this is someone who has been able to contest Knight this year. Like, he has improved so much as we see that damage coming out of the Smolder in this game.
Insane.
And so I really hope that he can kind of brush off the nerves now and have a better performance going forward.
And this is a huge opportunity for Top Esports to finally change the narrative. They finally returned to the quarterfinals. We heard the elation of the fans in the arena to see Jackie Love back at another quarterfinals. It's going to be an exciting one, and if they play like they did today, they are a scary opponent to go up against.
Vintage Jackie Love has entered Worlds 2025, but it doesn't stop here. It was absolute cinema in this best of 3 series, and we have one last team yet to qualify to quarterfinals. It is going to be Movistar Koi going against the world champions T1 right after this. Speechless, absolutely speechless.
As well as Bin goes in for the counter strike. He lands it onto Kanavi. Supreme decided Tanner's going to get him stunned. The cyclone from Base 1. Jackie Love's already killed off on. And Top Esports just immediately turn it around. Base 1 trying to swing around with a cyclone. But it's a Tempest for BLG. Now 2 for 2. Elk on the back foot. Knight gets caught in the Justice Punch. Elk flashes. Finds the root. Finds the Feather Storm. Jackie answers. Jackie flashes in. Jackie Love for Top Esports. Pulls it from beyond the grave.
Jackie Love finds the moment.
I'm back. Jar, iklan Wild Rift tumben. Lah. Tumben. Wild Rift, hey. Yo. Is Wild Rift going back? Karena lagi ultah. Tumben ada ikan Wild Rift. Tumben Riot ingat. Lagi ultah doang. Menang siapa tadi? Top Esport. Tapi close sih, apa head to head tadi kalah scaling aja BLG. Gila, absolute cinema itu. Close combat itu. Menang tes. Close sih matchnya. Close match. Cuma kalah scaling tes. Top Esport scalingnya bagus. Kalau di bullet game susah BLG. Bin 1 versus 9 sama ya Becuan aneh sih mainnya, gak pernah ngegeng perasaan deh. Apa aku haters Becuan atau emang gak pernah ngegeng deh? Kayaknya aku haters Becuan mungkin. T1 vs MK bakalan 2-0 apa 2-1? 2-1 lah, boring. 2-0 mah boring ya. Halo, halo. Dibilang ganteng-ganteng Inter versus jungle Kumana. What the fuck? Ya, Jakilov gak ketangkep, mustahil. Muhalun. Si Fly Inspired DMG itu abis kalah kemarin. Real kah? Yo, orang-orang gak percaya sama aku kan? Sudah ku bilang. Dari awal udah ku bilang. Orang-orang menyebut aku gila. Real ini. Inspired G2. Reckless. Real. It's happening, bro. Kalau nggak inspired, Shadow boleh deh, Shadow. I think Shadow is pretty decent. Aku kayak demen Shadow sih. G2 Shadow, I'll take that too. G2 Shadow sounds like a banger. Bayangin punya jungler LPL champion. Damn. Bangga gak lu?
It's Europe's rising star versus the reigning
Jungler LPL champion, man. Shadow.
Presented by Mercedes-Benz. Spain's MKOI, the number 2 seed from Europe, faced T1, the greatest
Honor
team
kemahalan.
in league history, with everything on the line. In just 16 minutes and 47 seconds, T1 crushed Mad Lions at MSI 2023. Now Ayoooo returns stronger as the rebranded MKOI charge toward their first Worlds quarterfinal since 2021. As for T1, the defending world champions haven't finished below semifinals
Boleh,
since 2020.
why not?
They may not look dominant this year, but
G2 akan membuat Beichuan menjadi jungler terbaik di dunia. Kalian tidak percaya? G2 itu adalah tim di mana membuat potensi seseorang itu menjadi sempurna. Contohnya Skumon. Skumon yang dijuluki jungler terburuk di LEC saat ini berada di quarter final. Bermain mundo pula tuh. Do you see what? Do you understand what I'm saying? G2 adalah tempat orang mengeluarkan potensi terdalamnya. Let's go. Already?
I don't know how hard or difficult it's going to be today, but I wager it's very difficult.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
My team,
I didn't want to break the news to you, but I think we can all be honest about it. I know when it comes
Di carry Broken Bat sama Caps enggak lah. G2 tuh setiap rosternya perfect. Mereka memiliki potensi tersembunyi yang belum ditunjukkan.
Obviously, I think have been a really interesting org to me in that they've both been fairly consistent in being able to make it to internationals while simultaneously struggling to really make a mark.
Do you mean MKOI's been consistent or Mad Lions and getting 17th, 18th? What are you saying there,
But they made it.
But they're there!
That's true. They're there once again.
Terlalu tersembunyi potensinya. Kebetulan potensinya nggak pernah keluar. Hansa mah jago cu, damage-nya paling gede kemarin. Dia MVP kemarin. Player of the match.
Here it is a story of can you do that again and overcome that even if you want to take down the world champions.
Yeah, I think that's the big thing for watching MKOI this year for me is you see
Merwin versus Doran. Not gonna lie, Merwin is pretty good, bro. Oh, yang voting dulu terus.
However, we've also seen
voting.
a bit at this tournament against opponents that aren't nearly as strong as T1.
They had the reverse sweep versus Team Secret Wales, but it left a lot to be desired. They're up versus T1 Maritz, and now I gotta say, do you agree they've gotten a fraud draw, and why are they in this
Ya,
position?
votingnya pada BLG ya. Bisa-bisanya kalian percaya pada fraud. Aku dong dukung tes dari awal. Aku selalu percaya tes pasti bisa menyelamatkan dunia quarter final.
I've seen T1 win the last 2 times. Why do I keep being told? It's because it's important to know this team, even though they're the 4th seed, brought Gen G to 5 in the LCK playoffs. And I think we're seeing some underperformances compared to domestic performance.
Ini pasti game 1 Jujutsu nge-gap Faker lalu Honor nge-gang lane-nya Doran terus. Masuk akal. I can see that happening.
Yeah, and I think that's a huge thing for T1 as well, right? Coming out of that
Honor kayaknya naksir sama Doran nih.
100 Thieves match yesterday, I think
Bro, demen banget ke lane-nya Doran.
to look a little bit stronger in that match.
And something that I want to talk about is Keria, because Keria, to me, when he's good, and we saw that for multiple glimpses throughout this year, obviously many times in the last year, is the most impactful support in the world. It's really hard to put into words.
Literally the best support in the world. Number 1 support.
Don't think that thus far we've really seen that level of impact from this player at Worlds.
I'd make a case he can be the best player in the world. I think you can break it outside of that support role, and if he is not playing up to his usual level, of course that's gonna have a great add-on
Bart
effect.
permaban, Azir permaban.
You nail it down also, Emily, the support role, or is it because the whole team isn't working as such that then of course support also suffers?
Yeah, I mean, I think it's a little bit of both, right? Like, I don't think Keria's had the performance he would have wanted. I also think a lot of it is a team issue. I think someone you want to be looking for to kind of start having a he has such a rock solid mental, I think, in a lot of these cases, is Gumayushi. I thought he had a really strong performance yesterday, even with Keria sometimes being a little bit behind the rest of the team on some of these engages. And this is a huge meta for AD carries, right? They play such an important damage role in so
Seru sih tadi top esport lawan Belgium. Meleduk aja, meleduk. Pecah tadi, pecah.
He's always incredibly consistent and he steals all the objectives.
Exactly. He can also be a jungler.
Yeah, and that's actually the biggest criticism we had of Owner yesterday, was that he got a little bit too used to having a third smite. But for me, Guma and Owner both. I know that Owner smites yesterday weren't necessarily the best, but for me, the team fight setup is coming from him.
KDA-nya 4,7.
is coming from Guma.
Bagus kalau KDA Guma, gak pernah jelek anjir. Kenapa orang suka boleh Guma ya?
Domestic Doran, but I think that T1 will
KDA
be looking
4,7.
today to see everything kind of come together. And again, we go back to 2023. There were also questions going in, and they had a nice walk. They all came together, and the rest is history.
It's true, it's true. I do want to bring up some, not counterpoints, because that sounds like I think Emco's gonna like 2-0 T1 or anything like that. But I think when it comes to talking about Guma and his consistency, for me,
karena bandingannya ruler. Ya, jangan dibandingin sama ruler lah.
Series he's ever played versus Team Secret Whales, and that's
But ruler don't have. Ruler only have one trophy though. Guma have 2.
Performances, and I know he's going to want it today. Alvaro, on the other hand, is someone who I've always found incredibly consistent for the side of Movistar Koi. And I think, Emily, even in those runs that weren't that good at Worlds last year, he was always the shining light.
My wife yang dress biru.
Is it all going to be enough is, of course,
Mbak Zox.
I mean, I think that I'm glad you brought up support.
Guma or Dogo?
Jungle is actually still massive right now in the meta.
I think I prefer Guma.
When I think of this Movistar Koi
I love CFO, but Dogo a little bit cocky.
No, it's cool. They're Movistar.
It's not good.
It is from Ayoooo, who's kind of the heart of this team. He's been with this org for
His cockiness
so
gonna
long.
bite him
and then
someday.
Alvaro, who's been consistently stellar across their entire run. So, I mean, I think the two of them working together, running the map, would be Koi's best chance to take this.
Ayoooo still chasing that 1647 redemption. He wants it erased from his records, but let's see how the fans have voted at home. You can vote every single day at MasterCard GG on X. Well, not when we take a break, but you know, whenever there's matches.
Bang, CFO udah kelar, Bang.
Match for T1 with 73.8%.
T1 73%, gelo.
What?
For T1 standards, that's low.
Yeah,
we're looking at 80s.
Yeah, whenever
normally.
I see T1, I'm usually expecting 80%.
Yeah, Emco's just that good. It's
Barusan ngegul usia Tom sama Faker tuaan Tom setahun bejir. Kan satu angkatan Tom sama Faker. Pernah satu tim mereka.
Because we've done that the last 2 years when it comes to T1.
Absolutely. I think nobody will blame us for saying that, because it's just happened 2 years in a row, and you know they have their eyes on the prize. They don't usually get knocked out at this stage. In fact, they never do. So could a bunch of upstarts from the LEC help them or kick their chances away? I don't know, but I'm going to give my full support to Movistar Koi as they go up against T1. Come on, give us a show, boys.
And I think that's all we really want. Classic bias. Shocks wants to show from the boys. This desk, though, there's going to be no bias, even though it's two LEC casters. Dragos and Dagda.
Wait, what?
Oh, did you not get that? You not get the memo?
Get the email. I didn't
Oh,
get the
okay,
email.
all right. That's my bad. We show a normal, neutral amount of love to both sides. But I love everything the desk was talking about. Jungle support matchup going to be hype. Of course, for one of these teams, it'll be the last time we see them on the international stage thus far. T1, 3 LCK teams have already made it through. But one LCK team is built a little bit different, right? That is T1, and it never is going to feel like a top 8 at Worlds if they don't make it. But MKOI could be the team to cut this run short. They would be the #1 most beloved team in the LPL.
Beda. Itu mah mata. Bukan Tom.
It's also because we've just seen BLG get eliminated. If T1 are now eliminated,
Yang setim sama Faker mah
both
mata.
of our finalists from last year is taken out of the equation. And for Movistar Koi to be the team to do it would be absolutely incredible. But I think a lot of people expecting T1 to be able to take this. They have been exceptionally strong over the course of the year. At some points, even the strongest team in the LCK. So it's going to be hard for Movistar Koi to take them down.
Uphill battle, to be certain. The MasterCard fan vote, you know.
Jojovian jago sih. Kita lihat Jojovian main apa. Kalau ini kita dukung mana, guys? Aku bingung. Kalau aku dukung MKOI, kayak dia botak aja. Kayak dia dukung MKOI, kayak dia botak. Kayak dia dukung T1, aku pengen dukung MKOI. BLG langsung pulang lah. Iya, BLG kalah. Apa technical issue setiap T1 match? Normal. Farming viewers.
Good picks coming through from 100 Thieves where they were able to catch T1 out on rotations, but T1 were able to fall back towards what has been exceptionally strong for them for years and years and years. Their team fighting, had objectives, finding those moments where they're able to pop off
Ngecip dulu, cuy.
and their carries take shape.
Aku pengen lihat kayak dia botak. Kalau dukung MKOI terus menang, MKOI botak kepala gue. Gak apa-apa lah, dukung MKOI. Gak mungkin menang mereka. Aku dukung MKOI. They will not win. Come on.
I like starting with Ban the Bard. You know, it really is one step at a time. Baby steps, explosive early game.
Kurang mana gak jadi nobar deh. Dia kan official co-streamer. Aku nggak bisa nobar sama dia.
But look, we look back to the 1647 era. That Mad Lions roster was ahead, Rob. We talked about this. They were getting kills in every single early game.
They got first blood every game.
If you watch just the first 5 to 10 minutes of all of the games of the 1647 series, you would really think the T1 were losing.
Except for game 3. Game
3, there might have been a little bit of mental boom after game 2.
Tapi BLG great fight sih. Mereka tim yang kuat.
For MKOI, that was the
Mainnya keren tadi.
They got those early leads. They
Nice
could
try
not
lah.
close it out. They could not bring it home. And even against Team Secret Wales,
Kecuali
they saw some of
jungle-nya.
that same shakiness. So hoping for that
Jungle-nya,
level of
I don't know.
performance to give us the compelling series. 7
I don't
out of 8
think
teams
the jungle
locked into
doesn't
the
deserve
bracket
the
stage.
credit.
One more to follow. Expectation is it'll be T1, but again, never say never when it comes to the world stage and upsets.
Kan di Cina ya, emang Cina oleh-olehnya korma. Dikira naik haji, kocak.
One of the things we always talked about was their preparation. Now, obviously, much shorter timeline to try and get that preparation done, but still, this is a squad that tends to kind of download their opponents and then figure out, okay, we're going to try and pay for side lanes, picks, team fights, whatever.
Lihat muka-muka player MKOI kayak dia sangat senang sekali. Wah, pasti dompetnya penuh itu. Dompetnya diisi saldo Telekom. Cupika cupiki.
To get the game in their favor off of those picks, because I think if you allow T1 to just kind of slow the game down and play for team fights, I think that's where the individual performers on T1 will shine, and I don't know if Movistar Koi can keep pace.
Good question. We'll be able to identify pretty quickly as we enter the mid game in this game one. Of course, for now though, we're headed to the Champions Select, powered by Omen and HyperX.
MKOI, good ban from MKOI.
List on how to beat T1. Of course, there's about 50 to 60 other steps in the process, but that's one.
Yeah, step 2 and 3 is what's happening with Oriana.
Ini yang kalah pulang ya? Benar. First pick ini ada Azir. Kalau gak ada Poppy bisa Azir. Gak ada Poppy bisa. Azir? Gak ada Poppy. Loh?
The problem is
okay.
whenever you say the
Azir
name
dong.
maker and you say exceptional performer for a long time, you just could start listing
a lot of champions.
A healthy portion of the entire League of Legends roster.
Huh?
We were watching the replays again. It was Cassante mid last year. It was Nautilus mid last
Janjian kah nggak pakai
It's
Azir
kind
ini?
of weird over the years, but this could be a more conventional mid lane matchup. They opted for the Orianna.
Lah,
Now, I
Azir
think it is
dong.
important to call out where there have been some struggles and inconsistency.
Gak ada popinya, gak ada. Bisa. Gak ada Bard, gak ada popi.
Pick for a good reason. So see what they can do
really?
with this. Is an immediate Cassante picked up, not afraid to blind pick versus Mirwen, even with the luxury of red side counter pick.
Yeah, it's also been a champion Mirren has. Honestly, I think
Nantang Lord Azir lah, iyalah. Pri, cok, gak ada popi. Enak betul. Gas
You've still got options here for like the Wukong for Elyoya, which has also been a very strong pick from the Orianna Wukong strong combo. I think MKOI still are going to be relatively happy with the way this draft is going so far. But again, for T1, I mean, it's what you want, your bread and butter. It's Faker on Azir, strong front line. You're going to be able to get something like a Varus or something along these lines for Guma in that bottom side of the map if you'd really like to. Even the Zaya, and you're going to be fairly happy with the way things are going.
Oh, dapat Sinzo. Tukeran ya, Sinzo sama ini.
Taking their time, they are going to opt to lock in the Xin.
Padahal Mundo enak ke Mundo?
Indicating a more aggressive plan in the early game.
Wih,
Obviously, we see
apa itu, Wak?
kind of, I would say be the pick of the
Cem
tournament.
apa itu, Wak?
Meta prio a lot
Huh?
in all the regional playoffs, but I feel
Okay.
like in this tournament especially, it's looked super dominant. Now
Agak
paired alongside
lain.
the Corki, so MKOI, a lot of early to mid game power here across these last two picks.
And that's kind of what we were talking about, is that I think MKOI is saying, look, if we don't win early and win hard, we don't really have a chance here. So going for a very strong early game in the Xin Zhao, you don't have to wait for that level 6 on the Wukong. Try and find these early skirmishes with the strong power lane that you have in the Corki.
Wah, Guma Parus. Oh.
Wait.
Wait.
Very strong lane and something that Guma Yushi is.
Yo,
exceptionally
MKOI.
strong.
What the hell?
I think for MKOI, it's going to be all
Guma
focused on this
Parus,
early stage.
Faker Azir, Doran Cassante.
Are the bands going
Bro?
to be focused? Obviously a bit of a mismatch. MKOI can't shape the jungle
What?
matchup, but support's going to be
Yo,
especially important.
MKOI?
here, as T1 will have the luxury of counter pick, and being in a position where Keraang gets to counter pick
Hello?
support is always a terrifying prospect. We might not be in Caitlyn's support era, but it still haunts me at the very least.
Yeah, I'm also curious if we end up
What?
going back to like things like the Gwen in that top side, like especially when you have the Xin Zhao there, you got the MC Hammer comp that can't touch this with both of those.
Yo.
We'll have to see if that is going to be the plan.
Owner
It does
five?
give you a very strong front line.
Owner
and
five?
Something that is very
Mungkin.
synergizing with these engage tools from Alvaro.
Gak
which
bisa
is maybe his
Jarvan,
best
Corki, cok.
style of champion. We'll have to see what the game plan is, because you haven't seen much Gwen at this tournament, so it may just be an Ornn ban instead. for
Owner
T1 to
five?
try and take away some of that tank feed.
Langsung all in.
Is that option going to be for now? It's the Rumble instead, so limiting that long range. Of course, you do have the Varus, who's that immobile carry, and the slow, the damage from an equalizer can just make Guma's life pretty miserable.
Kiana kayaknya Owner.
Or poke Varus, although
Kalau nggak
is the
Wukong.
assumption at this stage. One final
Wukong
ban
Kiana
for
sih kayaknya.
MKOI. This is it can be really tough here for MKOI, right? Because a range support really changes the nature of this draft dramatically for the side of T1. Swaps are always an option, so Braum is going to be the takeaway here. Makes sense when you have a Xin who's diving in. Probably means we're going to see at least probably just 2 more melee champions from the side of MKOI.
Oh, Keria, Bart. Kenapa nggak main Pike aja Keria, biar seru.
Is when he's able to get some of his more unique champions out and about now. Obviously with the Bard banned and the Poppy gone, maybe just saying, hey look, Alistair, strongest into Nautilus, into Rel, we're happy to just take that matchup in a basic sense.
Ayo lawan Cassante pakai apa? Oh.
Okay.
Iya sih masuk akal sih.
Playing with our hearts, perhaps.
Merakan bah.
Engage. Which, again, if you are a stranger to Alvaro at all, this is one of his best picks. Like the engaged players, and it's actually going to be the Mordekaiser coming in on the top side. So
Morde lawan Cassante. Aneh. Itu kan Kiana, Owner. Owner tuh pilihannya antara Kiana kalau nggak Wukong. Wukong enak juga sih sebenarnya. Tapi kalau dipick, ya gitu. Rakan Corki loh. Kia, enakan Kiana.
Owner maybe feeling himself here today.
I think Jarvan atau Kiananya simpan buat next game kali.
Picked up here, obviously can be fantastic engage CC or follow up CC, but isn't always going to have the same reliable teamfight impact that a Jarvan will bring to the table. This champion used to feel like the LPL special, but it has just been rising in priority.
Yeah, we've seen Owner play it once before. Didn't end up winning on it. What we'll have to see is, as you say, it's been more of an LPL pick than an LCK pick.
And now, coming in against MKOI, if you can get this ball rolling, Kiana is an exceptionally strong spot, but it's not exactly in a list of champions that we expect to try and play for the early stages, right?
Ulti Kiana bisa ke ulti Azir kah? Kayaknya ulti Azir kehitungnya bukan tembok deh.
Push waves consistently and kind of win out through that respect. So trying to find these moments to snowball this Kiana.
Bisanya ke itu kali, Trundle.
Could be. But I think if you're a T1 fan, you're sitting there pretty comfortable because Faker 139 wins, 61 losses on Azir, most played champion by more than 80 games. So I think if there's anyone who, whatever happens in early
Let's
game,
go,
could scale up and
MKOI.
bring this home, that is the man that I'm looking at.
Guma have a habit of it.
Yes, but that is of course the historical, the prestige, the pedigree of Faker. More recently, as the desk highlighted, Guma has been the guy to look at. We'll see. Poke Varus is one of those champions that, again, it all depends on if you can land the Qs. If you can get those early advantages, Guma has been able to connect them just about every situation. See if he can do that once again.
Ke ulti Talia bisa. Oh, kalau Talia memang tembok itu menjelas.
Into the top 8 here at Worlds. Will it be MKOI? Will it be T1?
Nah, Ornn tuh Q-nya ya. Q-nya Ornn bisa.
They got a shot. In respect to the MKOI fans who have trekked here out to Beijing, I just heard one very guttural roar of Vamos Koi. Sometimes it can make all the difference.
And for MKOI, they don't have to make that trek home after today. Opportunity here to try and take down T1, but Alpro going to be spotted. Kerry only has the head push, so significantly less worried about that. And no word placed yet, but Kerry, there goes. Pop over the wall, just try and spot out the early clear.
Mirwin and Doran, of course, get eyes on each other. Small health advantage for Mirwin in that trade, but it means we're not going to be seeing any kind of creative swap. It does make some decent sense. And already,
Orion enak sih lawan Azir.
which I love to see.
Di laningnya.
That said, lethal tempo usually outmatches if you extend the trade long enough. So what initially looked pretty positive for Jojo, Faker, good awareness of
Orion enak di lane
still
sama
there
Azir.
to keep that trade going and is still keeping that tempo stacked at least for another second or so.
If both pots burned immediately by Jojo. So
Tapi masalahnya yang pakai Azirnya Faker loh
for
ini.
that early health trade, it looks like
Seriusan mau dikasih Azir.
But either way, as you say, like Harvey trading in this mid lane, that kind of favors honestly the Zinzao more, who may be able to make a bit of a pressure play here towards the mid lane earlier than I'll say the Kiana. But I'm also looking at that TP in the bottom lane. Varus, Guma usually end up opting in towards an extra teleport for the squad. So I'll have to keep track of him, because at this point in the game, with Kerry having that unsealed spellbook, that's potentially 4 TPs that T1 have to start moving around the map. And I think that's where we've seen MKOI struggle the most, is when they're trying to play on these 1-3-1 side lanes and getting caught out. If an extra teleport is there, can be a bit of a difficulty. Although, with the Orianna, less 1-3-1 for this style of comp.
Definitely. But getting caught out on side lanes, a common story for a lot of teams at this tournament, right? But that's pretty far away. Currently, still seeing some... Oh, okay, all right. Well...
Ya. Elioya. Klasik Elioya from apa nih? Rotation. Kadang dia lupa bawa smite, kadang hal itu terjadi. Klasik Elioya. Itu Elioya waktu lupa bawa smite diulang gak sih matchnya? Enggak ya? Enggak ya? Dia satu match gak bawa smite itu tahun kemarin. Itu gak diulang kan matchnya kemarin? Lupa bawa smite, Bang Elioya. Wih, Toto di situ anjir. Lah.
Likely gonna have to flash here. Lock was there, might not get the chance. Doesn't even try to get over the big wall.
What? Perasaan terakhir kali lihat ada di bawah. Hah?
Coming back for Ayoya. Managed to pick up the first blood here off a really nice invade timer. Even the fact he moved Alvaro over was just perfect. Moving over, Owner ended up using that invisibility at the start, which meant he didn't have any left.
Hah? Maaf Bang Eloya, I'm not familiar with your game. My bad.
100%.
Nah.
Really well played by the team overall. So unfortunate for Owner. He has the grass blade, which means that once he sees in, he
I'm sorry, Eloya. I'm not familiar with your game. My bad.
Again, and just be out there, right? Be stealthy. But because he uses both charges, because he uses everything on that golem, he's got nothing left to survive. And that's the bot lane prio paying off. Of course, for now, T1 have an advantage of their own, and JoJo's pretty far up. Water blade ready to go for Owner. Jojo Pin continuing to step into Faker, but he just does not have any health. Phase rush, he's gonna get him out for an extra second, but Owner
udah ngegeng Jojo Pin.
kill off effortlessly, is forced to use the flash, but a nice fire back.
Jojo took a while to spot Owner coming in towards that mid lane. Ended up sticking around that little bit too long. T1 made
Kenapa
the
nggak
play.
flash ya,
That's
Kiana?
exactly what you need. We were talking about Owner wanting to
Ya
try
itu tadi
snowball,
buat
set
ngegeng kali
behind, and
flashnya
now answers back
disimpan.
with a kill and helps even up or at least control this lane state for Faker in the mid lane.
Credit to Faker playing so aggressive to get that health bar relatively low. You highlighted it earlier on. Of course, since you highlighted it, they had already TP'd back, they had already did more, but clearly Faker and Jojo willing to fist fight for lane control here.
Also, the Dark Seal already picked up for Faker means that he does end up with a stack.
Beda banget Azir Korea sama Azir Cina.
Hyper aggressively here. So
Ini suhu Azir yang main ini. Rajanya.
Decent bit of damage. Powered auto going to connect. Osbon back, but Guma crucially hitting the arrow, proccing those blight stacks. He has already moved in and it looks like taking the Raptors. So a lot of little trades across the map. Of course, ultimately it's still an overall gold lead to the side of T1. So what felt like a nice promising early kill has been really well answered as this entire wave.
Daerahku aneh banget guys. Langitnya cerah, terang benerang tapi hujan. Aneh anjir. Langitnya terang tapi hujan. What?
So it means
That's
that he should
weird.
be able to still come back in as he likes into this bottom side of the map. It also meant that if they tried to go for any sort of swap there with Supa, would have been able to be matched as well as Dorn.
Level 6 immediately going to go all out on Miro and Miro
Oke,
flashing away.
klasik
Dorn
Kesante.
can flash follow, but after he doesn't connect on the all-out path.
Tapi setebal-tebalnya Kesante ya, harusnya pakai Rift Maker.
So ends up getting that ultimate available, which means he may be
Sakit
chasing
lah.
Dorn as that ultimate wears out, but
Kan sama-sama true damage kan?
burn his flash in these early stages and the individual laning phases, small wins for T1.
Going in, immediate knock.
Nah, salam kenal suhu Azir nih bos. The best Azir in the world nih bos.
That's going to turn his attention to the wave. Elioya finally here, but it's just too
Behold.
late. The lanes for MKOI getting picked off so quickly as Keria even now tries to deny little bits of farm.
Great timing there from T1. You can see MKOI were aware of the level 6 and the flashless Orianna being a problem, but instead of Alvaro being able to cover, T1 just send more members mid and end up with another kill now towards this Kiana.
And again, this is the first pick Orianna.
This is the best Azir in the world.
Kageyama.
Kageyama.
Apa
Apa Mob Psycho.
Up until this series where he is being targeted and really taken out of the equation. Credit to Faker. This man is constantly using the E, the shifting sands to get in, keep that man low. Jojo just had no room to play while T1 already starting up that first Drake.
Yeah, they're going to be very happy to do so. Again, like, you have Dorn burning that flash on the top side. You have Guma, Yushi, and Keria winning out on bottom lane thanks to their aggression as well. And you can see that CS lead opening. And now huge wins in the mid jungle. MKOI, we're hoping to fight early, but it just feels like it's already starting to slip through their fingers.
Definitely does. Faker comfortable.
Owner
in the mid lane,
500 kills.
Except for Alvaro, who of
Damn.
course has the extra assist and picked up a couple extra minions after that last bot wave was pushed in. But
11th player.
Owner does just take over to level
Alvaro
6,
galak
the
juga
mobility
ya.
just to make it out. Oh yeah, looks like he will be able
Aduh,
to take away
T1
the
kayaknya
red, but
ketahuan
is
deh
there to
nih
contest,
strateginya.
has used the
Owner
ulti,
diagresifin
TP
gitu,
now
susah
on
ya.
the way in. That's Keria looking to arrive to the party. Slow, steady retreat here as Elioya gets lower and lower. Super there to cover as well. I think they would have liked to force out the Crescent Guard from Elioya. Debating if they can turn this
Ini
back on
channel
the
ada kata yang di ban nggak kayak?
Nice patience, knowing they have the control
Enggak
there
sih.
to cover them.
Also, denying Gumayushi from getting to the wave does end up moving across eventually, but meaning that they had to invest this time, invest the time in getting that play in the tribe rush and don't get access to the wave on top side. So at the moment, MKOI at least finding
Judol
these little
kali?
windows that they are
Judol,
trying to pressure
gacor,
on, and it does give
perasaan.
them early access to void grubs. And I don't think
Coba
they're
ketik
ready to
gacor.
test this as owner. May just try and sneak one with the smite.
Level 4 for Alvaro. Throws the Gleaming Quill, so has been spotted. Owner not concerned whatsoever, knowing that Elioya is on the grubs. I think MKOI should just be happy getting 2. That is a smite from
Bisa ya?
Elioya. No real reason to fist fight here. You don't have control.
Gak ngaruh. Lupa aku nge-ban word apa. Gak ada apa.
Level 5. When becomes lightning, Guma marked. Won't be charging in. Owner just
Bisa
wants
ya?
to take this one. He has smite. Should be no way they can stop him, but Owner doesn't want to risk going down for it. So 3 grubs. Well played from MKOI.
I think Owner miscalculating on the smite and how much damage he could do. Couldn't quite get that button down and ends up popping out. So MKOI, nice little advantage for
N-word apa
himself,
N-word.
even denying Gumayushi this
Jangan deh.
Pretty big as Guma. Doesn't have access to that teleport. Did a really good job early of building lane advantages without using it, but now in this position is just going to have to go for a bit of an honest
Itu Guma
reset.
pakai skinnya ya?
Instead, it's gonna have to stay and push
Damn.
one more wave even into the cannon.
Guma pakai skinnya
Should be able to just
dia.
push out the wave and then reset and match Supa back on towards his top side. He's not going to be too sad about any of it. But again, I think like a lot of back and forth here. In the early stages,
what?
MKOI have been able to find some success in the early stages, but you can look down at the bottom of your screen and just see these small gold leads that are opening up for T1.
Sahron what?
Continue to use this over
Max
towards the
win?
Dragon in 2.5 minutes and keep that pressure up. That's really where MKOI will start to struggle.
Yeah, and item completions are huge in League of Legends, right? So the goal really for Owner right now is the difference of having that Profane Hydra. Thunder Sky will be big for Ayoooo, but doesn't have it yet. Now they're trying to make a play on
Faker
Faker.
ada
Back to the
flash.
safety of the control ward, and Keria is here to cover. Level 6 before Alvaro, so no access to the
Owner
quickness
ini
quite yet.
rotasinya digangguin mulu ya?
Overall, Gold has evened out. 3 grubs for the
Jangan-jangan
break,
ini
the biggest
kelemahannya
difference.
T1 nih. Grecokin Owner.
T1 also going to be able to move in onto the bottom side instead of a nice little bit of vision ahead of this Dragon. You see both Owner and Keria moving in there, and Faker's fine here.
My first impression my skin on World Match versus MKOI. Apakah lawan MKOI bisa jadi konten?
This area.
And Owner is very scary right now, Rob.
Yep.
Level 7, double buffs. Ready to get in there with the first strike. For now, luckily, he's focused on PvE, but I get a little nervous every time he pokes his head out in the mid lane. Guma only level 7 to Mirwan's level 9. As long as he doesn't get clipped by anything, it should be okay. But Mirwan's flash is going to be up shortly. Could be a problem. Keria now ready to respond, ready to support if need be.
It is still a little difficult to make things happen on this bottom side because you can pop the ult scare and get out of the Mordekaiser ult, but you still then kind of want that for if you're going to set up the tower dive.
Yeah.
So get a little fishy, especially even if
Digrecokin mulu loh. Alvaro bagus loh supportnya. Dia vision, control visionnya bagus aja.
Again, like Guma, this long range
Good
Varus
shit,
is
MKOI.
incredibly difficult to deal with, and he's been exceptional on this pick for such a long period of time across his career. And one of the things that he's become known for, I mean, even when you look back at stealing Barons
Gini
at
loh, main
Worlds,
support loh, aktif.
not exactly like he's off of any sort of comfort for himself.
No, definitely not, right? Those early item spikes for the lethality bars can be so cheap, as well as, speaking of, he has now finished the Sundered Sky. Can be a big tool for sustain, although generally, Kiana can be one champion alongside a lethality bars who can burst through that Xin if he's not able to get that ultimate down and really deny a lot of that effective sustain. As TP coming in on the bottom side.
Iya, Alvaro lebih sering rotasi di Beicuan. Ya, weh, apa ya? Wow, mati dong Guma. Wah, Merwin, GG sih. GG Merwin, good shit.
Extra movement speed coming in. That's the power of the spell book. Goes.
My God, Merwin.
T1 caught a bit of sleep at
That
the
was good
wheel.
shit,
Risky
Merwin.
proposition for Guma. Might have been a bit of a caster curse, honestly. Hyped him up just for him to get 1v1'd.
But he's not used to running TP, you know, so not exactly in the best of spots to scare you.
Now sprinting out.
Wow.
Flashing as
kena.
well. Finally going to use the Unbreakable. This man is determined to
Jauhin,
live. Has
jauhin.
taxied off of Ayoooo, but
Tung,
no one
tung.
else is coming. They're going to use
Alah.
the Shockwave as well.
Ya,
Keria will
nggak
eventually
bisa kabarin.
fall. Surely Keria will... Okay, Keria has fallen. All is okay. Sorry, the EU
Yo,
fan came out in me for a
is
second.
T1 gonna last? Kayak dia botak kah?
But he is dead. The cow is in the ground. And it does mean Dragon will also go and follow. But you're giving that kill to Jojo Pion as well, helping
Kayak dia
accelerate
botak kah?
Oriana. So overall, it's nice from MKOI. And a big punishment of Gumayushi's TP and the overextension to try and save him afterwards.
Definitely. And for a team with a lethality Varus and an Azir, you would
Second
have loved
Drake
to be the person
diamankan
getting
oleh
the second Drake when you've already
Ayoooo.
gotten the first, to start stacking those Drakes to guarantee a fight where MKOI at some point are going to have to fight into you. Instead, unfortunately, a bit of a flub from the bot lane of T1. Mirwan looking to rinse and repeat here. Pullback does connect onto Guma. Do they want to
Mati
keep
lagi
it
Guma.
going? They don't even need to go
Damn.
deep. Just obliterates him.
Yo.
Keria going to get taken out. Well, they know he has no unbreakable will. MKOI. Grab another 2 in the mid lane.
Out of nowhere, MKOI
Bro,
starting
I
to
think
pick
T1
up a
going
few of
home.
these kills, and it's off the back of the play earlier where the flash was burned on Keria and Mirwin just barely clipping Gumayushi after the flash with the claw.
And important to note there, observers highlighting well, a wave is the cost of that play, but perhaps that's why T1 felt comfortable, thought that MKOI were going to send someone up to catch the wave, skip the step, did not anticipate MKOI making fast plays, but we've seen over the course of the year, one of the things that MKOI loves to do, they're willing to take those riskier angles, and now it's starting to feel less and less risky, because the Swifties, Mordekaiser, it's scary. I'm just, you know, that is a hard man to stop from getting
Yeah, kayaknya, nice, good shit, Jojo Pion.
Jojo Pion keeping the extension
Good
going.
shit. Oke, miss ulti Jojo Pyun. Eropa jago-jago ya mordenya. Iconic ya. Mordenya Europe, good shit.
I'm curious how MKOI want to try and keep Jojo safe. Is this forego this Rift Herald and try and keep their mid laner safe in a side lane, or are they just going to try and attack Owner very quickly as he enters River to try and deny him access to the Orianna?
It's a good question. Doran and Mirwin continuing to trade
Ya, kalah dong
side,
lane-nya.
but it's Doran who's keeping the push up, so that will be a push advantage.
Ada TP kah? Gak ada TP, Merwin pulang.
Can try to get mid control for himself, but lethality VAR is obviously one of the big strengths of the champion. Even when Corki has his Trinity Force spike, is that he can just clear those minion waves so effortlessly. So another wave, losing a couple of creeps, another bit of gold chipped away from MKOI here, courtesy of Doran on the top side, but Jojo Pyun's been assigned, and our eyes are now on the next objective. 5 seconds. Jojo Pyun spots out Doran. Alvaro waiting off the side, but they really don't have the damage to kill Akana, Crooker, and Cassante. They will continue to tickle him, however.
He's going to be relatively fine for the moment. But I think with the way T1 have established themselves here, I don't think MKOI can really contest. There's a big wave that Jojo wants to get in top lane.
It's a risky bet. Top wave and mid wave essentially even. Mirwin going to push in on the bottom side though. Try to deny some CS, try to get some plates. So MKOI recognize they're down a man. They don't want to commit the TP. Immediate exhaust on the carry. A two-man
Oh, tebel sih Keria, harusnya enggak. Sakit. Gue mati aja Keria.
And it's the big one to get it done.
Yo, T1.
Coming in the mid lane, it's going to heal the minion as well.
Excuse me?
Keep the push onto this tower going. And Ayoooo wants Guma.
Oh my god, MKOI is destroying T1.
In the mid lane, Faker trying to respond with a push in the meantime, but it's MKOI with a massive lead.
These mid lane collapses are working for MKOI.
Jeez,
they're
MKOI.
getting the kills, they're getting some waves, but again, they are dropping one wave on top on that tower to Faker in the top side of the map. But overall, like mid tower for top tower, get the kills. They drop a wave in mid for T1 as well. MKOI are going to be happy with this.
In a good position. And again, the champions that they've drafted, the Xin, the Corki, you can see how they give them early control of the lanes, but they're not getting completely outscaled here. And Keria, it's been a bit of a rough one this game.
Yeah, and I think it's the fact that he didn't just use that ultimate early. Like, there is no objective that you really need that
Kena A sama
ultimate for.
roket.
So just burn us,
AR.
just say, okay, I'm going to be fine, I can escape away to the tower. But instead, he ends up
Push
going down.
Alvaro,
And then the
good
Q3
shit,
being set up
man.
here by Ayoooo to flash forward with the immediate lock
Alvaro
on
is
Yushi. The flashless Varus
Can we get Alvaro on G2 next year?
For T1, even in some of these shakier games, has been Guma
Bagus tuh, inspired G2, inspired Alvaro. Hello? We'll take that.
Keep an eye on the item completion, see when they can get a greater
Can we have
advantage,
Alvaro on G2 next
but
year?
can't afford to be complacent. MKOI clearly playing without fear here in this game one.
Trying to put pressure now onto this bottom side. Use the fact that you've already gotten a good chunk of damage onto that tower, but Keria has snuck in behind Jojo, and that flash is still not up for the Orianna.
Ayoooo shadowing, waiting above him. Do they want to push for the play here? Credit to MKOI. May not know about Keria, but having
I mean, POC, why not? We'll take POC.
pushing out alone.
They have the vision in the top side.
G2 POC is good. We'll take that.
Any of the wards. So I think that's what MKOI spotted going, hang on, where is this Kiana? She has to be on the bottom side, but Jojo?
Finding out firsthand exactly where Keria is. Locked down coming in. Q
Jojo Pyun is inting. Nggak inting sih, mana tahu ada Keria di situ. Itu susah sih. G2 King kan. Kalau Bang Broken Blade-nya pensiun, gas.
And face check, and that's the dragon now for T1.
So important for T1.
Atau Merwin, I think just take Merwin actually.
TP coming in from Faker. Want to make sure that they have all members present. Mirwin
T1 dapat second rate.
if there's an angle. Thinks better of it as there's a bit of prio in the mid
Yeah,
lane.
just placing.
And likely the tier 2 to fall. Supa making good use of that Trinity Force power spike. The Spellblade damage to the towers can't be underestimated.
The 3 Void Growth buff as well, doing a lot of work for them in that one. So MKOI getting at least something back. And maybe more as they want to try and push in on Doran.
Sakit juga sih jauh Sanders kayak.
More turrets for them.
1v1 on the bottom side. Mirwin starting to retreat.
Ini kalau misalkan Faker kalah pakai Azir, kayaknya stoknya Azir menurun ini. Saham Azir menurun ini. Kalau Faker kalah main Azir.
Yeah, and for T1, this is kind of what you want in a split map scenario, being able to match a lot of these plays and keep within touching distance on the goal. You do end up scaling exceptionally well with the Azir and this Varus as the game starts to go on, but I think for MKOI, the fact that so much of this gold is going into the hands of the Orianna, definitely they're going to be happy with as well. So
saham Azir turun kalau Faker kalah
can
manajer.
MKOI do now off of this 2-item spike that we're going to start to see come through, and see if they can just power through our T1.
And a huge opportunity for Supa to redeem himself, right, from the last performance that we
Faker
saw.
bikin apa tuh? Dark
Has
Seal.
2 items just waiting for that tier to fully
Dark
stack.
Seal
1-0
stack 2.
1K individual gold lead. We've seen from a lot of Corkies at this tournament what you can get done. We saw a bit of it in the mid lane when they took down Keria, but if they can keep that momentum going, make the most out of the early power of something like the Trinity Force, could put themselves in a very commanding position.
Jadi jenong gini, yoi.
And if there's EU fans out there,
Stress nonton LoL
starting to
Esport.
sweat, and you might not remember why, but it's that little timer at the top of your screen that says 10 seconds counting down. That buff is called Otacon. And if you have ever watched an EU game ever in your life, you should be a little bit nervous about how this particular objective is going to unfold. We've seen great moments. We've also seen a lot of throws. T1 staying composed though.
T1 not gonna do
Gonna be a force to be
Atakan.
reckoned with.
MKOI are looking like they want to try and hard force this though. All 5 members on the bottom side of the map and no TP among them. So T1, as long as they can play this slow, keep the waves pushed, they're going to get value from Doran in that top side.
Alvaro has to be careful though. Does have the barrier to keep himself healthy, but a bit of CC paired with the sheer amount of damage Owner can bring to the table can just take him out. They don't have control of that tri-brush. Crucially, MKOI slowly trying to work their way in.
MKOI
They
is
have
very
mid lane
strong
control.
though.
They're trying to get control of the bottom lane. Alvaro going to take about 50% of his HP. Does have access to the redemption, but instead is just going to opt to reset. Herald used in the bottom lane as Owner finds Supa. Face first, pushes him
Owner
back the wall,
finds
immediately CC, fought forward with the
Supa.
shockwave. Some teamwork, but Owner's still going to be able to find his way out. Now Guma's moving in. Ulti is going to connect, but it's Ayoooo who body blocks. Ayoooo with the crescent.
Kena anjir, kena cok, astaga. Kok recallnya?
T1 take the fight in the river.
The MKOI carries tried to combo.
Cok recallnya, anjir.
They're able to find the fight that they want with the positioning and the snipe from Guma. They managed to get the Otacon off the back.
Astaga, recallnya yang bener aja. Lupa kan musuhnya Parus.
Herald for Otacon, a damn good deal for T1. Supa, powerful individually in terms of what he could do in a fight. What he did do in the end, nothing. Stunned, finds a bit of a lockup, isn't able to finish the kills.
Musuhnya Parus recall di situ anjir.
Guma, despite that deficit, Supa was 1,000 gold.
What the fuck, man?
The downside for MKOI fans, the fact that you couldn't quite pick off Owner despite the play
Bro,
and the
lupa kah?
Valkyrie getting interrupted by this supreme display of talent means that when Doran jumps onto him here, he has zero escape.
Yang bener, ya ampun. Oh, kena root. Oh, never mind. Root siapa itu? Gak jadi kena root ternyata.
They play this slow. They keep T1 separated and they
Pantesan kok di situ ya.
But just with the way things went, MKOI get caught and T1 find their moment to fight back.
That thin line between
Rootnya
confidence and
Parus.
hubris. Right, the sweeper giving Owner just that half a second more of information than he needed to make the aggressive play. And Supa, if that Valk gets him out,
Jauh
it's a
gitu
very
range-nya.
different situation. Because that CC connects, isn't able to use any of that power even now as he hits that 2-item threshold, the fully stacked tier. Giving him the upgrade, right as Guma's also going to get his.
Flicker Owner kena shockwave Orianna ya.
Owner who just continues to pull ahead, has opted
Tahu
to
tadi gak merhatiin.
Going to deny more and more of this vision away from MKOI.
Jauh banget ya. Alamak.
And it feels a little bit like that series yesterday from 100 Thieves where the picks and some of the kills were going in MKOI's favor, but when it came towards the objective setup and how to play the map, T1 just ever so slightly ahead. Now MKOI, especially if they brute force their way in through the mid lane, Faker is separated.
Owner is cut. Oh, tidak ada Faker. Oh my god. Alamak, solo kill anjir itu Faker.
Alvaro taken down. Owner coming over the wall, gonna pop out into
Owner die. Nice.
Doesn't have time. That's the shutdown.
Alamak, tidak Azir. Astaga.
Coming in with the pulverize. And now it's
Triple kill, cok. Quadra, cok. Azirnya, cok. Oh no.
There's not enough sky to sunder. There's nothing left to guard. Jojo wants to make the difference,
Oh,
but Guma
okay.
grabs a 3-man shockwave. He just doesn't have the damage yet. He doesn't have the
Jadi ini Azir Faker. Damn. Sudah boleh dipelajari ya para user Azir. Belajar dari sepuhnya. What is Doran doing?
But Doran just barely able to walk away.
So this is Faker Azir. Wow. Lepas Azir terus ya MKOI. Lepas lagi ya Azir ya.
No man left standing. Alvaro
Lepas lagi Azir ya.
Faker's still sticking around like he might kill him again.
Wow.
And the fight here, everything onto Owner to try and deny him. But it's
Wow.
Faker who's now shifted up from the top side.
Lepas terus Azir, lepas.
And you can see MKOI, they're very scattered
Wow,
on this. Super and
MKOI.
Ayoooo are so worried about Owner as he comes out. Jojo has been completely
Wow.
isolated. Now Alvaro is in the same boat.
Absolute heart.
Out there. Important to highlight in the fight. Doran perfectly calculating the Pathmaker, the Cassante W, to catch Mirwin as the Death Realm faded.
That's how you play Azir, okay?
Really nothing he could do. And I swear to you, if you are just joining us, that 5 minutes ago MKOI had a 1,000 gold lead. 5 minutes ago, they were just face-checking a brush.
Wow.
And everything seemed fine and dandy, and now here we are, and I think this is what makes T1 and teams at the top level in League of Legends so terrifying, as it is one fight, 2 fights that can shift an entire game in the blink of an eye.
And it really does come down to like their ability to set up well around objectives in the team fights. Like looking at that Adacon, it was okay. We can catch members of MKOI out where they shouldn't be. MKOI,
They
Supa,
never
and
learn,
Jojo
huh?
try to make that play, it doesn't work. And now, I mean, Jojo, to give him his due, is trying everything he can with the fancy footwork, but there's just too many members of T1 standing whenever he gets that shockwave, and there's not enough damage with the build that he's gone at the moment.
Nope. And again, credit to T1, right? It didn't start great for Guma and Keria, but have transitioned nicely into this mid game. Guma connecting on all those piercing arrows. Keria with a taxi play to make sure the knockups are connecting.
Aku kira mereka tadi lepas Azir, si Jojo mau main Azir. Beliau main Orianna. Kan Poppy gak ada tuh, bisa tuh Azir.
Keria in particular started to get caught out. You started to see MKOI finding picks onto Gumayushi off the back of that. But now T1, this is where they're dangerous as a unit, stepping forward, choking out MKOI's
Yeah, I think you just go home at this point, bro.
Hiding in the shadows.
2.5k, just about
Udah ini susah ini, udah ciut lihat Azir, Cok.
10 stacks, he hasn't even upgraded to the book yet, but
Dark Seal-nya udah 10 stack itu. Azir.
Terrifying Azir. MKOI, I think, in a weird way, happy that he's in the side lane and not right up in their face. Now they have to try and hold on to this tier 2. The wave being ushered in, a bit of poke onto Dorm, but they don't really have that much damage. No pen for Supa quite yet.
And now, as Gumayushi, you're delighted with life. Because the fact that you get to sit underneath these towers and just take pop shots at everyone on MKOI is so nice with 3 items completed. MKOI trying to check the Baron, see exactly what's happening, but that river is very dark and full of dangers.
That it is, and again, the Umbral Glaive for Owner.
Orianna pakai skinnya Faker real kah?
Looks like 2 more on the side of MKOI.
Gak bikin buka haram kah? Kan ada Dark Seal. Dark Seal ngasih AP sama HP juga tuh. Lebih bagus daripada Meja ini. Apalagi buat Azir yang suka ngedive. Kalau Meja itu cocoknya buat yang poking kayak Syndra kali ya. Atau Giggs. Azir Dark Seal cocok sih. Dark Seal plus Meja ya bisa sebenarnya. Kalau pede banget.
It's a mouthful.
Chofi kalau gak salah pernah deh Dark Seal Mejai satu build.
But sometimes if you yell it at the top of your voice, it really does work.
You're right. You look nice and staccato, gets the people fired up.
Itu item Morde cuma ada di PC tuh. Apa ya? Gak tau aku.
Falk out. What is the talent though?
Kiana. Have you never listened to her voice lines? She is very pumped.
Yeah. Pumped up. Guma potentially caught out. Alvaro not able to hit the charm. Only connects on the Keria. Redemption going.
Meja kan item-itemnya upgrade dari Dark Seal. Oh, kalau di PC di upgrade dari Dark Seal. Banshee kalau di wear jadi crown ya? Iya. Diganti.
It's been an awkward exchange of cooldowns, and T1 come out on top.
Yeah, MKOI trying to go back to if it ain't broke, don't fix it, which is just collapse on mid and hope for the best. But T1 have seen through their plan.
Berarti Meja di PC ngasih HP juga dong.
Before any real damage is done, and now they're over towards the Baron. But again,
gak mau ngurusin jungle lagi. MKOI ngelempem langsung kayak kerupuk kena air gini MKOI. Galak di awal doang gocap. Late game-nya kak. Doran satu pribadi. Mati Doran, oke. They get the Baron though.
Faker and Owner easily two-manning it. MKOI brief moment where they have control of mid, but really nothing else for them to get.
Dari tadi gak pernah lihat ultinya Morde. Morde ulti dari tadi ada ultinya. Cuma kan kita spektator susah lihat ya.
And this is part of the
Nggak
reason
jadi
why we
hijau.
see Azir prioritized so heavily, right? Is he is a control mage who does it all. Other than Cassio, he's like the only mid laner who obliterates that objective. Any
Kita
other mid
bisa
laner,
lihat
and you're
dia
not
apa
two-manning that objective
mukulin
while pressuring
musuhnya.
someone else at the same time.
Jadi ultinya nggak kelihatan
No
gitu,
strangers to
kayak gang
rapid
ulti.
Early Barons was a signature move from all those years ago. MKOI
Doran
getting
tumbal.
further and further behind.
For MKOI, I think you're hoping on
Pas multi kita bisa lihat apa? Bisa lihat musuhnya. Jadi kayak gak ulti.
Oh, hang on, Alvaro on the flank. Nice backstep from Faker. Able to get a bit of CC down. Shockwave going in, but it's really not doing the damage they need. That's the supreme display
Nice
of
ulti
talent.
though.
Said I'd say ultimate, but I didn't. I couldn't help myself. MKOI getting the objective bounty in the meantime. Looks like the tower did fall in the bottom lane. But they're just being zoned off, pushed away. May come down to the 50-50 steal if Ayoooo wants to poke his head in.
Nah, I think it's done for. This is what I was about to say, was the fact that you don't really have that damage on Jojo, and that Banshee's Veil on Faker just makes him so difficult to lock down, and he is the key target. So great itemization coming through from the T1 mid laner
now
to
what?
keep himself safe, and really
Now
deny
what,
the win
MKOI?
condition from MKOI.
Yeah, and that MasterCard priceless moment was essentially just T1 denying MKOI any potential moment they had.
Now what we do now?
The comeback is now Owner sprinting through the jungle. Alvaro goes over the wall, but there's just members of T1 around every corner ready to lock him down. Super really does not do enough damage to Doran. He's able to zone him away. Hex flash over the wall. Alvaro locked up and interrupted. Owner trying to one-pop him, but Alvaro lives for an extra second. Nice shockwave, but really only connecting onto Keria. With that major cooldown down, it makes it so easy for Faker to step up, for Guma to step up. Big chunks coming through from the Varus Qs. The piercing arrows connecting. And T1, now that they have the Baron, now that they have access to the bottom lane, will they just go for the throat, or are they going to take their time? Doran unstoppable for a moment. The siege just continues from T1. No real way for MKOI to answer for now.
Yeah, the Gatling gun is a tickle for Doran. The shockwave is a cattle prod for Keria. There is no damage on MKOI's side, and T1 are just kicking down the front door. Reset's coming through now, and they want to keep up this pressure. TP back out onto the map on both top and bot, or top and mid, but is this something?
TP? Faker feels good because he has a death cap, and oh god!
Satu astaga itu Azirnya.
That looks completely insane, but my man, did he do the math?
That was a display of talent.
Jangan lagi-lagi lepas Azir depan Faker.
Faker on that play. MKOI kicked to the curb after that.
The brief moment where they thought they might do something. Oh, Faker's just going to kill everybody by himself. All right. We've learned that the best player of all time's most played champion might be worth taking away. We might have learned it before. Other teams might have learned it before, but MKOI relearning this particular lesson.
Very happy that Fearless exists in this series if you're MKOI, because you do not want to go up against that again. As T1 was siege down the Nexus turrets. The waves aren't here, but the poke can be.
Yep. Guma just continues to free fire. One wave coming in on the top side, likely the end here. MKOI, some good looks in that mid game, some good picks, some good angles on a T1's bottom line.
Alvaro nice ulti, but
nice initial bit of damage, but he comes out relatively unscathed. A lot of cooldowns missing. Redemption to get the health bars back up. Alvaro needs to backstep. Big damage. Doran going outside for a moment. Q3 pulls him back.
Mungkin Doran mati. Nggak, oh, astaga nice ulti banget itu si Honor. Rata-rata Tion bisa. Astaga Fakernya jago bacok.
And he's got more than enough damage to finish the job. The super minions are here too. It is long, it is drawn out, it is only getting more difficult, but Doran remains standing, T1 remains standing. They've only lost Keria. The Nexus exposed.
The defender's advantage is not really looking like an advantage.
Finally gonna end the game, Rob. They took their sweet time. They wanted a couple extra kills. The icing on top of this game one cake. Baker looking for another, the double to finish it. T1 coming in hot in this first game.
They didn't want to just beat MKOI there. They wanted to push
Yeah,
them.
well,
Finding those extra kills, making sure there was no man left standing. It was a close fought early game, but T1, they woke up.
Something, supreme display of talent.
MKOI, what the fuck were you?
Incredible stuff, Desk. How do you feel about that one?
Well,
Why you
like
let Faker play Azir? What do you want?
Reminded again.
What is the plan?
They play Orianna. They let him play Azir so that we don't get those two anymore in the comeback that's coming, right?
I mean, they are both off the board. You're right.
Minimal kalau emang sengaja kalau misalkan sengaja lepas Azir biar Faker menang, Oriananya jangan dipakai gak sih?
Dropping a couple of kills too much or too many, I should
Apa
say,
Oriana-nya sengaja dipakai biar Faker gak bisa main Oriana next game? Oh, Jojo Pyun mau main Talia.
I think everyone
Iya kah?
unfortunately, but
Talia
first
gak ada
off, I do
Oriana
wanna
menang.
give some credit to MCO here, 'cause I think their
Faker
early
gak bisa
game
Yone.
plan was actually in line with
Interesting,
what we've
interesting
seen
though.
other teams use
Interesting.
to beat T1.
I
Interesting.
think the big thing is, right, they wanted to go
Kalau
for
misalkan
that
Jojo Pyun
invade,
dapat Talia,
set
Faker
owner
gak bisa main Yone,
on this Kiana,
MKOI have a
which is
chance.
much more of a farming champion rather than
So,
I'm going to be interacting with my lane.
but Faker can do Ani.
Etc. Right? So I liked that, and we talked about setting up everything for this team. It's Alvaro.
Yeah, this
it's
is
Zelina,
best of
and I
3.
think their early
Ya bisa
champion
Leblanc,
really
Ben
showcased
Leblanc,
that. They had a
ambil
lot of really
Talia.
good setups and really good picks together.
I agree.
Faker Yasuo, Yasuo Faker lumayan. Owner main Diana kah?
Advantages for them. I think they were very resolute on the picks that they got on Guma and the push that
Ben
they had
Galio,
mid.
Ben Leblanc.
The thing is, when you've crossed that line,
Jojo
then you
Pyun
gotta
main
think about
Talia
everything
kah
else.
next
What do
game?
you think broke the camel's back?
Oh, I don't know if we can really point to one individual moment.
Apakah
but I
Anda
think
percaya
the
terhadap
larger
konspirasi
theme
bahwa
for
World itu
me, as is
settingan?
so often the case with T1, is
Enggak,
that
susah settingan mah
you don't make a
cuy.
lot of mistakes, right? We're talking about like Jojo getting
Terlalu
ganked repeatedly
susah
in mid. That's
nyetingnya
one of those.
gimana
We're
coba?
talking about when he walked up early on. We're talking about the fact that even despite them getting those early picks onto Guma and Keraang, who in the
Apa nih
early game did
footage-nya
really
ada?
struggle in this one,
Playernya main di
what
lokasi.
did it actually lead to? Like, were the
Gimana
leads substantial
ngesettingnya
enough
kocet?
for T1's team fighting not to come back? And the answer is very obviously no.
Win rate Jarvan sekarang berapa?
Yeah, this is
Mendingan sih kayak kemarin kan win streak 6 kali Jarvan.
be able to kind of clean up, and then after this, they were pretty much in the driver's seat, right? Because as you alluded to, Chronicler,
Di setting lah, kalau kagak mah gak ada aturan ntar. Ya bukan itu maksudnya kocet. Gak ada sponsor judi, gak bakal ada settingan. Wow, tapi katanya tahun depan ada sponsor judi. LoL Esport. Tahun depan katanya mereka menerima online betting.
Because they will close the door a lot harder than anyone else, right? In their defense. However, if you're gonna be thinking about winning the series, the thing is you can't make any single mistake. And Maurits, you probably can't leave up the Azir for Faker. Let's check out our HyperX Reflex replay where it was really the death warrant that was being signed for Movistar Coin this game.
And this game was already kind of slowly starting to slip away from MKOI, right? We had the fight in the jungle where Ona got the catch, Guma got the snipe, the Otacon was taken. That's kind of where it felt like the tides were turned. This was the fight, actually, I take my earlier statement back.
Yeah.
This is where the game truly broke. And
Really?
this is a stark reminder as why no single LCK team lets Faker have this champion. I am very confident. I think that Faker's laning phase just hasn't been up to par to what we've seen domestically. This is an ongoing thing, but there is one champion where you can be certain that he will deliver. The last time was a win for Sustenchi in July! It was the height of summer! We're well into October, it was hot, everyone was like... I just... This is on par with when we let Carrier's bar go, but now it's not just Carrier's bar, it's like, oh, the last couple of... This goes back, I don't know how many years!
He wins world championships on this champion, like with this champion.
He is currently in, I don't know, what is it, like the top 8 of most iconic plays of all time? With his ruler shuffle?
Put it between like leaving Bard up for Carrier, leaving Draven up for Doggo, leaving Azir up for Faker. Where
This
do we
is the
place
worst.
it? This is the worst?
I actually, this is to me the worst.
This is the most egregious.
And they knew, right? They knew, they must have known.
Yeah, it's just his most iconic champion. It also just allows for such amazing setup in these team fights. You see how confident he is going in, setting up these shuffles for himself without any CC even towards the end, right? And so I think, yeah, I mean, the other good news for Movistar Koi is that Azir is
good news.
no longer on the table.
Oriana also not.
Yeah.
So
big win.
Now we'll see it. I am not a game one Andy. I am not. I saw good things out of them in the.
No, you know what? You're not mad enough. Every time
Mirwin
you've
had
gotten
a
mad.
great matchup versus.
This is
bad?
not good.
Okay, I'm super pissed. This was ridiculous.
no.
I can't believe what I saw.
don't
How
believe
dare
it.
you give up that advantage at Atakan. Koi's choose red side, I believe, which is, I don't know if I'm mad at that. I don't think so. But no.
I think it's a cool move. Like, I feel like when we see people swap to red side and draft, as we saw in the last series, right, with TES and BLG, it's because you want to get really good counter picks for certain members of your team. In MKoi's case, either they're solo laners, because we know Mirwin and JoJo can both cook a little bit in terms of champion picks, or support for Alvaro, right? So
I do think it's telling that T1, despite everything and despite the early deficit, still was able to come back. It's still that stability that the team is known for.
They're
The
on
early
course.
game remains a little questionable.
And it might have been rough, but still they're one game away from being in those quarterfinals again. And then, what can happen then? Who knows? We'll have a quick break and we'll be back with game 2. Yes, that was implied, Emily. We'll be right back. It was rhetorical.
I'm at buzzkill.
Arm is there. Lock upon Owner, but he goes invisible for a brief moment. Now he's pulled him to the death realm up against Mir when Alti is really going to do nothing, but Owner still able to retreat for now. Alvaro taken down. Owner coming over the wall, going to pop out in a brief moment. Wants to get the grass blade, doesn't have time. That's the shutdown, but it should be super uncontested. Instead it's Carrier coming in with the pulverize, and now it's Ayoooo versus the world. He goes into the faker, but there's too many people. There's not enough sky to sunder. There's nothing left to guard. JoJo wants to make the difference, but Guma grabs it. T1 coming in hot in this first game.
We have a new mode for you that we're calling ARAM Mayhem.
It's ARAM, but with augments. It combines all the fun augment-fueled variations of Arena with 5v5 ARAM gameplay.
We want every champion to feel special and get to explore some combinations and fantasies that they don't normally get outside of Arena.
It'll be live with patch 2521, so look forward to
Harusnya
some
sakit
mayhem
juga.
coming to the bridge.
Ya itu T1 pakai champion prioritas semua, nggak mungkin kalah. Aneh banget MP emang. Faker dikasih Azir, Guma main Parus. Gel. Agak aneh. Mungkin biar next game abis kali championnya kali. Nggak tahu sih. I don't know kalau itu sih. Iya, kayaknya buang prioritas mungkin. Backson replay selebrasi juara angkatan Piala Dunia. Iya, buang Prio tapi like this is best of 3, bro. Isn't that dangerous? Is this okay, MKoy? posenya memancing Fujoshi banget ya, Faker sama Chovy. Ini Feastable gak mau sponsorin LoL Esport. Feastable Lunchly yeah, fearless draft. Apakah ada agenda? Itu e-sport World Cup loh tadi. Apakah Arab ini? Apa nih?
Welcome back to Worlds 2025 as MKOI and T1
Apa istilahnya kalau gitu tuh?
Top 8 here. Next stage.
Muna tuh bahasa kerennya apa?
After that first game, MKOI sent reeling.
Hypocrite.
How they recover as we get ready for this advance.
E-sport World Cup hypocrite? Question mark?
They gave us the hope. It was some of those picks where I was like, oh my god, maybe we've got a moment. But T1 again, it's the same thing we saw against 100 Thieves yesterday.
Game 2 Faker pakai apa nih? Talia lepas juga kah? Kalau misalkan Jojopyun dapat Talia, backup bisa sih. Kebetulan Faker ini Yone-nya tidak terkenal yang wow banget. Kalau misalkan Ben LeBlanc dapat Talia, we're good. I think.
If you're an EU fan, maybe you're hoping that he's napping, honestly.
It's hard to catch
Oh iya, Faker bisa rise ya. Damn.
Incredibly strong. When he gets his champions like Azir, and he kind of showed that. So I think coming into this for MKOI, it's going to be a case of you clearly thought you had a plan for Azir. Okay, that doesn't work. What's going to be the next couple of rotations? Because again, it feels like we're going to go back towards things like the Talias, the Rise, these kind of picks.
Yon kode
And is it a
8
case
kocak.
of, hey, we're going to try and give across a Rise, which has kind of become the next like go-to alongside Talia, answer with a Cassiopeia, or do we want to just try and pick up an early Talia for ourselves, which has kind of been a very strong mid-jungle pick for him.
Yeah, Jojopyun
Iya,
certainly
paling
very
Faker main
comfortable.
Ani.
Again, mid-jungle support is where we generally look at for this
Tapi
team
Talia
to define early.
aku nggak bilang Faker Talianya jelek, kocak. Faker jago Talianya.
When they're at their best, it's because those three players are working together.
Tapi kalau misalkan Talianya diambil Jojopyun, kan MKOI blue side.
This is elimination.
Nah, mereka bisa dapat Talia.
Could potentially be saying goodbye to
Never mind, MKOI red side. What? Why?
but it's definitely not the road that
Why?
they were looking for. Weren't able to take down
Coach?
a stronger opponent in terms of the overall.
Hah?
Just got a game off Fnatic, got a series off of Team Secret Whales, but would
Lah,
love
Talianya di-ban.
to come back here against T1. Well, for T1, first time we've seen them drop more than a single game in Swiss or in
Lah,
groups back when we had
red
group
side,
stages,
kocak.
but are certainly continuing to ramp up and rally. And now they're going to get their hands on that first pick. Wukong, Sion, Poppy, Yunara banned away, the Bard, the Talia.
Huh?
The Nico taken away on
Zoe
MKOI.
Jojo. Ah?
I said that maybe Faker would be sleeping. MKOI want to make it a reality.
Yeah, I think it'll just be
Oh,
a
okay. Trundle.
And I imagine they'll either take the Rise here, or they will try and go for some sort of support pick here for Alvaro, and basically say, look, you take the Rise, then we get the Cassiopeia, and we can try and set up for strong team fights. But we'll have to see if that is the bait, or if they want to just take the Rise for themselves, like Jojo. It has been a pick for him the entire split.
Yep, 2 games on it. He's won both of them. Movistar Koi.
Iya, Wukong Galio. Di-ban sih Galio. Diambil ya, Wukong Galio.
Again, if you're not familiar with Mir, he's known
Ya,
for a
Faker
couple
Wukong
things.
Galio,
The
just take
funny
it.
champs, as Odawamne would call them, the niche counter picks, the fringe characters.
Atau-
This year, really, especially in winter,
Apa lagi?
Mbessa Cassante, Mbessa
Enggak sih,
Cassante,
Wukong Galio
whenever the
paling
option
bagus
was
dah.
there, so
Kan
Cassante was gone,
Kaisa paling,
fearless,
Guma.
Mbessa will be the option.
Yeah, and I mean, it is an exceptionally strong pick for him, and we saw Big Dokes yesterday making T1 work
Owner
hard when he got his hands on
Galionya
this pick. But
diambil
there's the Rise.
Jojopyun dong, kalau
This is what
Faker
we're
main
talking about. I
Rise.
think that's the idea here for MKOI is give over
Atau
the
di
Rise,
B.
take the Cassiopeia into it, and now you've got
Oh, berarti gak usah. Fakernya main Azir. Jojopyun Casio kah?
And now the Cassiopeia try and play through the team fights. The only thing is, traditionally you'd want something like an Ornn in that top side to try and provide that.
Jojopyun kayak mau main Cassiopeia dia.
Maybe they're a little
Enak
unsure
tuh
if they wanna
ke
go for
Rise.
that here.
Can be a bit tricky. Do love to see the pillar plus miasma combination.
Ya,
locking people into that
Cassiopeia.
effect.
Berarti kalau misalkan ada Cassiopeia, Supa bisa main
Certified Rek'Sai players. That is the question. Will this be the
main
game
apa
where
ya?
he joins Flandre? At least a few others.
Keen up there as well.
Keen definitely up there. So Karma going to be the immediate
Kaisa.
ban. Obviously no
Supa main
attention
Kaisa
from
kah?
either side paid to that particular bottom lane matchup. Zig's an interesting one. Wouldn't have expected it, but I guess you already have a decent amount of AD coming through from MKOI's side.
Or Rise,
Also
sorry.
just works very well with the Mbessa.
Casio.
Extra backline threat. So if Mbessa goes in with the public execution, for them to make an
Casio.
Inferno bomb
Doran
on top
main
of it and
red
try and
side.
get up. I do like the Caitlyn ban. That was one of the big things I was looking at for Guma Yushi in that bottom side, especially when
Iya, T1 gak asik nih mainnya serius nih. Gak seru, T1 mainnya serius. Gak asik.
A little bit of an issue. Kaisa also a pick that Gumayushi could end up opting in for here, just because you've already got
Gak asik
both
lu, Bang.
Wukong and Rek'Sai that can be those
Kaisa
dive
kah?
buddies for the Kaisa in this sort of fight.
Supa main Kaisa, terus Alvaro main Lulu free. Brom Kaisa bisa atau Lucian.
Probably Mao too would both be mad at me for even mentioning that, but it is
Lucian Brom
either
atau
want the champion that
Kaisa
can follow
Brom.
the dive or the champion that can support it from a distance, and it might go a different route here.
Luciannya diambil Guma.
Hovers, we have the Braum
Gak
now
jadi.
locked in, really good against so many short-range dive-focused champions, but when you look at the nameplates, when you remember MKOI, they're a team that is usually very reliant on Alvaro for that playmaking, and Braum is certainly not a champion who has that same depth, that same potential to really make those game-defining plays.
It does mean you're heavily reliant on Mirwin to be in the fight as well. The fact that you're going to be trying to play side lanes into things like the Rek'Sai means that MKOI have very little when it comes towards engage tools. And I wouldn't be surprised, they're going to say, if we see the Lulu come through.
Sivir Leona, klasik. Iya boleh, Keria, gas. Seru tuh. Ya. Boring. Boring. Boo. Boo, boring. Boo. Cheer. Sumane, no.
It's Vayne.
Okay, here we go. Jago, BTW, jago. Supa Vayne jago, gak bohong gua. Banget jagonya.
No one plays range.
Let's go.
Fight to the death, which are great terms.
Yeah, look, it worked against Fnatic.
It works, it works.
Maybe it can work against T1.
Supa Vayne is good.
Bring them forward one more game, but this is two hyper-scaling carries on the MKOI side, with honestly only Braum as that real protection tool. So for people like Doran, for owner on this Wukong, I'm a little nervous if I'm MKOI and trying to keep our carries alive.
Yeah, Supa certainly some tools to protect himself, but Jojo gonna need someone standing next to him. And honestly,
range, iya sih, Ryze itu range-nya pendek kan ya?
I think the difficult thing is, and I'll just put a little
We're good, we're good.
this game is because both these comps are relatively short range.
Vayne is nice.
Let's say a healthy early to mid game lead. We might see a rather quick deflation of the
It's happening.
But for all of our sakes, for the viewers at home as well, I hope we have an explosive back and forth.
If I'm an MKOI fan though, the things I do like is again,
seru lah, ada Vayne.
Level, you know, kind of
Come on.
4 or 5 junglers that can really get access
Vayne?
to the map and try and make things happen. And that's what I think he's going to be trying to do again here, trying to find those early skirmishes, look for these invades, especially on use the fact
itu T1 short range semua itu. Sipir, nah, damage-nya apa sih Sipir?
Hey, we can kind of wait until we hit our level 6s, hit this like 2-item spike across the board, and then just look to dive on these two carries and blow them up.
Yep. And we have reports of a hardware issue on T1
Oh
side.
tidak, Bang Vanker, you good? Apa kamu siap melihat Vayne?
In the meantime, we got to take a nice look at Keria, contemplating, thinking.
You ready to watch the Vayne of the Western team?
Yes. Would it have been good? Probably not.
Yeah, I mean, when you're playing into a Cassiopeia and a Braum, like really good disengage, I don't know if Pyke is exactly what I want to be playing.
But it would be a flex if they won with it, because playing as Pyke against a Miasma is a nightmare. But here we are. Okay, issue resolved. We're now into the game.
Oke, aku sekarang ngerti kenapa MKOI main di red side. Mereka mau last pick Vayne. Oh, Talia itu cuma pinter ya? Genius kah? Mereka tuh sengaja ke red side, memberi sedikit ilusi bahwa mereka mau lepas Talia, padahal enggak. T1 udah wanti-wanti tuh. Nah, nanti ambil Talia ya. Terus Talianya di ban. Terus last pick Vayne. What? Genius kah? Is the coach like Einstein? Is the coach the GOAT?
Again is going to be on eyes on Ayoooo and Alvaro. They got a nice invade off the last match.
So this is the plan? You choose red side, MKOI?
When you look at Doran, should be able to punish Mirwin in the early stages. Faker as well.
Kira-kira bagusan botaknya Merwin atau kayak? Belum, jangan bahas botak gua dulu ya. Belum kelar matchnya.
And in that case, I think
iya, Ben bait kah?
For MKOI to try and like brute force their way into T1's jungle.
But it's important to note You can see
Ya,
here on
nanti
the
ambil
top side
Talia
of the
ya.
map on your mini-map, Faker of course trying to take space in mid lane, but on the mini-map you can see Supa wandering into the top lane. Pinged out though, clever.
Dan mereka
early
ambil
ward
last
coming
pick
in from
Vayne.
2-1-2 spot.
Is this genius? Maybe the coach is actually genius.
Really aggressive
They're cooking, I
into
think.
Doran, but it's also going to free Guma and Keria to really just hard shove these waves in the bottom lane.
Yeah, I think the fact though that Supa will have as much control as he wants in his top side is much more important. Doran as well, you obviously want to try and go forward aggressive, make these trades so the Rek'Sai can survive, and she doesn't like when she can't actually get access to wave.
Ya, nangis
She
deh tuh
doesn't
Doran.
get to stack up that healing on her bar. So from the MKOI side, nice swap and good timing to prevent T1 from being able to match it.
Yep. Fury, it's crucial, right? It's why this champion is so obnoxious in those melee matchups. Champion going to connect the Noxious Blast, but not in a position to Twin Fang. Faker giving the respect. No stranger to this matchup, right? Through all the eras of Rise, Cassio has always been an option, always been a counter. So we'll just back off and knows that he's going to need a bit more time before he tries to go toe-to-toe in those trades.
Yeah. Curious what happens with Ayoooo moving towards this top side. Doran has managed to take at least not terrible trades in the beginning, but always an opportunity for an early dive if you can make something happen. It's just that Rek'Sai is very good at dodging away from some of these plays because of the tunnels, because of the flashes. And you've also got Owner who's been able to move up towards this top side as well to match the trundle. So looks like this wave will just crash and there won't be too much pressure going towards Doran afterwards.
Yep. Supa, of course, can try to get aggressive here with the tumble to get some extra poke, and will try to chip away, but does need to respect the potential for an instant flash knockup. Try and turn something back. Alvaro and Keria matching each other here around the mid lane, and again we have a situation.
Supa pakai skinnya Uzi gak? Nggak pakai skinnya Uzi ya?
Look at this, they're going to double reset. So both
You should use Uzi skin.
back as the Rek'Sai TP's down. So is the Vayne comfortable enough to move in towards this bottom side of the map? It doesn't look like it. So we'll have just Australian lanes, but the AD carries and the supports against each other.
Max isn't even here anymore. I know, shame. Faker continues to trade. Bot lane. Okay, so just a delayed initial start to the laning phase. Supa is able to grab the Cole, as is Guma, but Guma, of course, first to the wave. Will be able to push this in. And one of the long-time struggles of Vayne, as long as she has been a champion, is general lack of wave clear. So should be pretty easy for Guma to just sustain a push here on the top side. Will cost him a decent amount of mana, but of course, absolutely no AoE in the kit.
Oh,
Supa just going to be accepting his position
ada
under tower
sedikit
here for now.
gerecokin Honor. Nice.
All here from Kerry. It kind of ends up as this ward to spot it exactly what Ayoooo and Alvaro up to, because this is what I was talking about. Like this duo of both Braum and
kena
Jungle
tuh.
incredibly strong on the invade. If they can start getting some of those autos.
Not gonna lie, Alvaro is really good, bro. Aish. Woi, solo kill. Oh my god, Supa. Sudah ku bilang, Supa jago, cuk. Vayne, cuk.
So strong, and even with the barrier.
Oh my god. Ya, tapi lawan sipir sih. Ya, still though. But still, it's solo kill. Walaupun Vayne versus sipir is a solo kill. Solo kill is solo kill. Titik. Shut up.
Needs to get the hell out. Mirwan not doing much to interrupt. Double flashes. Oh, you're trying to get fancy with the footwork, but it's not nearly enough. Concussive blows continuing to stack, but
Can you run?
needs to leave as well.
Oh no, nice place. Ay. Mati. Yaudah, korbankan. Thank you, Alvaro.
On the top side, immediately counteracted by T1 in the bottom lane.
The tremor sense doing work there.
Itu suara burung apa curut deh. Walet itu.
T1 pick them off where they stand.
Kamarku kan di atas langit.
For Supa's good work.
Real credit to T1 for the quick pulling of the trigger on that bot lane counterpunch. Mirwan going to use his TP to reset onto the top side. Of course, flashless now, which might make things a little bit trickier as he tries to race to that level 6. Supa moving down to the bottom lane, has the recurve bow, will feel really comfortable isolated as we take a look back at the all-in here. Level advantage for Supa.
Yeah, managed to step away
Tapi ini Guma aneh sih, ngajak buy one fan agak lain juga sebenarnya. Guma ngajak buy one fan agak lain juga sebenarnya. Pride kah? I think it's a pride thing. Yes.
Honestly, I know it's just tumble, yeah. Just the tumble.
Bisnis iler wallet kagak kocak. Sultan gua kalau kayak gitu.
Option, but the early level is certainly not where she has a ton of damage in that short kind of all-in trade. Good poke. Not nearly enough there, however, and Supa happy to have that XP advantage as well. Level 6. Final hour. That damage steroid could be big. But unfortunately for MKOI, we're in a situation again where they found some kills, but it feels like T1 are still taking the reins, taking control of the game. 2-0 start for Owner, a terrifying prospect.
And you're kind of putting your eggs into that Super basket, right? He's got the level experience over Guma. You can see Guma's just hit 6, whereas Super already had it for a little while. Also, the early kill going to try and accelerate him towards that Blade of the Rune King, but you really do need 2 items on towards this vein before you really become a major threat in fights. And unfortunately for MKOI, you've got T1 who are winning elsewhere on the map. Getting this dragon now.
Dragon pertama diamankan oleh T1.
Owner already on 2 kills. This is where Wukong becomes terrifying in some of these fights, especially as he gets towards that Triforce.
Yeah, Triforce, we've seen it in the Corkis or the Wukongs, right? This is just such a powerful first item spike. Expensive, but when you get accelerated into it, can do a ton of work. Jojo and Faker continue to trade blows here in the mid lane as
Doran is fighting Merwin.
do the same. No kills really to be had, and now that Near1's ticked over that level 6 threshold, does have the Vamp, is able to kind of match the sustain that Doran brings to the table.
And the one thing that this moving around actually did was it did actually set Super behind. Super got the kill, which gave him the advantage when it came to the CS and the experience, but it has actually helped Mirwin in avoiding a lot of this matchup and get some of the much needed CS and experience that he needs. So Mirwin has kind of been carried through this early stage, and alongside Super being in a decent spot. So at least for MKOI, they've kind of got those 2 parts of the map they can play through. Whereas for T1, again, like, I wouldn't be surprised if you just see a ton of pressure now towards Faker and Jojo Pyun. Try and do a similar story of what we saw in the last game. Burn flashes on Jojo, rinse and repeat over and over, and just make this Casio incredibly uncomfortable.
Kenapa Rek'Sai banyak di pick? Bagus Rek'Sai. Di reward kan dia.
Does not take a tower shot, but now it's Owner coming in behind. Mirwin, of course, has the ulti available. Public execution back to Owner, trying to get tricky with a bit of a sidestep there. The Sundering Strike ready to come through, but he just has no time to press the button.
Shield. Oh, Merwin!
He gets a kill back onto Doran. A catastrophic miscalculation.
That's the second time T1 have tried to dive and Abessa this weekend, and it's the second time it's backfired.
Super caught out briefly, cleanses, goes invisible with the final hour, but he's hitting the wrong target.
Guma.
Immediately using on the hunt.
Hati-hati. Oh shit, stunnya kena. Fuck. Kepedean Bang Supa. Alamak, di flash.
But now he's face first at Ayoooo. Concussive blow stacking 3. Alvaro desperate for the 4th, but it's Faker coming in from behind.
Tolong.
Just too far away.
Help.
Alvaro locked up the
Gila, carrier main Leona ngeri, Cok.
It feels like this balance of powers, where when Super does well, Mirwin must have a terrible time.
Carrier Leona, man.
Terrible time, and now we're seeing that
Jeez.
elsewhere, where Mirwin gets the turnaround and Super overextends questionably. That Braum was nowhere nearby, but thought maybe he could make the play happen regardless.
And stronger certainly in the isolated 1v1, and it probably stronger as a duo in the 2v2, but a clutch level 6 from Keria. And now as we take a look back at this, I thought for sure Mirwin was dead.
It was a nice job here. Just so watch the shield. Holds
Doran
on
gak.
for so long. And at this stage,
Kenapa Owner gak kapok-kapok ya ngegeng lane-nya Doran?
Mirwin really well played, and then picks up the kill here. But look at where, so miscommunication looks like Ayoooo on the Void Grubs, not coming topside, and Alvaro was getting some vision down in the enemy jungle. Super thought he had the support, but definitely did not. And the flash from Guma into the bush.
Owner tiap geng lane-nya Doran isi pikirannya apa?
Flashing over the miasma to get topside.
Orang ini selalu gagal ketika aku bantu geng. Mari kita geng dia lagi. Yang bener aja, Ran. Orang ini selalu gagal ketika gua geng. Mari kita geng dia lagi. Kalau di Prosin gini, Yasuo apa dipakai di Baron? Iya, Yasuo biasanya dipakai di Baron. Broken Blade pakai Yasuo tahun kemarin lawan BLG, menang. Broken Blade lawan BLG menang pakai Yasuo. Sejago itu Broken Blade Yasuo-nya. Kalau Yone mah pasti di mid sih. Kalau Yasuo biasanya di top.
Could have been a bit more, honestly, but the Trundle Pillar not quite a backup off Kuda, and now Mirwin trying against Doran, doesn't want to look for the public execution. But still, it's very back and forth. T1 are slowly pulling ahead as they did get the extra kills in that initial bottom side play.
Owner tebus geng di LCK.
They are fighting every step of the
Di LCK juga sama aja, Owner suka mampir ke lane Doran. Emang bro sejati itu.
Compared to the completed Trinity Force of Owner. So Owner much more burst damage, but a bit more sustain for Ayoooo.
But I think that's the terrifying part, because burst damage against things like Vayne and even this Cassiopeia, who hasn't gotten towards like the Rod of Ages and the Seraphs yet, is going to
Seriously,
be a bit of a disaster.
Bibi Yasuo versus Yonenya Zeus, absolute cinema. Are we gonna see that?
Not quite able to clip him.
For real? Sumpah itu kalau beneran terjadi, oh my god. It's gonna be all over the screen. Damn.
Here now is Ayoooo and Alvaro on the top side. Dorn with the tunnel network. This man's played Zerg at some point in his life. I feel confident saying that.
Yeah, it's only not quite a 6 pool available in this game, but MKOI is going to be happy to take away some of these plates on the top end of the map. In return, T1 going to be getting that dragon, so looking for these trades. But again, T1 kind of playing around. Oh, hang on.
Doran. Potentially a little bit overconfident. Slowed up. Just
Honor, Doran.
I think thought that he could get a bit more. The rest of the team is on the way. Faker is here. Keria is here.
But they were so far away, and you're tunneling into the Cassiopeia with the miasma. Like, that's the worst option out of all you could have done.
That was bad. That was a goof. Big old goof from Doran.
I don't think he's getting the Rek'Sai.
Nope, he's
the Rek'Sai license.
Yeah, I mean, you can make it top 8, but did you get the Rek'Sai license? I'm not so convinced. Faker doing a good job of trading here. Nice sidestep on the Noxious Blast. Jojopu needs to get out. Hasn't hit the Noxious Blast, so doesn't really have the movement speed. Conqueror procs. Faker happy with just the flash. Oh, Ayoooo moving in. The pillar's going to be big here.
Keria masuk. Keria mati.
Alvaro doesn't have the unbreakable quite yet. And they're starting the retreat.
Supa, kiting. Kiting, Supa. Yo. Ah, tidak. Fuck. Anjing, cepet sih. No. Astaga, makanan Rek'Sai semua itu. Fuck.
T1 firing back. That ultimate is so close to getting off good, and I think Miro wants to fish for Faker, but it's a bait as Doran finds him in the bush. They're going to continue to push forward.
4 seconds on the public execution. Kuma does he have
Apa? Siapa yang TP? Gak ada yang TP. Oke.
Miro hesitating for a second.
Zeus emang bagus dev turret. Mungkin itu kali ya, Honor kebiasaan bantu lane-nya Zeus kali ya. Jadi ke lane-nya Doran mau. Bro tidak bisa move on.
Just trying to keep Jojo here, so Keria can manage to get up towards the top side. It's a good flash from Jojo, and MKOI looking to turn this around, but look how far away Mirren is from this fight as the TP comes through for Doran. It's a numbers advantage, and Owner, again, that burst damage, so good in setting up for this play. Supa goes forward hoping to get the kill, but it's actually the Realm Warp that ends up sealing the deal, because Supa then takes damage from the Rek'Sai, which allows that ultimate to pop through, and Mirren eventually shows up at the end of this.
Si Honor dikorbankan sama Faker. Doran is popping off though.
Solid fight for T1, but the gold's still close. It's really the objectives where T1 are starting to pull ahead. Mountain Drake next on the menu.
Sekarang tahu kan kenapa Rek'Sai? Nah, lihatlah. Rek'Sai is not bad.
Nice thing here,
I never say Rek'Sai is bad though. It's just Doran.
Okay spot if Alvaro doesn't get caught here on the top side, where you can hope to try and play around his 2 on spike, but like Doran, Owner, Faker all do so well when we come into this kind of 20 to 23 minute mark.
Keria potentially caught out once again. Alvaro taking a big chunk of damage though. That's the unbreakable use. They get Keria's flash. But Supa's still taking his time to clear mid, and this is one of the things that's going to be so frustrating for MKOI. It just takes a year for them to get mid prio.
And that's the MKOI every single game so far have been doing this play of abandoned sides.
Oke, T1 kayaknya dapat Herald sama objektifnya dapat mulu T1 ya.
Aware of the ruse, and now they're just losing minions top. They're
losing MKOI, what is the plan?
From T1 to contest.
Full 5v5 hex flash over the wall from Keria. Solar flare available. The cyclone.
Doran apa Zeus deh? Doran lah, gila. Seru nonton Doran, cuy.
Does have access to the redemption, so it'll just be the Herald conceded. Are they going to spot him? Not quite. T1 happy to have the objective, and MKOI slowly losing advantage across the map.
Rift Herald put down immediately. The cavalry from MKOI is here, but T1 are here en masse, and this tower will fall with little MKOI can do.
Irwin's starting to kick a fight off, though. Ulti forced out from Owner. That's Redemption coming forward. He's going to mount up back into the Herald, looking for the triple knock.
Oh, itu kena semua, kena KPW.
Owner's just hitting everybody. pulling back. They'll keep their members standing. A lot of cooldowns traded, but no one
Kena
going to
semua,
drop
Cuk.
Faker, contesting Jojo a bit, but it looks like Jojo just forced to TP out. Doesn't want to take the isolated 1v1.
The Battle Herald was enough to get a little bit more there for T1. And as you say, with Jojo TPing out, I think this is just top wave turret for T1 as well. So mid.
Tapi Doran kalau lawan Zeus jago loh. Asli ini mah,
T1
fact
again,
sih.
starting to push these advantages.
Doran kalau ketemu Zeus carry dia.
And we've perhaps recognized a problem with the man.
Rival.
Now 2-0-2. We complained about his Azir, but there's also a World's music video where he's this champion.
Oh, wait.
Yes. Yeah.
Cair.
So maybe the goat's the
Apa
goat.
biar masuk MSI?
Learned that perhaps there is no right champion to give him.
Yeah, it's a decent trade from Jojo trying to go for it, but this backstep on Faker once more,
Kok
which was famous on his wrist.
range-nya berapa sih stunnya Cassiopeia? Mundur gitu doang nggak kena anjir.
Usually forces the TP from Jojo.
Tapi masalah ngedodge ultinya Casio sih Faker sih rajanya sih. Itu champion saking hafalnya Faker sampai apa? Sampai apa pixel stunnya hafal dia.
Yeah.
Fair. He wasn't even at the first one, so I respect that you were saving it for first stand too.
Saking nempelnya itu Casio sama Faker dia hafal pixelnya berapa stun ini.
They're in a comfortable spot to contest. And you can see why, right? Steadily falling behind. 1.5k doesn't seem massive, but it is tough. They have less wave clear overall.
Udah hatam
they
dia.
have an opportunity to take control of the side lanes, and you saw in the 1v1, Casio is still really hard to play in the Rise, right? You need to hit the Noxious Blast. You need those empowered Twin Fangs. If you miss one ability, Rise is easily going to outdamage you.
Yeah, and with the phase rush, it does get very hard very quickly thanks to the extra movement speed. But I do think MKOI, if they can hit that kind of 3 item, are in a decent spot. It's just a case of slowing the game down enough for that to happen. But we're getting aggressive on the bottom side.
Iya sih, sepuh bukan pro lagi di mah the god of esport bro.
We're going to drift across here to try and cover. But how aggressive does he want to be? Is he straight on top of Mirwin?
Be a bit risky. MKOI don't have good information. They don't have good ward coverage on the bottom side jungle. So they did see 4 in bot lane, but it had been too long. They didn't want to risk pulling the trigger. They didn't want to risk going all in. So now, bit of a lull, bit of a calm state. Again, objectives where we're looking 1 minute until the Otacon spawning on the top side of the map.
Selain Faker yang masih main dari zaman gamenya masih burik sampai sekarang siapa ya?
Jojo for now,
Caps.
getting pressure in the bottom side, getting closer to that second item.
Maple, Caps, Gala.
For now, being a little bit slower when it comes to setting up the
Shy.
control, waiting for people to be in place. So Kerry even hex flashing over there to make sure he's not spotted until he leaves on the to get his vision
Meiko
down.
ya, Meiko.
Again, like this is get pressure made, get that push with the Sivir, slowly but surely eke control here from MKOI. This is, again, like you have opportunities from MKOI to fight back with the Cassiopeia ult and the Braum if T1 are disjointed. But you can see here, like they are just not. They're very careful and methodical now in their wave states and setting up the map in their favor.
They have better push, right? And they have the advantage in terms of overall gold. And you can see Jojo there, as much as he would like to 1v1 Doran and force a greater advantage, he really can't. Doran just walks away, gets the push. Now Otacon has spawned. Guma instantly wave clearing mid.
Oh iya, Peanut.
Observers well highlighted.
Lupa Peanut aja.
If you weren't around for like season 4 or season 3, there was a lot of this.
You may have heard of this scene called Jinair.
Casio kataku lebih mirip Azzy, lebih mirip itu Rise dah.
Vayne is winning the 1v1. The
Skillnya.
problem is sometimes League of Legends is a game about minions.
Stunnya bisa di dodge kalau nengok ke belakang.
Yeah, and I think the fact that Super hasn't been able to collect as many of those minions now because of the moving around the map. We even saw like a Mirwin moving to mid to collect the wave, not giving that Super means he's just starting to drift.
Gameplaynya lebih mirip Rise sih Casio.
Is a big item spike, but we don't get
Beda ulti.
Locked up all the CC leverage. Alvaro looking for the disengages. Doran's off to the side. Has been caught by the condemned. Guma flashing backwards. Already used the spell shield. It's Mirwin in the midst of the entire team.
Mirwin nyangkut health.
Still untouched for now. Slowly they're chipping
Uzi, ayo Uzi, come on.
Blinking health bars across all of MKOI as they start to retreat. Guma, Faker, still alive. The realm warp available. T1, do they want to chase?
Public execution of Mirwin. He's going.
Go back on
Gimana? Mainkan. Ayo, Uzi, come on.
Still standing for a moment, but
Gila. Sumpah kerasukan Uzi. Oh, suspek kan. No, help.
Elio looking for the angle with the pillar. Extra movement speed for Jojo. He's not going to be able to escape. They turn
Wah, gak ngikut Keria.
still standing.
Honor gak ikut.
Goes for the kill on his mid laner, but leaves his jungle out to dry. And MKOI, when it looked like things were going dire, somehow find the fight that they need. And it starts off the back of this invade, where the exhaust goes onto Ayoooo, but that dive isn't really there. Supa on towards Doran in the top side. Jojo ends up flashing over the wall with this great setup coming through from Mirwin as well onto the back line. And the fact that Mirwin holds onto his public execution for so long is insane, because the stun from Supa onto the wall, they back away, and Mirwin hiding here. Gumayushi, great reaction on the spell shield, but the heal is still there, and the turnaround from MKOI is perfect.
Bro, Supa kesurupan Uzi, bro. Absolute cinema.
To jump into the backline with Ayoooo and find that duel against the Sivir.
And this is the situation we've alluded to so many times, right? The Sivir, you've got the wave clear, you've got some power, even as Faker cleans up here. But when it comes to these scrappy fights, Supa has so many tools to stay safe, to dive in, to use that stealth. So the second the fight gets crazy, the second it gets chaotic, as much damage as Guma is doing, as much as he is an absolute powerhouse, he is still so vulnerable.
It's also T1, as Faker actually starts a Vatican, not getting the fight that they would like, where it is this multi-man dive into the backline, constantly keeping up the pressure.
Yeah, no vision.
They were kind of playing
no vision, langsung start atakan anjir.
But T1, resources well
Classic
allocated
T1.
here. As Vatican just going to go down because they're trading this for Dragon.
MKOI presumably know this is happening as they set up around the Drake, just don't want to give up soul to this T1 team, but losing Otacon is huge.
Pinter banget T1. Lu kan gak mau soul kan?
MKOI buy themselves a few more minutes.
Gak mau T1 soul kan? Pasti ngambil naga kan? Atakannya diambil.
This does give them time. This is a tough thing to come back from. Otacon often underestimated in terms of the raw power, the raw stats.
Garen.
I do think though the time bot is actually a win for MKOI. Like again, Riley is going to be massive for Jojo Pyun in these fights, and kiting back from Owner, kiting back from Doran, even making the fight difficult for Gumayushi if he has to walk over a Miasma, and then as well for the Vayne, who Quincy's Rage Blade now is a big spike for Supa, so can be much more of a threat in these fights. And we just saw T1, even though they tried to get the jump in the last fight, MKOI can find their moments in these engages.
Definitely can, right? In the extended fights, once owners use those ultis, once carriers use those initial cooldowns, Braum passive.
Itu Adam waktu pakai Garen itu first Garen setelah berapa tahun itu di World?
We know what the team can do in those drawn out fights, but
apa first Garen ever ya?
Because sad to say, we saw the same thing from 100 Thieves yesterday. Right? We saw good fights, but the problem was those good fights never turned into good objectives or good games overall. And now MKOI find themselves in a similar precarious position. They need a fight, and they need to turn it into something greater. It's not enough to go even. It's not enough to scrap with T1. You need to best them.
And it's hard to do so when T1 just have so much control of the map. 1-3-1, a very strong push for T1. We talked about in drafts. Now they're starting to use that to clear out waves. Look at Owner.
Ladies and gentlemen, Garen. Aku inget casternya ngomong gimana. Ladies and gentlemen, Garen. Pas Garen make combo-nya.
T1 though ready to collapse. The tunnels all set up.
Silent ulti flash. Ladies and gentlemen, Garen.
MKOI, again, there's no major objective on the map quite yet. Baron in 12 seconds. It looks like they just want to get a little bit of pressure, a little bit of prio on bot side to make it easier for them to access the Baron.
Adam the classic.
On the map. So Faker pushes in top side, immediately starts to shift mid, lets Goomba start to teeter down towards bottom side, which immediately denies MKOI that access onto the bottom lane, despite T1 being a little bit behind when it came towards where they were positioned on the map. And MKOI just haven't been able to answer with this, because oftentimes they're using Mirwin to try and sneak around a player, using him to back up some of these vulnerable carries in the Vayne and the Cassiopeia. So T1 just playing the map and slowly starting to get these waves further and closer to the towers of MKOI.
Mundo jungle kemarin juga baru dipick lagi. Iya, jago lagi si Skumon Mundonya. Bukan kaleng-kaleng cuy.
They probably would have killed him or at least forced a summoner spell, but they're uncertain. They don't know where anyone else is, and if someone else is there, that play could turn on them in an instant. So really good awareness from Guma to understand what MKOI can and cannot see on the map.
And it's because of all the vision that's been set up on the top side. Like, it is littered with blue wards, but also has been cleared out of anything that was remotely red. So it does make it very difficult then for MKOI to really understand where are people in relation to Gumayushi. And now the resets come through. 2 minutes
until that pakai serat kan ya? Itu pas series apa? Lupa kok MS saya apa ya.
that you do is Mirwan starts to trade blows with Doran, and you can tell
Biasanya
that MK
pick-pick
feel
kayak
like
gitu
they're
MSI.
using their control wards in their own side of the jungle rather than neutral place, although they finally push that vision line up. We do finally have the Rylai's for Jojo Pew, and the third item completed. It will make those fights so much easier, so much more difficult for a lot of the short-range threats on the side of T1.
If you're MK in this position, I think you have to just wait for T1 to pick an objective and then force the fight at it. There is no real opportunity to try and trade. Maybe if you want to try and use a message.
30 menit gak ngapa-ngapain.
Still happy to take these trades on the bottom side against Mirren, so I don't think
Ya, buat MKOI sih enak sih.
Mirren to force that objective by yourself.
Kalau mainnya chill gini, it's on MKOI favor actually. If T1 don't aggressive, then MKOI is chill.
Again, it's a long cooldown, so really want to wrest control back from T1 here.
Pick paling unik masih dipegang Ramo support sih, sangat menghibur.
Once again, Rise amongst the champions who can
Well,
shred through that objective.
have you seen Varus top lane? That's true.
Retaking, but it does give these little windows where carry it, resets, pick up a bunch of wards, Doran able to reset as well. And now, if you're looking at Supa, he's completely tapped out. And this is where T1 trying to get aggressive, knowing that Alvaro doesn't have the vision to contest them if they can clear it.
I'm not sure if the observers have us.
Tryndamere mid, Faker sama itu ya, Showmaker. Kalau Faker pakai Tryndamere mid menang anjir. Showmaker. Fungsinya apa anjir?
The only reason they even have a remote idea of where T1 are is because they know this dragon, this soul is spawning in 14 seconds.
Faker pakai Tryndamere menang, kocak. Showmaker apa itu Tryndamere?
Bot wave that they would kind of like to push in. The price of admission for them even to group here is going to be a wave of minions. They fail here, they'll only be even further behind. They're betting it all on this play. That's the solar flare, but no immediate follow-up. Block up onto Jojo Puna is good. Doran going in as well. Jojo Puna flashing forward. They're looking to take out Guma in the midst of the entire fight. But another knockup coming in just in time.
Jojo Puna died. Lalu Owner died. 3 per... Awas belakang.
Ready to turn it back. MKOI though still 3
Oh
members
shit.
strong. Doran debating where does he go? What is
Ayo
the
Supa,
angle for this fight?
percayalah kamu Uzi.
He's now way more vulnerable in this fight, and Doran wants to go for it. No flash available for him though.
And Alvaro.
Enggak, Showmaker pakai Trinda kalah, cok. Yang menang tuh pakai ini, apa nih? Piego mid. Dapat. Well, nice. At least.
Faker, Doran, Keria, too strong. MKOI might get the objective, but they lose just about everyone.
And the Baron is still a target here for T1. And Owner is about to come back up onto the map.
Yang pakai set mid mah banyak. Faker, Chovy, Zeka, Showmaker.
Was scared of something because it's only Vayne that was on the map.
No, it's adrenaline. I think he thought they were just going to immediately go Baron.
But he's going to reset and move back up towards his top side. And T1, they barely don't get the dragon. But if they can get the Baron off the back of this, it can still be huge for them.
And the gold is so close. The gold lead that you see on your screen is a bit deceptive because items completed is relatively similar. It's really just the petals giving T1 the greater advantage here as they now start this objective.
Dapat gagal soul tapi Baron-nya lepas.
Don't feel confident to contest. T1 taking the Baron at 29 minutes. Gonna have to see what they can do with the Red Bull Baron power play.
Tapi Elioya agak jelek sih. Apa nih? Alvaro maksudnya. Alvaro is not bad actually. Oke, sedikit throwing sedikit gak apa-apa. Alvaro is doing good. Ini semua kedua tim bagus sih. Not gonna lie. I'm not crazy. Kedua tim dua-duanya jago anjir. Mungkin karena last game kali. Posko kemenangan T1, bukan posko kemenangan T1 sih, lebih tepatnya posko kepulangan MKOI. T1 mah udah pasti menang.
As you highlighted, the pick gives them some time, chips away at
Itu ward di pick Baron kok gak dapet vision ya?
Hah?
Yang mana?
Mid-tower as well, and that'll open up, well, maybe not with the TP, but I was gonna say should give them the opportunity to actually get.
Oke, MKOI ketemu siapa bisa imbang banget ini. Bahkan lebih kuat MKOI kataku. MKOI is strong, bro.
Now deeper vision here, Keria should be able to spot out as it is just a.
Si Evo kalah soalnya kemarin eSport World Cup sama MKOI. Jojo Pion pakai Galio ngeri banget. Sejago itu Galionya dia.
It's tricky now for MKOI surviving the siege, right? Guma with the ricochet can just make these MKOI members eat so much damage even while they try to defend their own towers. And on the hunt available. MKOI overcommit here. Oh, you walk face first into Guma. Lockup is there.
Oke, nice ult dari Casio. Nice ult bro, Casio. That was nice ult. Lalu mana Ambessa? Oke, Keraang no ult. Awas Doran. Oke, Doran inting. Ulti Ambessa. Doran is inting. Yo.
Flashless Gumayushi was caught by Ayoooo, and that miasma barely keeps him in check, so MKOI can chase them down. And by some miracle, MKOI are constantly finding these picks that are holding them in this game.
MSI kebantai si Evo 3-1. Itu lebih ke MKOI ngeremehin si Evo sih. Harusnya kalau ketemu lagi pasti menang MKOI. Not gonna lie. Itu waktu MSI kalah karena getting apa ya? Gak ngeduga aja kali. Kalau ketemu lagi MKOI menang tuh lawan si Evo. Kalau misalkan MKOI 1-1 di sini berarti 1 game lagi. Kita di sini sampai malam. Terus ada draw show kan ya. Mau jogging aja teman.
With 50 seconds until that dragon, this could be the picks that MKOI need, and a potential third dragon, mountain dragon for them makes them very tanky, which is exactly what you want against this kind of more burst-heavy team from T1.
Makes a lot of sense. 38 seconds. Again, Supa doing his best to clear these waves, get priority in the mid lane. May need to be ready to fist fight just to gain control.
Enak ini Supa jadi nih.
Flashes up across the board except for Alvaro. And it is just Gumayushi missing his barrier alongside it, so.
Kalau misalkan Supa dapat Faker, tapi Faker mainnya aman banget dari tadi, gak mau war deh. Kalau misalkan timnya udah pada bubar, Faker langsung mundur. Gak mau ngasih shutdown. Tiap ada yang keculik, Faker pasti mundur. Jauh.
Doran off on the side, isolated as well, taunting, threatening. Trying to distract the members of MKOI. Flash forward from Jojo.
Aduh, Jojo Pion gak ada ulti. Ya, ultinya gak kena. Ambessa. Oh, shit. Wah, kalah bro. Maybe Supa. Ay, shit. Supa versus everybody. Oh my god. Supa. Uzi. Maybe. Dibantai Faker. Ya, nice try MKOI. Nice try MKOI. See you next time. Rexa ini bagus apanya di mid geli badan gak ada karena udah late game. Tadi mid game mah enak Rexa. Waktu mid game enak gitu. Knock up ada, tebel, sakit. Nge-heal ya. Ya karena late game aja ini mah. Sama supirnya bukan Zeus. Kalau yang pakai Zeus pasti wow. Kamu akan kecepirit lihat ya.
T1 at least have that damage from their AD carry ricocheting through the
lihat Faker.
uncontested top side, and Supa is
beda bro, Messi.
Desperately trying to move around the fight, picks off
Ini Messi nih. Beda nih Rise-nya Messi bro. Anjir lah.
And MKOI tried desperately to play both sides of the fight, but T1 get the access that they need.
Damn good fight, but
Nar udah gak meta lagi soalnya sekarang meta lane swap. Jadi gak bisa di-abuse lagi Nar. Sekarang mah kalau ada Nar tinggal tuker aja ADC ke atas. Menang udah. Ada yang make Nar, ADC tuker ke atas. Top lane ke bawah sama support.
No flashes on towards MKOI's carries. Faker still has his. And if MKOI Try to play the fights front to back. Maybe they have a chance, but Owner
caught out for a moment, uses the clone.
Seru sih gamenya, seru sih.
On the hunt used. That's the cyclone. One key ability
Tapi
shift away.
baru dapat 1 turret MK.
MKOI, that's an advantage for the fight. Ulti from Gumayushi as well.
They're not over contesting, as you said. Baron up and available for MKOI. Knowing now both ults on Gumayushi and Owner down, feel comfortable moving in here. Mirwin
going in. Guma, that's the pillar. Mirwin taking his time waiting for the spell shield to be
Ay,
utilized.
alamak.
Nice side steps from Gumayushi not to get caught by anything
Astaga,
else.
itu Ambessa gak ada damage kah?
Traded, but neither side burning too much.
Nobody wants to over
Magic Resist loh itu Rexnya, build-nya.
that their hopes of sticking around at Worlds lie in the balance of this next fight.
What is the plan?
That control ward in the pit though, MKOI didn't take it away, so it means T1 know that they have the time to play.
Ini bakal ngalahin rekor gamenya. Gimana? MKOI? Gak ada damage anjir Ambessa itu. Kok bisa? Hah? Oh Soul Mountain, pantesan. Udah Soul ya, aku gak merhatiin aja. Pantes cok, pantesan itu Ambessa gak ada damage ya. Oh iya, Mountain Soul.
Faker not afraid to walk face first in the JoJo, trusting his reaction times to just dodge the petrifying gaze. And it feels like this Red Bull Baron power play may be the last in this series. MKOI once again in a position where they have to hold the line. Last time it was
setebal semen 3 roda, bro. Damn.
Full effect, but they're completely on the back foot this time around.
And that's the thing. It's no longer about where you are in your build or what.
Pantesan tebel banget aja.
Again and again, T1 have been able to find those fights, have been able to spread MKOI thin. They're picking off JoJo at the start of these fights, and then it just becomes Super versus the world. And Vayne sometimes likes those odds, but in this sort of situation, T1 have been able to shut Super down every single moment.
I don't think anyone's playing odds against T1, brother. No matter how good, no matter how fed. There's a reason they're the two-time, the back-to-back. Both these teams, a bit of an awkward road to qualify, but all that matters is getting there, making it to the next stage. T1 on the precipice of taking the series. MKOI, cusp of elimination.
MKOI, no. Masa Jitu sendirian anjir. Tidak, Jitu sendirian. No.
Demolish, doing work.
Jitu.
Just letting the minions do the work for them on the bottom lane. There is no one that can really approach these waves, and that wave clear is abysmal on MKOI side.
That it is.
Codotnya banyak banget kayak codot. Oh burung. Emang sekenceng itu ya banyak burung ya?
Another inhibitor tower falling, likely 2 inhibitors to follow.
Ya, rumahku di atas langit guys, my bad ya. Banyak Pokemon emang di sini.
Super walking up stun initially onto Owner, does still have access to the GA.
Itu walet.
Trading and T1 with a quick retreat. Happy to have 2 inhibitors. No need to risk anything else.
Looking for they found Guma. They end up interrupting him, but no public execution to follow. Guma had the flash if he needed to.
Get the TP at the very least out of Keria, who's there to cover for his 80 carry, but on the hunt, spell shield both still available for
Noise get nah.
But now with super minions in both mid and bot, there's no one who can clear that out very quickly.
Burung dompet.
We're gonna find themselves in the map once more. T1 starting to escort these minions in and then
Tebak juara. AL Hanwha Live sih kayaknya. Kayak Hanwha Live sih juara. Nggak tahu, aku punya perasaan gitu. I have feeling that Hanwha Live gonna win world. I'm not crazy. I think Hanwha gonna win. Bukan janji. Aku malah kayaknya Hanwha deh. Hanwha aura juaranya kuat banget.
Once more into the abyss, once more from Movistar. Koi, Owner locked up for a brief moment on the hunt used. MKOI retreating back to the river, but unbreakable down for Alvaro already. Oh yeah, isolated. 5 members grouped for MKOI.
Kasihan Jovi sih, tapi aku rasa Hanwha sih. I think Hanwha gonna wait, base. Fuck, guys, base.
Owner with the knockup to keep things going. Carrier there as
No.
well. Rise with the row morph. It's Faker and Guma alongside Doran to try to end it all. Mirwan doing his best to hold the line.
Alamak, base, guys, base.
Mirwan, Jojo Pyun, they need to make this work. They don't have the angle. Guma with a perfect spell shield is still gonna remain standing. T1, move on to the top 8 at Worlds 2025.
Gini banget kalahnya. No.
Everything was taken from them in a moment. MKOI looked like they might have been
Alamak.
but T1 continue to stride forward towards playoffs, to continue forward to defend their title.
A valiant effort from MKOI, but T1 outmatching in this best of 3 to qualify for the bracket stage. Let's send it over to the analyst.
BLG versus mana? Itu ya VKS ya? Astaga. Itu yang BLG sih ngakak sih.
Who once more make it to the knockout stage of the World Championship and now can continue their road to possibly their 3rd in a row. And when you hear those facts,
ya
I think it
ampun.
puts into context how hard it was for Movistar KOI today, despite them, and forgive me the pun, fighting like absolute
Nice try,
lions
MKOI.
in that
Nice
last
try.
game.
Yeah, one thing I really love
So sad, man.
Movistar KOI lineup as they take their final bow to this Beijing crowd is they
Nice try.
100 Thieves
Doran
choose T1
bagus
team,
juga
right?
call-nya.
They both knew it's going to be an uphill battle despite the fact that T1 isn't looking at their most powerful, their strongest. And I loved that
Botak
KOI
deh.
went out
Enggak
fighting
dong.
like they
Kan janjinya ke T1 kalah
like
dong.
They did not deviate from their style. They did not play scared. They locked in a draft.
Weh, gak gitu janjinya ya.
In my opinion, but something that they felt really comfortable on, especially with this Supa Vayne pick, right? Like, we do know it is one of his pocket picks. Effie is looking at me like she's like, I don't know.
I thought it was great.
Oh, yeah.
Except like they had the one snafu, but I think
like it was obviously something you could even see in team fights, the way they were playing with Fog, the way
Seru
they
sih
were
tapi
trying to
match-nya.
get picks. It's difficult to execute, but they went out fighting and they went out playing their style, and I really enjoyed that.
I absolutely did as well, but on the other end is of course the fact that T1 had complete control of all the objectives, of everything on the map, of all the dragons, of all like
Kan lu bilang dukung MKOI lah. Kan janjinya kalau T1 gak mungkin kalah. Kalau T1 kalah aku botak, kocak.
You just have to take a look at the rest of the map and you cannot make any mistakes.
Yeah, T1 put me in a really awkward position here because compared to domestically and even what we saw at MSI,
Nggak jomplang banget juga sih. Iya,
a lot
MKOI
of the
put a good
issues
fight,
for
bro.
this
Not
team
gonna
that have
lie.
plagued them,
Alvaro look like the
later
best
in the
support
summer,
in
and T1
Western
summer
right
is a
now,
meme for a reason.
for sure.
But then they also just keep winning, so it leaves me in the unfortunate position of like, what does this really mean? For T1 going into quarters, I don't know. I have no idea.
Oh,
This
if you
team
see
just,
that HLE match,
it just
would be
keeps
so spicy.
happening.
Yes, but you know what remains the same?
Draw show, guys. Draw show.
Mid lane, he is your Oppo player of the series for his
Faker.
of course,
Faker.
in
Gak usah
game one,
ditanya.
But also, I think
Faker.
probably not
Faker
really
MVP.
game winning because there were a lot of moments for them to win the game, but that game winning flash onto Jojo to kill
Faker
him, to get
MVP
the
fix
advantage in
udah.
that late game that was becoming dicey. He's just a GOAT.
Yeah,
Yeah,
and
he
you
just a
could
goat.
tell, we already talked about
Gak usah
why you
ditanya,
don't
ini
give
MVP pasti Faker.
This is year,
Gila.
right? As we look at his stats, I mean, I think the
Zero
big thing,
deaths!
yeah, like this rise was also so good at repositioning because
Ini
you have a
ini nih tiap
MKOI
deket final kayak gini deh Faker nih.
wants to make picks,
Kenapa
right?
ya?
Get
Ada
you
yang
down
bisa
with the
jelaskan?
Casio, get you down with the Vayne.
Deket-deket
This
final
repositioning on this
gini deh
rise, like,
Faker
you're
nih.
reminded as to
Weird,
how
you know,
comfortable he
weird.
is with this pick. Why it's a signature pick for him alongside the
Why he like that?
He didn't die.
Rise is deceptively tanky. I don't know what to tell you.
Deceptively. That's crazy
you know,
because
it's-
of the skirmishes.
Deket-deket final gitu masih jadi dewa aja.
And for me, T1 so often we keep saying they can't keep getting away with it. And for Faker, it's like, when does the plot armor run out?
Never.
Like we keep going. Oh, you know, and even me yesterday, and I think this was
Gugupnya hilang.
justified. You know, his laning phase didn't look
DNA
good.
champion,
Outside of that,
Ini kah?
I don't know, little
Kamino Utsua.
and then he has the undisputed like.
Aku kan sering nonton caster Jepang ya. Di Jepang julukannya Faker tau gak apa? Kalau di caster Jepang nyebut Faker itu Fushi no Mao. Undead King. Fushi no Mao. Korega Fushi no Mao no sonzai ka? Ace Kakuto no wa T1 desu. Faker seizon. Itu Undead King. Fushi no Mao.
The number ones in the world, and a lot
Ya,
of them
iya sama sih.
near the bottom end of those AWS power rankings.
Well, you could even argue like the fact that this went to 40 minutes. I've seen T1 in winning positions. They normally don't struggle this much. If you watch this team domestically, you will know they are one.
Ya, Fushi.
The saying is Genji.
Fushi.
You don't really get to play the game.
Fushi no Mao.
Kind of sit there.
Mao.
Watch the game happen in front of you. T1, they will chain dive you, and as soon as they get a lead, they are the most aggressive team by a far margin in the region, and that I think we're still not seeing.
Ingat banget aku call caster Jepang.
You are an LCK watcher. I think there's still the trepidation.
Ace Kakuto no wa T1 desu. Kore ga Fushi no Mao no sonzai nano ka?
Extremely, yeah. Because Doran, unfortunately, as we all know, I think actually had a solid MSI, had a really good ramp up to MSI. I think is also one of the big reasons why T1.
Di sini juga keren. Musuh abadi. Itu mah lebih ke dendam nggak nih? Bukan julukan itu.
We would get, you know, one of the flashes or like one of the moments that we've seen have really plagued this player internationally. But it hasn't passed yet, and it needs to pass going into quarters because against a lot of the teams.
Memang pernah mati pas lawan dulu di final tapi bangkit lagi. Apa? Are you telling me that Faker is like?
Again, Mbessa, annoying.
Gak jadi. Aku mau ngejok sesuatu tapi takut salah ngomong.
Ayoooo later, so that gives us a chance to kind of close off the chapter on Movistar Koi and their year. And if we reprise their year, they had a wonderful championship that they won back in spring. They had things that they done on the Rift internationally, and I think they're going to feel similarly here because the draw before this for them then conversely was actually not as difficult as it could have been.
Tahun ini nggak ada tim Jepang ya? Tim Jepang di sodok-sodok sama si Evo bang, nggak lolos. Dibully sama si Evo.
And I think it goes back to that KT series. That to me was the one game where you just
Iya mana nih?
felt like they were the ones.
Just draw, come on.
And they were unable to make it happen.
Okay, I believe I do see the interview getting set up ready for that, and I think it's always amazing when the players after a loss are willing to kind of talk to us as we take to close out the series a look at this post-game breakdown. I gotta say, there was a big cheer from the audience for that, I think, 8,000 damage fight by Supa. Like,
yeah.
The crowd was, you know, they're Uzi lovers probably, and he played Vayne, so that has something to do with it. But yeah, Sovereign for T1.
Yeah, I mean, I think the other thing coming out of Koi, again, this is a really difficult composition to execute, and I do want to give them credit for, again, knowing where they wanted to try to make those picks. I do think that's actually another reason why it took a little bit longer for T1 to close this out, is because they were really looking to try to ambush. So, I mean, sad to see them go, but we'll see what T1 can do towards the future in the quarterfinals.
Yes, very sad for Movistar Koi indeed, and I do believe that Lore is now standing by with Ayoooo in the Verizon post-game interview.
Ayoooo, thank you so much for joining me after this one. I'm sorry we have to meet in these circumstances, but talking about this series, talking about your preparation and everything, we know that when it comes to T1 especially, it's only going to come down to details. We saw that in game. What do you think you guys were missing today from the draft, and what happened in game?
Yeah, I mean, I think game one, we were lacking some, not sure what to say, if it was confidence or, I'm not really sure. As of right now, I think we were in a really good position. But again, when the Atakan came, we struggled for the sequence. They got some good picks. They got Atakan. Then the next fight, I mean, we got, yeah, I think, yeah, we misplayed overall. So, mostly I think it came up to details today, so yeah.
It's crazy because you say confidence. I feel like you had that confidence, especially coming into this game too, especially with this Vayne pick, with the aggression that you guys have been able to put in game. Looking back at the Worlds run that you had overall, what do you think you could have done better as a team?
Well, We can think of many things that we could do better, but I would say mainly was the mid game sequence. I think around Atakan, around these moments, we struggled in the game into KT, in the game into G2 we also did, in the game into T1 today. So I would say for sure it's this one what we should have worked on more, I guess, because it was still not good enough. So I would say anyways, these Worlds we did a pretty good job in terms of work and everything. I think we need to reflect more on the summer season that we didn't use as well as we could have used, and we didn't come as prepared as we had to.
Something that I admire, and I told you this many times, is the hard work that you guys have put all year. The fact that this bunch of players, you believed in them from the get-go. You stick with this team, and you knew that you could take it as far as you could. And looking at the LEC, you were always a top team. You managed to win Spring. The improvements that I see from MSI to Worlds, they were there. What are you gonna draw as
Hampir kayak gue
for
kaget
MCOY
jidat
this
lo
year
jadi jenong
and the
banget.
progress that
Ya,
this mix of
stres
players
aku
has made?
nonton LoL Esport bang. CFO versus
Positives, I
G2.
can think of many.
Katanya
I would say this
2
roster
strip
has
2
what it
gak
needs to win Worlds, and it's,
3 strip 2 gak bisa
what we are
ketemu katanya.
gonna work for coming into the next year. I mean, I love every one of my
G2
teammates.
tuh-
I think I wouldn't
G2 mah 3 strip 1 ya? Ketemu anjir.
If we get to
iya ya?
fix some issues that we are having in training coming into next year, I know
Iya, G2
our
3 strip
time
1
will
ya?
come at some point. So yeah, I really trust everyone in my team, and
Ya kah?
I think it's just some individual
Iya,
things we need
bisa,
to change,
anjir.
and we will be in the top.
I love the fact that you know that you guys want to stay together. Any closing thoughts that you have for your fans?
Oh my god,
Words
G2
of
versus
encouragement for
CFO,
Europe?
please no.
Maybe G2
Please
is the last
no.
one standing for the West.
Help!
Yeah, I mean,
No!
let's put all of our support into G2 because they are the last hope of Europe, obviously. As of right now, I think they have done an incredible job. I mean, I think it's one of the first time I'm complimenting one of my rivals, but honestly, how much they improved during summer.
G2 CFO aku
and
dukung mana
how much in a
anjir?
good shape they are right now. Even Skumont, I think, coming from a rookie level he has right now, it's pretty mind-blowing.
Don't
I would say
sudah.
do as good as you can and make Europe proud. Come next year stronger, because we will challenge you and we will take everything if you guys don't.
I believe in you, Yoya. Gracias por todo. Thank you so much
Thank you.
for sharing those words. Shocks, over to you.
Thank you so much. We will immediately go over to the draw show just as an explanation.
Siapa
Three
yang
bowls
wrong?
on stage right now. The teams are grouped together in the bowls consisting of their record. The first bowl is the 2 teams that went 3-0. The second is the teams that went 3-2. And the final one has the teams that finished with a score of 3-1.
Iya, bisa ketemu.
Of course, the
Fuck.
3-0 team should be on different sides of the bracket. So the first draw we will see is to put those teams
Bro.
on either side of the bracket. Important to know is that the first matchups that will be drawn for 3-0 will be out of the pool of the 3-2
We are here.
teams. Then whatever team is left from the 3-2 pool will be
Oh
put
my
in a
god,
randomized
help,
draw
please.
with all of the 3-1 teams, and we'll get
Please.
our final 2 matchups from there. That is all the info.
How
Any
is
hopes
it?
and dreams?
I'll let you take this one, Emily.
I know. I'm sitting here looking at KT being a 3-0 team, thinking about how
we knew that.
a 3-0 team has never made it to
Tangan
grand
beliau gemetar.
Why?
Just being like,
It's
okay.
fine. This is just a normal KT fan experience.
AL
But here we
versus?
go. L, it's AL first.
Please, test top esport,
Anyone's
please.
legend from the LPL.
No,
shaping up to
jangan
be the
top
hope of
esport.
the LPL.
I don't know.
They did look like the most solid
J-
and
J-
stable
nah,
team, right?
salah.
When I think of AL as a team overall, I'm more curious to see as we see
Belum,
there
belum,
we go, KT drawn into the other side of the bracket.
Belum.
They are a team who kind of like always punched above their weight due to their
Berarti
coordination,
nanti ini
due to their
apa?
drafting. And I still don't think we've seen
Lawan
that strength
apa
yet.
sama
So really
KT lawan apa?
And now
Gitu.
for the opponents, we'll
Lawannya
start, of course,
AL
with the
siapa
first
nih?
group that was drawn going up
T1
against
please.
CFO
AL
TS
T1 please.
or
Please AL T1
T1.
AL T1.
There's a TS team
AL
in there.
T1 T1 please. T1
I know everybody here really
Yo,
does
God,
not
please,
want
God,
that
just
team
T1,
kills as a tie.
please.
What do you have
Please,
for
please.
us? Is it going to be
Please,
upside
T1,
down?
please.
Is it going to be up
Please.
straight? What is it going to be?
Let's go.
Oh my God, what a phenomenal LPL versus LCK battle.
In quarters!
see if that magic against the LPL from T1 is still working.
Get him, TS!
CFO.
Opponent.
CFO, why not?
Oh god.
Who will it be?
Yes, why not? Winnable. Winnable.
I did hear.
Winnable.
Exactly
Winnable.
One CFO said it, but they said Hongkyu.
Winnable.
Who really wants to draw
Winnable.
KT?
Winnable.
He got his wish.
There we go.
Guys,
TS is still
winnable.
in the 3-2 pool, and they will go in the
Winnable.
rest of the pool
Not
with
gonna lie.
Gen G, G2, and
Winnable,
HLE,
winnable.
which is pretty darn insane, I have to say. Broken Blade did say he wanted to play.
Ini lanjut besok apa rehat dulu? Kayaknya sih minggu depan ya. Minggu depan ya. Ganti stage
I
kan ya.
think that's the right attitude to have, no matter what. However, having watched a lot of Gen G, I do think you're taking a bit of a risk there.
I agree. So, of course, the first matchup drawn will go into the AL side of the bracket, and the second...
G2!
That would be AL
G2!
So that's a pretty...
G2!
I think if I have to look at how to compare the two halves, that's already
G2?
shaping up to be pretty intense.
G2?
So let's see.
G2!
G2! European friends, you're holding on to your breaches.
Yeah!
G2 Gen G?
Take a deep breath.
Bentar.
Take a deep
Oh belum.
breath.
Bukan lawan tes lah. Bukan lawan tes. Enggak. Tes. Tes. Top Esport.
I don't want to see
Top
it.
Esport.
Come on, Sty, do something good for us, please.
Tonwa Gen G!
So there's a LCK.
Winnable. The best bracket. The best! The best gacha in the world!
HLE versus
Bro!
Gen G
Bro!
on the KT side of the bracket, Emily. Are you not too happy? What a phenomenal matchup though we're going to see.
The best aja! Bro, I fucking kissed the screen. Oh my god. The best gacha ever! What?
I mean, this is a position of luxury, obviously, for me. To
Bro!
have many, not ideal. But what you gonna do?
Sumpah, aku bisa menerawang anjir. Cok,
This was, of course,
I can predict the world. What?
finals that we had very recently in
Bro,
Incheon.
Genji is out, man. Genji is out.
Honestly, right?
Genji is out, bro. Bro,
No, the LPL.
Genji is fucking out. They lost.
There's no way we could get an LPL LCK final.
Trust me, Genji is
no
out.
way. Right?
Bro.
They're all in the same side of the bracket. AL, T1, G2, TS.
Bro, aku gacha FGO anjir
I
abis
mean,
ini.
you're saying T1 just raced through LPL teams.
No, I'm saying even if... Oh, like this you mean, yes?
Yeah.
Oh my god, my hubris!
I was like, what? So you're just calling T1 going to finals?
That's insane. I can't believe I just
So,
said
gacha
that
aku
because
gak
I'm totally indoctrinated by what they've done the last
Gacha aku
I
angin.
mean, I think that's valid.
It's not valid.
Eh.
Based on the plot armor we saw today, that Faker is still sporting. That said, though.
Wah, minggu depan kita bro, minggu depan kita bakal nonton ini secara gratis aja. Astaga, terima kasih LoL Esport.
I know it's kind of insane.
It's extremely likely.
Kita bakal nonton itu secara gratis. LoL Esport 5 game best of 5. Oh my god.
What was the result again for G2 versus TS?
We're going to watch that for free.
When Fnatic played IG before the knockouts at that
LoL
World Championship
Esport.
in 2018.
Damn.
They beat them. They beat them 3 times and they lost in the final.
Really?
So, are you saying G2 can't lose to them and then beat them in the best ofs?
No, because I'm referring to when they 3-0.
Ini menonton semua, kocak.
I was trying to throw
he was setting up for the... I was like, what?
I thought you were talking about this championship.
No.
That would be
I would
more
never do that. That's so mean.
That would be more logical.
Oh, you guys are only mean to the LPL on this desk. I getcha.
That's not
No.
true.
No, I'm
Just final thoughts. I mean, KT, CFO, I know it's not the hardest draw they could get, but CFO, they're looking to take that scalp, you know, in a best of 5.
Yeah, I mean, I think the big thing for me with KT, I think KT are pretty a little bit relieved with this
T1
draw.
tim apaan? AL punya kapal tempur jago perang di laut,
For
damn.
example, I would have definitely called that for T1 based on the way these two teams
Apa
have matched
Ajurland?
up more recently, and that would also be a little bit of a seeding grudge match
Kayaknya-
for LCK, right? So I
Kayaknya
think,
final
it's going to be really
Genji
interesting,
versus
especially with the
T1
way
nih.
that mid lane is evolving to also be
Antara T1 versus Genji atau Genji
I
versus
think
T1?
today
Trust
he
me,
was really
trust me.
good. I think
Final
this
T1
tournament,
versus
though, we
Genji
haven't
atau
seen the same highs that we
T1
saw from
versus
him
Hanwha
at
Live.
MSI versus
Aku rasa Hanwha Live
BE,
bakal
who
menang.
sometimes has been the
I
one
think
kind of
Hanwha Live gonna
dragging the
win.
rest of KT kicking and screaming, right? So I'm, as a KT fan, I'm like cautious about it.
Cautiously
but like,
optimistic.
I'm not, I don't think this is the worst draw.
It isn't the worst draw.
AL jangan diremehin kayak.
I did have a
I
chance
don't know.
to
I
catch
just
up with him
I think
earlier after
I
they
just got the
qualified.
feeling.
A historic
I think it's
result
gonna be
for
T1 and
PLSP in the Verizon Boost
Genji
game. Interview
or
with
Hanwha
Here's
Live.
thoughts. Was an absolutely historical result for CFO to qualify for the knockout.
Final G2 versus CFO. Oh my
First thing I have
god.
to ask is, tell me about
Aku
this
terbang ke Cina
history
sih,
you have
G2
made at
versus
the World
CFO masih.
Championship to qualify for
Bro,
the knockouts as the first team from your
Aku
region
ngambil
in 10
pinjol
years.
terbang ke Cina, cok.
也是在刚刚的胜利中
Gas
创造了我们赛球历史哦，10年来第一次进了8强。那
G2 versus CFO aku terbang ke Cina.
就蛮开心的吧，因为终于隔了10年，然后终于又再次进到8强的这种感受。
I
So
fly.
I'm pretty happy about this. It's been 10 years and we've made it back to the quarterfinals again.
Maybe, maybe you'll get there. When it comes to how your team has improved, I think the team has shown tremendous promise this whole year. I think a lot of people were waiting for the next step. What do you feel about your level, and what do you feel you have improved at the
LPL sisa
most
2
across
tim
this year?
kan? Iya.
那在这一年，你们其实进步的幅度也是相当。
Ya udah berarti karena draw show-nya udah selesai, aku mau mandi. Terima kasih yang sudah nonton. Jangan lupa like dan subscribe. Sampai jumpa minggu depan. Absolute Cinema tidak bisa di skip, matchnya daging semua.
还有就是你希望
Thank
接
you
下来还有
guys.
什么
Bye
地方
bye.
是可以继续改进的？
进步最大的幅度应该是从